Cheerio, one and all. Welcome back to London, England. JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane. Ali Najad and Randy Liu with what is the most exciting day of any Triton festival. The final table of the Invitational, a 250k buy-in Luxon Pay Invitational to be specific this time around. Randy, 23 players in the money, but of course we whittled our way down to the final 9 late last night, roughly 2 a.m. it was, and very interesting storylines that I want to get to. 4 complete pairings ended up making it into the money. So nice when you get that little tag team situation, but they dropped like flies from there as fate seemed a little bit intertwined, 3 of them busting back to back. You know, I'm sure you're familiar with the adage, Randy, that one can die of a broken heart. Perhaps that was what we were dealing with the likes of Jason Kuhn, Sosia Jang, 23rd, 22nd, Santosh Suvarna, 20th, Seth Davies, 19th, Tan Chuen, 15th, Patrick in 14th.
Yeah. I hope to see these guys. Look, I'm a little bit lost for words for what you just said. More importantly, Jason Kuhn, min cashing. Talk about that.
Yeah, let us talk about that, because on the bubble we had 26 players. And 23 were going to get paid, and Jason Kuhn was sitting with roughly 3 or 4 big blinds, I want to say,
Even
something
less.
like that.
I feel like it was like 2 or
2
3.
at the low point when he kind of went off a bit of a cliff. And I don't think he suspected when we got to the stone bubble that it was going to be back-to-back elimination. Seidel with aces against the jacks of Boss Paul Pua, runner hearts, Boss making the flush. And then just after that, was it Badzikuski with the aces against the ace-4? Who was it that ended up on the stone money bubble?
That definitely happened. And Malinowski reshoved like an ace-X into Ponikov's and busted
It was Malinowski, that's right. Yeah. So obviously, Jason Kuhn delighted to get into that min cash situation where he was able to pick up a rebate on perhaps a 2 bullet situation. Not sure exactly, but $342,000 going to him. And that is going to be a nice way to not have that blemish on one's record in terms of the big buy-in affairs that go on here each and every festival. So then, let's turn our attention to the final table, Randy. We always kind of have predictions about how many VIPs, how many pros we're going to see there. And realistically speaking, at 9 players, once upon a time, this would have been 5 pros and 4 VIPs. But we had somebody who's moved over the line, and that's Punat Punsri.
Yeah, Punat Punsri was one of those guys who has played as the Invitational as a VIP 2 times, but this time was actually invited as a poker professional. But it seems like it hasn't stopped him from making another deep run. You know, it is just phenomenal that this player is able to kind of make a name from the Triton in the get-go, and is continuing to do so.
Yeah, he is a Triton Jacob & Co. watch owner. That, of course, means that he's won the main event. And another one of the VIPs that we find here at this final table is Talal Shakurchi. Won the main event back in Vietnam. $3.25 million courtesy of that finish. So definitely chops in terms of the VIP side of the bracket. Cream rising.
You know, Talal Shakurchi, to me, is one of the greatest VIPs to ever played the game. Like, he's just so good at tournaments, has so many tournament wins back in Vietnam, winning the main event against a very tough field there. And once again, at the top of the chip counts in the biggest buy-in that we have here in London.
Yeah, as you mentioned, bit of a bunching in terms of the field behind him, but he does have a chip count, not the biggest that he's ever experienced. We'll get to that in a moment. Don't want to overlook the last VIP that we have amongst our 9 total at the final table, and that is Kehan Mokri. Comes in as the short stack, just 8 big blinds, $775,000 for the Norwegian. And, you know, we've got Espen Jorstad, maybe as the Norwegian that we tend to watch, but here he is, VIP, punching his ticket, and the pairing of he and Robert Flink, obviously making it to the final table. So, dynamic duo of sorts?
You know, it's actually very difficult to imagine one of the pairings getting to the final table. We do have that instance with Kehan Mokri and Robert Flink. I would say that, you know, it's obviously very impressive. Not likely scenario, but both players definitely going to gun for the top.
And obviously, these are 2 guys that were not permitted to play at the same table with one another until very deep into the event. And once we cannot escape it any longer, there they are. So then, last but not least, and not last, but at the top, we have Bryn Kenny, second in chips. He cashed for $16.9 million. Just 4 years and 1 day ago, right here on this very street, Park Lane, in the Triton Helping Hand event, the 1 million pound buy-in. What is in the air when it comes to Bryn Kenny, a super high roller in London?
You know, Bryn Kenny doesn't travel to all of the tournaments out there. When he plays, he only plays the biggest buy-ins. You know, he did so well in London, of course, in that Helping Hand tournament, the 1 million pound. Here, in contention, in second, and if he wins this tournament, I believe, #1 on all-time money list.
That's correct, but it will take a win exactly for Bryn to dethrone Justin Bonomo. Notably absent, by the way, is Justin. Any word on where he's at?
No idea, but I'm sure he's glued to the screen right now, not wanting to be overtaken.
I'm not so sure about that, but obviously wish him well, whatever he's up to. Also, well wishes certainly from the general public are going to be directed toward, I think it's quite fair to say, the surprise of the festival in terms of just showing up to play these things suddenly, and also performance. Chris Moneymaker, the man who 2003 was largely credited with the boom effect. Producer James Dempsey doesn't think it's a thing. It's a thing, James.
It's a thing.
I wish you guys could see
the
him
reason
back
I'm
there right
playing
now.
is because of Chris Moneymaker.
So there you go. Case in point. James, what are you talking about? All right. A lot else is happening in the field, by the way, here today. We do have a 25K PLO that's currently taking place. Seth Gottlieb is in the lead. The likes of Dan DeVoris, Ole Shemian also in the mix. And then we're going to be starting the 125K main event out there. So absolutely jam-packed, multiple events going to be going down. Real quick, what should we expect just before we send it down to the action, Randy, as you look at the chip distribution?
Well, the main thing you want to look at, of course, is where the chip leader is, and you can see that Shakurchi, you know, at 7.2, he's got Ponokov's on his right, you know, someone he can kind of take advantage of, just given that kind of in the middle of the pack.
But he's got Kenny on his left, second biggest stack.
That is a big problem. Right now, he is got a chip advantage to Kenny, but if Kenny can pick up a couple of chips, then Talal should be slowing down things a bit, although his play style kind of shows that he always goes for the win.
You know, you say Talal should be doing something. Shakurchi, not the type to be told what he should and shouldn't do. Understands things, but also recognizes the value of a little bit of deviation and a little bit of exploitation from time to time. Nicky P, obviously a story as well, finds himself 7th in chips coming into this one. James Chen, your guy, who you've known for a little while, one of your true friends in poker, I think is what you said. Eighth place down there, looking to make a splash, and of course cannot overlook the likes of Alex Ponokov's and company as the pro-rich environment. 6 of them versus the 3 VIPs, and this is going to be an absolutely bang-out final table. 50, 100,000 will be the blinds and the antes. Real quick also, in terms of the shorty Mokri, is he going to basically be the man who dictates what we see in terms of action at the FT?
The theory is that if a player is lower than 10 big blinds and he's the only one, all the guys right above him, so James Chen, Petrangelo, Chris Moneymaker, even the 40 big blind stacks need to be cautious because he needs to get it in real soon. We know the pay jumps are huge. Is that right? Do we know what that amount is?
Yeah, the first pay jump is going to be 180,000. We can give you a look at all of the payouts here in the Triton Poker Plus app. A prize pool of $29.5 million in total. And there you have it, right down at the bottom, 680K up to 860 if you manage to secure one ladder. And then 2 ladders and you're part of the 7-figure crew. 1.17 million for 7th, and you see that whopping $6.86 million up top. Now, you used the term caution moments ago, Randy, and I feel like we do need to be a little bit cautious here at the desk today. Do you know why?
Are you missing something, my friend?
The Lucky Buddha figurine that Steve O'Dwyer gave me earlier is currently missing. I swear I left it right here at the desk. I don't think he has legs. I don't think he's walked away. But I am concerned about the implications of not having the Lucky figurine with us here today. The panic that I'm experiencing, quite genuine, quite authentic. Just ask Randy. If I don't find this Buddha, things are going to get bad, and I know it. I'm going to get paranoid. I'm going to get struck by lightning while walking around out there on this rainy day. I need to find this thing.
I thought we weren't going to talk about this, and we were just going to focus on who's going to win $6.8 million today.
Yeah, now I'm sure that seems like the more important thing to discuss, Randy, and perhaps for those at home it is. But for me currently, suffering from what is a well-veiled anxiety attack, the Buddha is really the focal point of the matter. In fact, once we take it to the action, I may just grab a cab back to the hotel, look for this thing, really just pilfer my room and leave you alone.
Really?
How's that sound?
You're really just going to keep on?
Yeah. Well, we had to fill time, Randy. I didn't know that we were going to have 2 extra minutes after we were done talking about most of the poker. So, yeah, that's what I did. I went with the Buddha. I didn't think we were going to have to talk about it, but we did. Let's send it down to Tom Clark Hill now with the player
Ladies and gentlemen,
intros.
a warm welcome back to London for the final table of the Luxon Invitational, powered by Triton Poker. We started playing here in Mayfair with 91 of the world's elite poker players. Our final entry tally hit 118, which put an incredible $29.5 million in the prize pool and $6.86 million for the winner. Now, there are only 9 people left. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Luxon Invitational final table players. In seat 1, he's the most significant figure of the poker boom era. The man whose sensational victory in the 2003 World Series of Poker ignited the dreams of millions of future poker players. Inducted into the Poker Hall of Fame in 2019 and founder of his own poker tour in the United States, he's enjoyed an incredible run at his first appearance on the Triton Series. Please welcome from Tennessee, Chris Moneymaker. And in seat 2, he leads the money list in his native Latvia and became the first player from his country ever to win a bracelet at the World Series of Poker. Age 31, he received an invitation to play the Luxon Invitational from the American businessman Keith Lair and is repaying the faith with a 6th final table appearance on the Triton Series. Please welcome Alex Ponakovs. And in seat 3, he is known as one of the sharpest minds in the London finance sector and the founder of the investment company, Meditor Group. He's also one of the most feared high-stakes tournament poker stars. He won the main event on the Triton Series' recent trip to Vietnam and has more than $13 million in live tournament winnings. In seat 3 from London, England, welcome the chip leader, Talal Shakurchi. In seat 5, he fell in love with poker at college in his native Oslo and now finds himself sitting among the high-stakes heroes he used to watch on TV. At 29, he's already now a regular in the biggest cash games in Las Vegas and made his jump to the Triton Tournament Series this year. His incredible rise now lands him at the final of the biggest tournament of his career. In seat 5 from Norway, welcome Kehan Makri. In seat 6, originally from Taipei, Taiwan, our next player studied business at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, Canada. It was there he first learned to play poker, and it became both his passion and his profession. At 39, he tops the Taiwan money list and won the last 250k event he played at the World Series of Poker Europe. Today, he looks for his first Triton Series title and an even bigger payday. In seat 6, it's James Chen. Seat 7. In 2019, on this very street in London, he won the biggest prize ever awarded in the history of tournament poker. It was more than $20 million, and the tournament was the Triton Million. He's back now and has the chance today to return to the summit of poker's all-time money list. In seat 7 from Long Beach, New York, please welcome Bryn Kenny. And playing in seat 8, he's one of the leading online cash game players who's been a feared presence at his very toughest tables for more than a decade. His biggest wins in live tournament poker have all come on the Triton Series, where he's been a familiar face since the tour began. Now 36 and representing Sweden, welcome Robert Flink. In seat 9, a former college athlete whose competitive instincts have made him one of the best poker players in the world. Our next star will today push career earnings from poker past $30 million. He has 2 World Series of Poker bracelets and is one of the most respected poker coaches in the world game. Originally from Massachusetts, in seat 9, it's Nick Petrangelo. And finally in seat 10, from Bangkok, Thailand, our next player learned poker while studying for a bachelor's degree in Bristol, England, and has flown up the ranks ever since. He made the headlines at the Triton Series stop in Cyprus last year, when he took down the main event for $2.6 million. He could go even better than that today. In seat 10, welcome Punat Punsri. Congratulations to all of you for making it this far. Play well today, and the very best of luck.
So then, the stage is set. Final table of the Luxon Pay Invitational, all 9.
Dealer, please shuffle up and deal.
Locked and loaded. There's a look at their official chip counts as the action will get underway with blinds of 50, 100, and 100. Brought to you by Poker Stake, as noted. Shakurchi on home soil. 72 bigs in the chip lead. Tehan Mokri at the bottom with the 8 bigs.
Well, Ali, I'm excited. We've got an incredible lineup here. The best players.
Oh, it's continuing.
And Talal, first thing, ace-king.
Nice start for him, and an unfortunate spot for Sweden's Robert Flink, ace-deuce suited. Prolific high-stakes cash game player online, as noted by Mr. Hall during the intros.
Right. You got the call last night too?
Where's the one like just straight on the forehead?
Mine got hair. It's better for you.
Ponikovs took the price from the big blind and has a gutter and second pair, which is best in a 3-way affair.
Tattoo. That'll be expensive.
The chip leader's attacking here of ace-king.
I don't even know what the price is.
Board texture that does hit the players to some extent. Very small bet.
Would have been the player I would be most concerned about in terms of a flat call from the upfront raise hitting some of this kit.
So it's a 150k bet to 750.
450.
And look at Ponikov's actually kind of turning his hand into a bluff, thinking that if Talal had a big hand, he would bet bigger than 150k into 3 players on this board texture.
Cool.
And he gets called rather quickly.
Talal can be a bit sticky, and he can be a lot to deal with when you're out of position playing a bloated pot. Just about 2 SPR for Ponikovs and a spade on the turn. Things stay clean.
If Ponikovs is ahead here, he's beating like King Jack, King 10. Otherwise, he might be thinking about applying pressure against some weak queens, some 10-9s. Pocket jacks, pocket tens.
1,275,000.
Man, he has come out firing. He's supposed to be cautious, isn't he, Ollie? Didn't you ask me when there's a 8 big blind stack at this final table?
You're not wrong. He's supposed to be cautious. But instead, daring to tussle with the chip leader, and in doing so, working his way up the counts. Lovely start for him. Seat-wise, Randy, I'm sure he's not thrilled because we know that Talal can be very aggressive. We know that he's a guy that's fearless. We saw him peel there in the face of the check raise with the ace-king.
Coming out blazing.
And with the ICM pressure of that small stack of
like setting
Mokri,
the
upon
ground
whom
on
the
fire.
action lies right now under the gun with Jack 10. Ponikovs
I
could
will
find
need
himself in some
explanation
real
of some.
pickles,
Of
courtesy
like
of
the
some of
slang,
those.
slang words.
Coming out
I
fire
agree.
means coming out fire.
It could be like that
Yeah.
too.
A little chatty.
Guns blazing.
Yeah, exactly. Guns blazing. It's not setting the ground on fire.
That too.
Maybe if you have like a car, like a race car or something.
Well, Bryn's gotten a little quiet. Is he contemplating
Would you like one?
something?
Wouldn't you?
Oh, you want?
650.
Oh, guns blazing.
And we see why. Ace-king suited and ace-queen suited colliding here pre.
This is hand number 2 of our final table, and knowing James, he does like to not give away any chip. It's one of the big stacks who's one of the most aggressive players in the game, 3-betting you. It is +1 versus +2. You did mention the Kaya Mokri 8 big blinds too. That does exist, which tends to think that he should play tighter, but James is always goes for the W from what I've known.
Well, he's had a W under his belt, as mentioned by Tom Clockhill in the intros.
Wow.
That
Oh,
250K World Series of Poker Europe victory under his belt, the jam and the call. And all of a sudden, we're playing for 5.1 million in the early going of this final table. Chen's second shortest stack coming into this pot. We talked about that 180K pay jump. And with Mokri stack so much shorter, it would be a disaster if ace-queen would lead to an exit.
Backdoor spades do exist.
Sounds good to me.
No longer. And that turn card means that James Chen has just 2 outs to stay alive here at this final table. Barely into the first orbit, and we've got a casualty.
Cash games it is, I guess. Nice playing.
Stunning. And Kehan Mokri, not a surprise that he's the man to shake James's hand.
He
Thanks for the extra
is
180.
happy. But, you know, you can see that James kind of just felt that Bryn Kenny was bluffing enough in that spot. He knows the image of Bryn Kenny and obviously disappointed. You heard him say he's going straight to the cash games. All-time money for Taiwan. Another good cash.
Putting some distance between himself and whomever is in second is James Chen. Impressive here in the Luxon Pay Invitational, but obviously depressed to run into that spot there. Shrug of the shoulders, feeling like it was just a bit of a modern-day cooler. $680,000.
That was you?
Yeah, it really was.
I believe
Good
you.
for that 9th place finish. $860,000 now. The on-deck payout.
It would be dirty.
Like, it's a good thing he had ace king or ace queen. Otherwise, oh no, you were under the gun. You weren't in the big blind.
By the way, Randy, this
Well, if you
was
would have just like ripped
James
it under
Chen's
the gun.
first Triton event since all the way back in Jeju 2018, where he played just a pair of
Not a good
events.
fold.
And in Macau in 2017, he finished 9th in a main.
Yeah,
And that's how he cobbled together 300,000 in earnings to this point, knocking on the door of $1 million.
Yeah. I'm just happy to see him back at one of these Triton stops. Regardless, look at this. Talal Shakurchi, Jack 10 offsuit, massive 3-bet against Ponikovs.
Is it personal?
It's starting to feel a little personal, isn't it?
Well, it feels
I
like
need some.
You want some?
Yeah.
Panakov's,
like a
in
mill?
terms of Talal's
Or 5
perceptions, should be a little bit more deferent
No?
to his presence as the big stack on his left, and yet found himself check raising Talal,
Then I'm good. Then.
opening the button into Talal, and you see Panakov's folding, and I think statements are being made by Shakurchi.
Right. This is what the third hand being dealt at this final table. They have been attacking each other relentlessly thus far.
That's something there that you could have showed?
Last flop would have been good for me.
Ah, Queen 7.
Queen 7. Okay.
Not that good.
Not quite.
What do you
For
think?
sure
I have
you
queen
declare
high? I
war
had
in,
jack
like,
high.
hand
Okay, huh?
one,
Relax.
So Paul's like, all right, I like war. One of my favorite places to be at the poker table.
Petrangelo with the elimination of James Chen is currently in 7th out of 8th.
His first participation.
A lot of
No, I'm
action
good.
so
I
far.
got some over here, I'm fine.
Note Talal choosing to flat with the 2-5s from the button. Obviously, under the gun +1, a different sort of opener than the button, a hand to go. As Bryn Kenny takes the price. 5s still best on the 9-high rainbow board with 8 1/4 in the middle.
Starting stack at one point.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that Talal is flatting. He just wants to play as many pots as he can with this big stack. Imagine he gets a lot of free turn cards as well. He can opt to take the free turn or perhaps just bet these 2-5s on 9-4 deuce. You expect Petrangelo to bet if he's got a good hand. As it stands, Talal is just chipping up relentlessly. Can't imagine the 2.4 million stack continue of just A7 high. He's out.
Did you not see something? Or did you just put it on TikTok?
That's what I meant to bet 400.
No, pre-flop. You look confused. You put out 2 whites and then you
Oh, I thought it was 250, guys, but it was 225.
buy and do something stupid.
No.
So Talal able to barrel. Take that one.
Yeah, I feel like Talal really just plays his best game when he's got the
Why?
big stack in the driver's
Why?
seat.
To make it easier for the
Just
VIPs.
relentless.
Seems crazy though.
We make it
At least
easier
the
for
first part, the heads up, like going to 30 minutes seems like reasonable, but cutting like the level short at 6 left.
It's 10 minutes when you go down to 6, so it's from 50 to 40.
It's a good difference.
You just can't give us VIP.
Anyway, I think you should look into that one. The heads up one, heads up can be 15 minutes, but keep.
Look, leave the fish alone, Bryn.
Yeah, come on, bro. Let the VIPs have their chance.
Oh, if that's what you guys want, I'll play 10-minute levels.
That's what we want.
I'll play whatever you guys want. So
The super pro
if,
weighed in.
if I knew it was on request, no, but just like to go down from like shortish levels to shorter levels.
No, I don't disagree with you. I mean, I think you should play longer levels at the fun table. I mean, more chips.
Yeah, because you want more of like a show too.
But you're also playing
Oh,
for
it's
a lot
giving
of
us a
people
show,
who want
Ali.
this, so.
Yeah.
Interesting conversation being brought up by Bryn. Pardon me. In terms of one of the
And like those 10
Policies
seconds
here.
pre-flop and stuff, I think that favors like the pros better anyway.
the
actually,
50-minute
so,
blind
like,
levels at 6 players
the
goes
things
down to
that I-
40, and then
like,
it heads up, it goes down to
I
30.
usually try to make everything that I think like better for actually the amateur player. For myself, I'm happy. I think it should be whatever like the amateur players want to play, and that's what the tournament should be for this.
I don't disagree, but I think for everybody, it's better just to have more play when you're playing for the biggest stakes.
Yeah.
Like we repeated
Producer
levels
James
on
stepping
day
in, by
one,
the way,
it
to
made no
advise that
sense.
it's
And the
35
I mean,
minutes
levels
once we get to four-handed,
Yeah.
then 30
I mean,
And I don't
at
think-
heads
I
up.
don't think that
Meanwhile,
there's really
picking up the
any
action here,
amateurs in the
Panakov's,
tournament
we
that
saw
would
him
rather
raise with
shorter
the
levels
ace-queen,
at the
picked
final
up
table
Flink.
than longer ones. It's like
Dominated.
then you enjoy playing in this spot.
right. Yeah. I would rather sit here longer today than day
And
one.
yeah, than playing 12 hours yesterday,
yeah.
the last 2 days.
For sure.
It's like, let's get them out the door as quick as possible.
Well, let's shorten the levels on day one.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. All for that 30 minutes on day one, I'm fine with.
No one cares about day one.
10 minutes, like I said.
Flink check calling the 100K C-bet.
There's nowhere to bat. There's nowhere
Fairly
to bat money to figure
downsized.
out, huh?
Can understand why Ace-8 wanted to continue. Now,
He couldn't find a spot to make fun of you.
second check in front of Alex.
I'm gonna save it.
He has been so nice today.
Yeah, I'm in a good mood.
He got to speak a good enough amount of Norwegian. There wasn't like only English, so now he's feeling good.
There's one guy on Twitter last night that just kind of kneeled me, and I was ready to
Check
just
back.
unleash hell on him. It was him, though. He goes, I hope you get 9.
I never used Twitter also. I just saw it.
From Ponikov's on a check down
I'm like, all right, I'm ready to unleash on somebody.
on the river. Chris Moneymaker saying that he was on Twitter getting needled last night and was ready to open up the wrath of God, and then realized it was Kehan Mokri that was needling him.
Yeah, just to chat a little bit about what they were discussing. I believe that the longer the levels does favor the pros, just having that more chips to play with, making better decisions on average than the VIPs. But to each their own, I suppose.
Exciting.
Kaya
So
Mokri,
exciting.
Not exciting.
he has got a dusty stack, 525k, has to lay down the 8-6 off. Kenny, we know he's aggressive, 6-5 suited.
Right on cue. $225. Flink. Fifth and chips.
You know, it's got to hurt Robert Flink to have to fold that Queen 10 offsuit.
Sure. Less painful, of course, the fold from Nikki P's 7-4 off. You heard Mokri say something interesting before he looked down at his hand in that pot. Just said the word exciting. What he was referring to, of course, is the fact that Talal didn't open the pot, which is something that he expects Talal to do at a high frequency, given the landscape right now in terms of chip distribution, so favorable to Talal. Middling stacks are supposed to just kind of lay back and await the fate of Mokri.
Yeah, and that's actually good for Mokri in the sense if he can get the opportunity to just open jam, he's got fold equity. However, if someone raises first and then he jams, well, he's going to have to force it all in.
8th to 7th pay jump, $310,000. The first of the jumps that is in excess of the 250K buy-in. Ponikov's ace-queen suited. Up front open. Punat going to defend with the Jack-7 suited. Once upon a time a VIP, now a pro. And now a flush draw. 1954 board where he has more equity than the hand that's in the lead.
So normally you can see bet this at a high frequency, but you want to do so more against the shorter stacks, the 20 big blinds, so where they can't really maneuver as much. But against a 4 million chip stack, they might not be so scared. So he does check back.
Does not improve on the turn, while Punsri picks up more outs with the gutter.
Double gutter, to be exact.
That's right.
And when you see the check back on this board texture, you know your opponent has a lot of big aces that really can't handle the heat. It wouldn't surprise me if Punsri just goes for like a pot or overbet on this turn.
Especially given that this board texture is the type that does favor the big blind defense as opposed to the opener. Note the sizing.
Yeah, quite large still. Ace queen straight in amok.
So
Welcome.
1 out of 2 with ace queen for Ponikovs. As Punat takes that one down, playing under the tie banner. Punat has 5.2 million plus in career Triton earnings, 7 cashes. The lion's share of the earn coming courtesy of his main event victory, which happened back in Cyprus in 2022.
I like that
100K buy-in, 2.6 million, the prize there.
And Punat is actually the all-time money list #1 for Thailand as
I guess
well.
I like that deck too.
Number
Maybe
2, I
like
believe, is
100 come on.
KT, Kanapon
Okay.
Kanarachikul.
Technically.
Yeah, you didn't lose a single chip. That was a good deck.
I lost 50K in my small blind.
Except your buddy like hasn't doubled yet, which I know you're rooting for hard.
I mean, honestly, I wanted to stick around because, like, you know, he is the entertainment value. He's why people are tuning in today.
Well, it's not for you. Imagine Moneymaker making money.
No one would believe it.
That is unbelievable.
200,000.
You mint that money, Moneymaker.
At least Mokri, not one of these keyboard ninjas that's only going to needle you behind a screen. Shows up and needles you in person as well. Got to respect it. As a respectable pair of 8s. Here in front of Mokri. Announces raise and then puts almost all of his chips out there.
Yeah, Mokri knows that he needs to make a stance now. 7th place has 21 blinds, 2 9s. You know, it's actually a weird spot because there's an upfront open. If he just calls, he allows the original guy to come along. If he clicks it and the other guy has a hand, then he loses more chips.
Now, there's a number of different things, I think, going on in Punat's mind right now. Number one, Panakov's has been a bit frisky and opened quite a few pots. But he's doing so into the bigger stack of Talal, which narrows range. He's doing so from under the gun, which narrows range. And Mokri, who we expect to be looking for just a decent variety of hands that he can
Big
jam
laydown.
with. 3-betting and kicking out the 2 9s, but you can kind of understand it, Randy. You suspected that it wasn't going to be a given.
Yes, I can, and that's a fortunate spot for Kaya Mokri, as now he's got a coin flip instead of an 80-20.
Do you have king or a jack?
I had one of those 4 cards open.
Oh, nice. I said 8. Huh?
1.3 million chip pot. As the fate of Mokri hangs in the balance.
I mean, come on.
Ace, queen, 8. Bottom set. No spade to worry about.
Phenomenal.
I had 2 of
10
them.
fade is needed. Oh!
No fade.
An outer space lunar landing in the form of a 10 of clubs. As Mokri needs to pair the board on the river and fails to do so. What a deflating outcome that is. You see a wry smile on Panakov's face.
I never won at this tournament with pocket 8s, but I
Wow. And just imagine, what if Punat actually clicked it back?
Hey, Karen. all
Original
jokes aside,
Razor's
it was
out.
fun playing with you.
He's still in the tournament as he did hit that 8.
Good game.
So many different scenarios this could have played out.
Butterfly effect, as this elimination could very well be courtesy of the fold from Punat Punsri. I don't think that Panakov's wants to proceed in the face of 4 bets. And that one is one to chew on for all parties involved, as instead of a double for Keihan Mokri, it is an 8th place elimination. And instead of losing his open, it's a nice haul for Panakov's. $860,000 claimed by Mokri and everyone in the 7-figure club now, Randy. 1.17, the on-deck payout, and a very handsome 410,000 plus the jump between 7th and 6th. That was nuts. Punat would have ended up losing
Chips.
plenty of chips. Panakov's would not have won chips. He would have lost chips. Keihan would still be alive and with a much more playable stack depth.
Yes, this is a crazy final table. We've only been playing for, what, 30, 40 minutes or so?
Has the button even gone around completely?
Yeah. Down to 7. Did not expect that. We have a rather deep stack final table, but 2 eliminations already.
But like those, yeah, those are the people
And
that are
Flink
the most
attacking with
rated
Jack
players
9
in the
offsuit.
tournament.
Not the type of holding you would expect from the hijack. They're here to play for the W.
Yeah.
Every single one of
Or
them.
like WSOP,
Queen,
where
5 deuce,
it's
rainbow.
40-minute levels of all the 50 to 250Ks. It's
I
like,
thought that sucked.
of course, that's horrible.
250s.
I'm still
Oh, is it an hour
trying to
balance?
process
50 and 140 minutes?
all of the hypothetical outcomes and how Valkyrie is on the sidelines, showered because the 2 9s chose to lay down. Insane. Meanwhile, Queen 5 deuce, not looking all that interesting for the time being here. Robert Flink following through.
It's like they're trying to make him like the poker go 10Ks.
Hold on. Ponkovs
because they don't repeat levels.
continuing Jack 8 out of position from the big blind.
Now a 3rd place stack.
Well, in theory, the 5 does tend to hit the big blind more. He might just come out swinging. You know, he just has Jack 8 high. He knows the C-bet frequency on his board texture is extremely high.
And save for pocket pairs and Queen X combos, a bet like this needs to be conceded to more often than not. So very astute by Ponkovs here, who's playing tremendously.
And we haven't seen that many hands at this final table thus far, but Ponkovs is making that statement of, I am willing to play any stack size and just try and win every single chip, put myself in contention for that 6.8 million up top and not necessarily just try to ladder.
Impressive is the Latvian. By the way, one of the things we glossed over as Kenny knocked out Chen was the fact that it put him into the chip lead. 8.4 million at present, about a million chip gap between himself and Shakurchi.
Good timing of noting that as Bryn Kenny opening UTG of 9-5 suited. Definitely aggressive.
Also, not to be overlooked, that hijack open with Jack 9 off from Flink.
Yeah, especially given where he was in the chip counts.
Yeah, currently running 5th of 7.
Surely he slows down soon, right, Ponkovs? I mean, he's comfy in 3rd, 6.2, chip leader opening, but he's giving it a thought.
$1.1 million.
And look at this. Ponkovs small blind ace 10, 3-betting to 1.1. A quick fold from Bryn Kenny and Alex Ponkovs' fearlessness as he has tussled with chip leaders on multiple occasions already so early on here at this final table. And specifically chip leaders that have reputations, Randy, and Talal Shakurchi and Bryn Kenny, not just anybody presiding over the big stack.
The plays he's been making already has been just absolutely insane.
Well, nothing insane about working your way over to GG Poker and taking a shot at qualifying for a Triton event. The GG Millions, such a popular tournament series there. And of course, you've got the 2023 World Series of Poker Online, the most prestigious online poker series, all taking place at the world's biggest poker room. Our official online poker sponsor, GG Poker. Pay them a visit. Use promo code Triton2023. Get yourself a whole host of goodies. Offer available to new players only.
Just had a lot of spots so far.
Yeah, actually.
Lots of spots. For like the amount of hands, it's actually insane.
Lots of Jack Deuce.
Alex always has lots of spots.
Yeah. Finds a spot and somewhere that others can't see it. Yeah.
It's kind of true. He has not had
Very
it
good.
once.
Got the creativity. Yeah.
There's no rule that says you have to have it.
There's not.
For you to
That's the beauty of poker. Cards are face down. First V-pip for Chris Moneymaker. King 4 suited. Should look credible given hasn't played a hand yet. But Bryn Kenny's got ace deuce suited.
Hasn't cashed yet either until this one. So he's making it count. 0 for 2, 40k mystery bounty and 30k turbo bounty, the events that preceded this one that Moneymaker played.
5 seconds. All in.
Wow, and no respect for Chris Moneymaker's open in the cutoff. Just 3-bet jamming ace-2 suited.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry
you
I
see
played a
the-
hand today.
What were you thinking?
Apology issued by
I don't know what I
Chris.
was thinking. I got Jack Deuce, and I just didn't know what to do.
All these sponsors are going to drop you if you keep it
I
up.
know if I keep playing hands.
He's
Sorry,
good at
Phil.
finding new ones.
What is Aces Poker?
It's like a Chinese app that's like free to play, like a kind of a club type of app.
Ah, okay.
But then also they're going to have like satellites for live. They're going to give away like tickets for live tournaments also.
So like Club GG,
like on the
something
app.
similar?
I'm not sure exactly. Like, but yeah, where like you can run your home game on it.
Oh, which one?
AA Poker.
Fold.
250.
Raise 250,000.
It's like a cool model too to like give away live seats like for it to like the people that are playing like on the club.
2 real hands here. Pocket jacks and ace queen.
Plus had to make sure that they're not actually going to offer real money in China since don't want to put my name on.
Notice the just call from the big blind.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by that, Randy, especially given the
Yeah, I had to
VPIP
make sure.
for Ponikovs. Those hands haven't all ended up face up as we see a queen high board downing the pocket jacks. Flink checking it over, slightly texturized. 675
You
in
have to
the
make
middle.
sure because the price.
Despite the one over,
way up.
Ponikovs can easily lose multiple streets on this board texture
Price
still.
for sure. It's just
400,000.
200k C-bet.
it's just in the 5 to 10x probably.
10.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking at first.
Robert Flink currently sitting
Maybe
in
more than
5th of 7th
I guess it depends how much you want to go to
when
China.
this hand started.
I already did my like 17-day trip there. If it's not again, I'm okay with it.
I enjoyed Sonya. I thought it was really nice.
Yeah, I never went there.
Spicy.
Went to like Chengdu, Shanghai,
I haven't been.
Beijing.
I've never been to mainland China.
Delivering an open ender
Yeah, one
as
of
the
my,
travelogue
friends
discussion
used to play a
between
lot of
Bryn
these,
and
high rollers
Moneymaker.
Who wasn't around for a bit, he invited me and my parents, and I was like, okay,
Carrying
well,
on.
you know, when you have opportunity like that to see somewhere and you have an invite from the person, that's the time to go.
Yeah, oh, I would like to go one day. I just
Yeah.
haven't really had the reason to. They had tournaments in Sonya.
Yeah, I couldn't have imagined going myself without like an invite from someone and just hopping into China and be like, okay, what do I do now?
1 million.
Yeah, I would no idea.
Bet of 1 million.
What is happening, Ollie? A 1,000,000 chip bet. Turning his jacks kind of into a semi-bluff.
Yeah, semi, not full-on bluff, but obviously any hand that's going to continue, Ponikovs might expect has these 2 jacks in a way.
This is very mergy in the sense that occasionally he gets better hands to fold. I mean, worse hands to call, like the kind of pair flush draw type things. 10x
You don't think it
suited.
gets any better hands to fold?
It can. It can get the weak queens out.
Yeah, because remember, this is just a big blind flat.
Because when you see a pot-sized bet, it's telling the story that he may go all in on the river. Robert Flink isn't shy of giving action. But this texture is... It's got a lot of stuff out there, and you're not sure which card to fade if you do make the call.
5 seconds. Time.
Flink does have the ace of spades, which could end up relevant.
Wow.
You see the very tentative nature of the laydown, and Alex Ponikov's star is shining here at this final table. The man came to play, and Randy, you seem quite stunned by that fold.
I'm extra stunned more so about how he turned a hand that usually just bets flop, check back turn, and play the river, small pot situation. He's found ways and lines that no other player has seen and has put himself in position in second place, 7.4 million chips fighting every single player.
Yeah, obviously not the first time in history someone may have taken that line, but certainly here at this final table, Ponikov's came to play.
100% he did.
He's worked his way into second in chips right now behind Bryn Kenny as Talal slides into third and has earned those chips.
What's crazy to me is that the frequency he's making these plays and how many hands we've dealt this final table so far. It's been, what, 2 orbits max? He's got king, queen of clubs now.
Just wild.
Definitely a hand he will at least call. He must feel that he's been so active that he'll take a passive line sooner or later, which he does. But ace queen right behind for Talal. Oh, he's grabbing.
3 bets.
1,225,000.
1.2 million is the king-queen suited being torqued.
I love that Talal is opting to squeeze this hand. He can, and squeezing big to just apply pressure on these big stacks. The bigger you make it, they can't really call with speculative hands, even these hands that could potentially take one. And you can see Ponikov has to lay down king-queen suit out of position.
Ace queen.
Honesty.
Yep.
You wouldn't have flattered it. You wouldn't have flattered that. So it was ace queen.
So Talal performing a bit better with his ace-queen than Flink managed to before, and perhaps Flink lamenting the fact that he didn't 3-bet his ace-queen pre-flop, which it certainly felt like he might have had the latitude to do, considering the
You looked like you were going to 3-bet, and I was ready to
V-pip
ready to 4.
on
The
Ponikov.
3-bet, but then something changed.
We heard Talal say that he would have 4-bet even if he had 3-bet the king-queen suited.
Raised to 275.
Bit of math, a bit of feel.
Smell.
Yeah. Smelled something was off.
Could just mark.
Little pair out.
Yep. Deuces
Smelling something.
conceding along with the rest of the field as Talal starts to claw chips back. Chip lead. Slid down to third. Back into second now.
Really just been hyperactive activity from all
You
these
need to
players.
fight for cheap lead. You need to decide who is the boss of the table. You're equal at
Still
the
early.
Asking for a
whoever wins
collision.
the first 10 mil pot.
Yeah.
I'll be a boss.
Fold. Fold.
There's nothing more exciting, Randy, than everybody being aware of what the expected blueprint at an FT might be, and then bearing witness to something that deviates quite heavily in terms of lines taken as the exploitative side starts to emerge on these guys.
We've seen a lot of exploited plays already at this final table. Everyone seems to kind of have the same strategy going into this. Moneymaker gonna defend the queen 10 off, shades down. No connection.
Same story for the ace-5, of course. King high rainbow board, very dry.
Advantage, of course, to the chip leader, Bryn Kenny, who can apply so much pressure against the 2.1 million chip stack. King 8 deuce is a very dry texture. Also keep in mind that a lot of the King X hands will just rejam on the chip leader pre-flop ace, king, king, queen, king, jack suited.
When it is.
Easy game declared by Chris, who has yet to drag a chip here at the FT. touched on the fact that we've got a couple of Triton main event winners in both Talal Shakurchi and Punat Punsri still in here at this final table. Punsri had been partnered with KT.
Raised to 275,000.
Failed to make the money. Shakurchi was paired with another Briton in Ben Heath. Bryn Kenny, pictured here, was paired with Sean Perry. Chris Moneymaker's partner was Chris Moorman. James Chen, already eliminated, had been partnered with Benjamin Wu. Kehan Mokri, eliminated as well, was Robert Flink's partner. Nick Petrangelo was paired up with Seth Gottlieb as Shakurchi's 275K gets flatted by Bryn's 2 9s, and now Nikki P, ace queen.
5 seconds.
Got the big chips.
This is a squeezy opportunity for Nick Petrangelo. Shortest stack, great hand.
How much is that, sorry?
1.6.
Raised to 1,600,000.
I just can't really see a world where Bryn Kenny lays down these 2 9s.
Behind.
It is Shakurchi first to speak. Not going to gamble.
Yeah, he recognizes that the king jack off performs very poorly against Petrangelo, willing to commit most of his chips.
What's annoying Bryn Kenny is the position that Talal opened and him flatting. It is supposed to be stronger, but he's
Ooh.
going to go for it.
So unlike Punsri before him, Bryn Kenny is going to spin the wheel with a couple of 9s, and Nikki P needs improvement.
Do you want to leave us some insurance money?
4.2 million chip pot. And a 9 in the window, followed by no improvement for Petrangelo. Smiling, but
Sounds like
obviously
Money had 2 of them.
understands prospects were grim. The king, though,
9 of hearts.
a little rap at the back door. Is anybody home? We're looking for Jack. Can Jack come out and play? No. 7 of spades. And we lose yet another player here at this FT. This time it is Nick Petrangelo. Randy, just north of $1 million in career Triton earnings across 5 cashes coming into this one. Had an astonishing 5 straight festivals without making the money between 2019 in Jeju,
Bang, bang, bang.
all the way through to Cyprus 2022. Turned things around in Vietnam. Didn't cash in Cyprus 2023. Here in London, 18th in the 25K GG Millions. But a very handsome 7-figure payout headed home with Nick Petrangelo. 1.17 and 410K pay jumps realized by the rest
There were a few that,
of the field.
although, you know, if someone's gonna do
1.58
it-
plus is the current payout.
like that first hand, you know. If someone's got like the 10-7, sometimes that first hand, or like 10-6 or something.
450K
like
jump
Show that.
if you can get from 6th to 5th.
Yeah,
For image, I need it.
Yeah, good game, Petrangelo.
you wouldn't show.
You know, we know he's more than capable of spinning one up, but wasn't able to show his raw talent. We'll have to settle with that. But for now, it is King Jack suited for Punat Punsri against Robert Flink. Flat calling in position.
Not to be overshadowed in putting a button on that last exchange, Randy, the fact that Bryn Kenny has now worked his way into an 8-figure stack, 11.2 million in front of him, and we know what that rates to do.
Including the bet.
Punat cut off flat with the dominated King Jack suited, allows Shakurchi to slide in there with the blinds at 50, 125. And Jack 7 deuce is exactly what the doctor ordered for Punat Punsri. Not only does he outflop Flink, but he's got Shakurchi interacting in the form of second pair, a potential customer. Talal checks it.
It's actually the worst hand that's taking the continuation bet, 350k. The way this is playing out, Punat Punsri likely to flat here in position as he does see the big stack that covers him in the big blind. Now does Talal go fishing for a 7 or 6? With a bet and a call, he might feel that his opponents could easily be ahead with the jack. Then again, he's not shy. Looking to hit a 7 or 6.
Obviously demoralizing to get called in not one but two spots for this king-queen, which does pick up a Broadway gutty and, more importantly, the opportunity to rep the ace more credibly than anybody else in this pot, given the flop action, Randy.
Yeah, Robert Flink could definitely try and represent the ace. Does have Broadway draw.
Okay, your wife was
And you can see he's kind of counting down his stack.
I get some.
The only problem is if he does bet and he's wrong, it really cripples him to have no playability in future hands. But I love that he is still going to try and fight this one. A 400k bet, rather small. It actually puts Punat Punsri in a tricky spot because he knows Flink can easily have an ace. But not only that, he's sandwiched in the middle between him and Talal Shakurchi, who could just put more chips in there.
Good.
Yeah, it's a good
That's the best thing. With all things, balance is key.
Wow, he's kicked out Punat Punsri's King Jack. What about Talal? Talal calls with the best hand.
Deeper stack and stickier DNA coming together for a flat.
For how long? Oh, yeah.
And the 7s are still best. Let's see whether or not Flink thinks at this sub-1 SPR
You're still young, right?
that a jam might get through, or he waves the white flag.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got
Well, his small bet, in theory, does allow these Jack X, 7X to still continue a bit more. But he's up against a sticky customer.
He looks like he's going to fire, Randy.
It's crossing his mind. Does he think Talal, if he's holding a Jack X, would fold? It's hard for your opponent to just have a naked ace X, given that there was a bet call on a flop. So if Talal has the ace, it's usually coupled with 2 pair.
Boy, one wouldn't fault Robert Flink if he felt like specifically against a Shakurchi turn call on this board texture, the shutdown would be the more prudent route. And once he gets shown the 7, obviously he might be lamenting his decision not to jam the river.
And does Punat just walk away and yell some bad words out now? Like,
I mean, 9s into the bin against the 8s ended up results-oriented-wise being okay for him. But there, the King Jack showing respect to Flink. The type that Shakurchi did not demonstrate there. And when your opponent rolls over the 6-7 there, Randy, you realize the man you're working with if you didn't already.
yeah, he's made a statement. The problem is when you play against a player like that who's got a little bit of stick, you kind of have to make some hands or really blast your whole stack in there, which is obviously very scary to do so.
Good one.
Free walk for Brinkeni. Flink down to 15 blinds after that double barrel. Moneymaker on 16. Man, this has just been a crazy final table, Ali. It's been fun.
If this final table is a playground, I don't really think there's anyone out there whose lunch money you're going to be able to take. Bryn Kenny, good luck.
I gotta use all my.
Talal Shakurchi, even Flink, obviously capable of making some plays. On that occasion, he felt like the bullied one. But yeah, this is an absolutely dynamite.
Yeah, in like 2019, it was just like insane because I played almost nothing. And every big tournament I played was like heads up.
FT composition.
Win Aussie Millions main to start the year. Then like
Self-compliments?
biggest cash ever in like Triton Jeju, like 250k second, like chop with Tim Adams for like 3 mil or so.
What else, Bryn?
No more.
You feel bad because there is no Aussie
You're
Millions
the winningest to ever do it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I've never been there.
It's I would say best op.
Check.
Can't blame him for being proud of that. King Jack 7
And
here.
I would say it's extremely unlikely it'll happen again. I would say the only way it happens again is if like another
Against second
group
pair.
winds up buying Crown Casino.
Yeah,
So
I was told
Flink,
no chance.
he knows how aggressive Talal
There are
is.
other areas that they can have it, like in the Gold Coast. But
Does he just
where
make
it
a
wasn't
statement
Melbourne's
now,
special spot,
knowing how
like right on the river
high
bank,
the
like
frequency
great spot
of
for
C bets for
breaks,
Talal would be?
walk around, breakfast amazing.
5 seconds. Play roll in.
200 into 725, and Flink is going to jam the snap from Shakurchi, and the opportunity at redemption is going to require assistance for Robert. 3.5 million in the middle, and you might not be faulted if you're tuning in and thinking we're bearing witness to a 30K turbo the way the chips are flying here. This is the 250K Luxon Pay Invitational, and that turn is one that is bad news for the Swede. Shortest stack of 6 runners. Needs a 9 or an ace. And instead, the pair of 10s on the end will fall to the jacks. And Talal
Playing with you. Nice to meet you as well.
finishes what he started.
I would say good playing with you, but we're never going to play again. So.
Yeah, good luck. Of course. You want all these too?
GG's being issued and ladders being enjoyed,
I'll give you as many time banks as you want.
especially by Chris Moneymaker, who is yet to take a flop. So an absolutely demoralizing 6th place finish for Robert Flink. You could see it on his face there. Very frustrating, his short-lived tenure at the final table, as he collects 1.58 million. And perhaps some unpleasant memories about this afternoon as he finally notches a cash here in London in his 4th attempt. A meaningful one.
2.5.
Oh, right. Wow.
Yeah, so it's 2.540 the next one.
Wow.
Talal joining the 8-figure club.
Great story. Yeah.
Back on top, by a nose in front of Bryn.
Yeah.
By far.
Yeah, cool.
And your first one, like.
And my first win.
No. He was the button in his hand.
My biggest buy-in was 50K up until this point. So.
Yeah, I was a small blind.
And that was this year. Actually, I played 150K in London a long time ago, and I played the PPC this year. And I played the 40K, but other than that, I haven't really played many high rollers. All right. Am I big blind or no one big blind?
No.
Ooh, a couple jacks. I don't know if he caught that. If he can survive one more player, Chris Moneymaker's all-time biggest cash will be superseded by this cash here.
275,000.
1.9.
Yeah, that World Series of Poker main event win back in 03, well shy of the high water mark in terms of
50,000.
World Series of Poker main event payouts out in Vegas. Dan Weinman winning the biggest ever just a few short weeks ago.
Yeah, when Moneymaker won, he won 2.5 million. Survive one more, he will win 2.54 million.
Well, to be fair, this buy-in is 25x what that one was. As
King Queen.
just north of 2x is the pre-flop raise sizing from Moneymaker. Punsri, who's also been quiet thus far, enjoying these ladders, using a time bank, trying to decide what kind of course he wants to chart.
Well, he knows Moneymaker hasn't been that active, but he knows this is a hand you can easily reshove 5-handed big blind versus undergun, which is actually the hijack. He does jam, and 2 jacks is going to have to snap this off.
Yeah.
Moneymaker at risk.
2 overs against the pair. Fair fight declared here.
Fake flip.
The coin weighted in favor of Moneymaker. 13% advantage, 4.2 million chip pot. On his feet. And the king on the board. This moneymaker finally sees a flop, and it's the one he didn't want to see, which gives Punsri the lead. Is there a hook available? Not yet. Chris reaching for the mic, recognizing 2 outs once is not the spot you want to be in, but we've seen dirty things happen before. Not here. As an antibacterial 3 of diamonds rolls off on the river, and Punat Punsri showers Chris Moneymaker. A man who can hold his head up very high, courtesy of this performance. It will not be as big as cash of all time. Of course, Randy, as you mentioned, needed the ladder one more time, but 2 milli.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That'll put a smile on your face, especially when you have to imagine he had fairly managed expectations about being able to work his way as deep as he did in this field, and that's not a slight. You're playing against the world's best killers, and he really earned high praise and respect here today. But taking home that 2 million, he leaves the remaining 4 players to play for 2.5 million plus. As you see the chip counts, Punsri now narrowing the gap between himself and Panakov's with 2 11 million chip stacks. Up at the top for Shakurchi and Kenny. Randy, if I were to have told you that I want to bet that we're going to lose 5 players before the first break here at this FT.
Yes, I would have bet everything I had, even my house,
against
and I would be homeless and poor.
Well, no, because I would have let you come stay with me. So you wouldn't have been homeless. Poor, yes, but not homeless.
Got to work on your whinge game a bit.
Wow, though, but obviously Chris Moneymaker, phenomenal performance. GG to him, and really just laddered by kind of letting everyone get eliminated.
By the way, incredibly kind words were shared last night. Had an opportunity to hang with Fedor Holz and Philip Sternheimer, and we had some conversations about their time during this invitational as we see Panakovs and Shakurchi locking in, and Shakurchi flopping the king high straight here. No heart on board and no future decides Panakovs after defending the big against the open. And Philip saying he was just so impressed with him, found him to be such a warm, kind-hearted guy. And I think in my time knowing him, and I'm sure you've had some interactions as well, Randy, that is a unilateral takeaway. Super unpretentious, not egomaniacal, just a generous guy, always has time for a photo or an autograph or a conversation. And it's nice to see nice guys finishing top 5, let's say.
Yeah, everything you said is certainly true, and I've had many pleasant experiences with Chris Moneymaker, and I wish he comes back to the next stop.
Yeah,
Would love to see it.
Certainly would hope that he will be hopping into some of what's left on the docket and giving us an opportunity to enjoy his presence in the fields as this festival rolls forward. Now then, Punansri rolling forward. Punat Punsri, rather.
It's an interesting one, but I don't mind it.
A mashup there on the button rolling forward. 250k min raise open being taken into consideration by Panakovs.
Is there a double thinking here? Yes, there is. Alexei Panakovs, King 5 suited, not slowing down once. And with her 2 10s, we are rather deep, just about 50 big blinds. Knowing the way Panakovs is playing it, it would not fault him for just shipping this in pre-flop, knowing he'll just take this down so often. Of course, call is just fine. It is a vulnerable hand to play. Nice. I love to see it. Shut out your opponent. You know he's just relentless.
The jam from Punat as Panakov's really fighting here at this final table for every pot. But Punsri showing up with just a little bit too much
Now I'm the shortest. I
in
can
that
do
spot.
whatever I want.
Interesting conversation, by the way, broke out between Bryn Kenny and Chris Moneymaker prior to his elimination regarding the Aussie Millions event out in Melbourne, which I believe is no longer, hasn't been for many, many years. And Bryn suggesting that it was one of his favorite stops. I had the chance to attend myself, and I know you call Melbourne home. Awfully disappointing to have it kind of disappear, as it was so well supported globally by so many people who just enjoyed coming out there to the Crown Casino during the Aussie Open, no less, when the tennis players
That's right.
poker celebs would be kind of
Neck to neck.
in awe of one another. Everybody was staying at Crown.
275.
Those were cool times. How many years has it been since Aussie Millions?
I don't know the number, but I'll say at least 3.
Yeah.
Probably more.
And the reason it went away?
Some regulation
Yeah.
kind of stuff.
Tax stuff,
I don't know
maybe,
all
or-
of the exact intricacies.
Yeah.
Speech before finding that tent.
Yeah.
But there was a funny comment. I'm not sure if you heard it, Ali, but Ponakos was saying that
Nothing crazy,
now
just
that I'm the
beautiful
short stack, I can play however I want.
Options
But he's been
for
doing
fun.
that with the big stack
Good
as
option
well.
For 4-bet jam, nice. Unlucky, Talal thought about it. You didn't get that 4-bet jam
I
opportunity.
didn't feel the smell.
John Walton, by the way, in the YouTube chat, stepping in to advise that Melbourne is still the home of poker in Australia and the most cash games running. But in terms of tournaments...
To be true, I actually think it's in Sydney, but go on.
Okay. Randy, pushing back
I'm sorry.
on Mr. Walton.
Sorry, Walton.
Not sorry is Punsri as he goes from 10s to queens. Big blind facing the Shakurchi Open with the suited connector.
The thing is, I feel like Shakurchi can
1.15.
potentially even flat this in position, given his style and wanting to kind of make a statement, sees big stacks.
Total penalty.
And he's asking for a count of what he's got total to see if he's kind of got that implied odds with the 6-5 of diamonds.
Cool.
Yeah, he's in there.
150.
So that call brings the pot to $2.5 million. That's an adhesive. Talal Shakurchi flops an open-ender and backdoor diamonds against the overpair.
This is still a really good texture for Punat Ponsuri. You know, there's no very connected cards, so you wouldn't be fearing 2-pair. Of course, extract value from the gut shots, the straight draws, the 10Xs, so many hands.
1.25.
Half pot. Backdoor diamonds for Talal Shakurchi. Makes the call.
Well, he doesn't have a lot of apprehension, does he? You can tell he plays the big cash games, man. This is just
nothing for him.
a standard check call. Let's go. On the button, rather, calling in position and picking up the diamond draw that we mentioned. Sub 1 SPR for Punsri. Randy, I don't know if you're thinking what I'm thinking, but this feels like a ripe opportunity for a potential semi-bluff, depending on the sizing from Punsri here.
It wouldn't shock me if Punat Ponsuri just open rips this turn, knowing how many bad river cards that do exist. The 8, the Jack, the 6, clubs, diamonds, you name it. The only hand he should really fear here is 10-9 and pocket 9s. Don't really want to give your opponent good odds in betting smaller.
All in.
He does go all in as expected. Does Talal just gamble the 6-5 suited?
Oh, man.
He's got gamble, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got gamble, but he's also got some understanding about what would be appropriate and what would be very high variance.
This would be an extremely high variance call if he can make it.
560K plus pay jump between 4th and 3rd. And Talal lays it down. Credit Punsri, by the way, for jamming, because I think that's the sizing required to really put Talal's hand into the muck.
Anything less than we see a river card and potentially put on Punsri loses all of his chips.
I'm going to tell you something. If that was like a cash game and he ripped it in there, Talal will be like, yeah, call. Let's run it twice. Or maybe not. I don't know.
Run it once. Are you sure? Yes.
Nice. Nice shades.
There's nothing worse than when you're the guy ahead and the guy behind doesn't want to run it twice. And you're like, dude, are you serious? Please don't shower me. Oh, my. Panakovs has gone back to the 3D glasses.
Well, you're not forced with 75.
Are those like the free ones from the movie theater?
I think they are, although even these days, the last time I had movie theater glasses, they were a little bit more durable. They were like, you know, plastic. Where do you even find those? Shakurchi finding 7-8 suited, popping it. Kenny wants to tussle. So heads up and out of position is Shakurchi, unimproved on the Jack-Jack 6, 2-diamond board. Same story for Kenny.
Well, Talal being aggressive as usual, 200k bet. Green Kenny has not the greatest hand in this spot, but is a good price in position. He knows Talal likes to bet a lot. It wouldn't surprise me if he does continue, which he does, 200k in there. Just so much poker is being played at this final table. Double paired board.
And after the 200k C-bet, Talal decides it's time to slow down.
King High definitely has showdown value, so a check is not surprising.
9 rates to be innocent. Shakurchi playing the board and waves the white flag. Kenny content to show down the king high. Not the biggest pot, not the most exciting pot, but definitely giving us a taste of that street poker. I feel like, Randy, that we're likely to see breakout. And Panakovs has been a part of that street poker a little bit himself.
Yes, this is actually rather deep. The average stack is 71 big blinds. Everyone kind of fighting for that chip lead. They're willing to flatten position. We've got so much on the line. 4 remaining, 2.54, 3.107 for third, and 4.6 and 6.8. It just keeps getting bigger, these pay jumps. 9-8 offsuit going to work here for our tournament chip leader. His trajectory has been just upwards so far at this final table, but in a grindy manner. 2 queens.
I'm a bit relieved that Panakovs removed the glasses because it could have looked like suited queens if he had kept them on.
What, so he just throws a
Queen of hearts?
New deck, new setup plays?
You want open loose here.
3-bet and take it as Kenny relinquishes 8-9 all.
Open loose.
So he has a pair of shades there, but he opted to go 3D before.
He never opens loose.
Yeah, you're
Balanced sunglass strat.
Fearless.
Yeah, fear is
balance.
good. Yeah. Control fear is good.
Within reason.
Yeah.
275.
The speed at which these players are playing. 275-9-5 suit on the button, snap call, but Talal, Jack 5 suited. We are really splashing here.
Snapper as well for Bryn. And note, by the way, that this open is on the heels of Alex Panakovs telling the table that he would be afraid to open loose. Not sure that it's considered loose, but obviously 9-5 is an upper crust. It does turn in 2-second pair on this queen high board, but obviously barbecued by Bryn Kenny, who's got the bigger kicker and the flush draw.
25.
And he is going to open the door for his opponents to put in more chips. Talal sees that little 5 of clubs working with his 7-6, and we know he's not shy of being aggressive. Gonna lay it down, wisely so, as Bryn Kenny does have that pair and flush draw that you did mention.
So much hand.
Certainly a hand you could check raise, but a lot of reason to just call too. Allowing your opponent to multi-barrel when you do pick up your flush. Talal would have loved that turn card.
Just the open-ended straight flush draw.
Exactly.
Bowing out though and leaving it heads up as Bryn checks again.
A lot of reason to just try and show this one down. Just a pair of 5s, 9 kicker. Clubs. What do you got there? Not an ideal card for both players is this overcard and the backdoor flush coming in, but they both have reasonable showdown value with the pair of 5s. Should be a spot where they do want to just show it down. A value bet with just a pair of 5s? There's 3 overs to the board, Ali. This is one heck of a read.
Well, I think once he removes Queen X, he's not so worried about an 8 being a part of the equation. And so it's a matter of whether or not Panakov's hit the king, and if he didn't, maybe every now and again an ace high gets curious, given the busted hearts. Obviously, Kenny holding the hearts removes that sort of hand from Panakov's range and manages to get value. Look at the little head tilt like you're whistling at a puppy.
How does it feel to get value bet by 4th pair?
I was trying to figure out, is it a chop
Jack
or not?
kicker.
Yeah, I figured. You start looking at like Jack plays.
Some might be tempted to look at that spot and just be like, that's not a value bet, that's a bluff. I think you and I are both in alignment. Bryn Kenny had Panakov's on an ace high and went for value there, and holding the hearts, obviously, blocking the notion that Panakov's had that kind of kit, and therefore opening up, unblocking all of the sorts of hands that he could target for value.
Well said. No, that was 100% a value bet. Not even close to a bluff. And clearly, if his opponent's calling with a 5, he would never have gotten a better hand to fold. Put out Plum 3. Been a bit hot with the deck pre-flop. Ace-King suited. Keep in mind, we've already had a situation recently where Punat 3-bet the open of Talal, big blind versus button.
1.15.
Talal with a very similar hand. Does he go for round 2? Feel like he's getting picked on?
Maybe tilted by the fact that he would have made the clubs, and obviously it got checked around on the turn, so he would have gotten there if he just would have peeled on the flop. But here he is, getting 3-bet by Punsri.
10. 10.
Giving some respect.
Yeah. Suited 1 gapper. Not worthy at that price. Deems Talal. Get a look there at Daniela, by the way, one of our Triton dealers. So many of them come out here, work tirelessly each and every festival, along with the entirety of our staff from top to bottom to help bring these festivals to fruition. Jason Kuhn, earlier during this festival, incredibly flattering, looked up and said, I think you're the best dealer in the world. Jason's played all over the world, obviously, in all kinds of festivals, so credit to her for earning that high praise. 75, 150 are the blinds now with 150k big blind Annie.
That's very high price. Did he say to you, best commentator in the world?
No, and he would have been wrong if he said that.
I know, that's why he didn't say it.
But the other thing is that she also works the EPTs, which many of our players make their way over to. A lot of the chat recognizing her from those EPT final tables as well. And I think it's something worthy of mention. I mean, you know, as much as we think it's elite in terms of the players, that which we observe on the Triton Super High Roller Series, also, this is the best staff on Earth. And I don't think anybody can argue
Says
that.
5 million.
I agree.
Jack 9-5 now. There's a couple of queen highs. Take this flop. Button versus big blind. Kenny, second pair.
Going to be pretty hard for Bryn Kenny to get this queen deuce to pay off, but notice that he is still value betting this third pair, or he's seen pawn calls pay off with the fourth pair earlier.
Notice also that he checked back despite having a 9 on the Jack 9-5 board. So, you know, as tempted as you might be to think that Bryn is a blaster, somebody who's reckless, overly aggressive, it's measured and controlled in spots. There's some balance there. And I think that oftentimes those people who do forge those sorts of reputations in the minds of their opposition, most notably for me, early on in his career, Gus Hansen, are able to leverage those die-hard first impressions to great effect later on when they've actually dialed it back.
Yeah, and that's what makes these aggressive players so fearsome, is when they're changing gears. You know, if you don't adjust with them, you can really be just giving them so much value. Action not slowing down. It wouldn't surprise me if all plays are crossing his mind. We know Ponikov is just so active. Of course, check fold is the standard play. A little peek of the ace. That's kind of like classic home game kind of thing, like local card room.
You never show when you've got dust on every other spot you 3-bet, but then you pick up an ace and you feel compelled to be like, hey guys, I got it.
Yeah, they weren't both aces.
They weren't both aces. Oh, really?
There, or you just folded?
I limp folded.
The second one was a 9. A little bit too good to check back.
Punsri, 2 10s. Second time he's picked that up.
Like 10 or so to start on.
Should get some action from this Jack 9 offsuit.
$13.
13 I have?
The 13.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 9.8. Okay, sorry.
Just a polite advisory to Punat Punsri that he's not allowed to take a look at the chip counts mid-pot in between hands. He can refer to the Triton Poker Plus app for those updates. Apologies issued, and onwards we march. Bryn Kenny defending from the big, unimproved. 6 trade deuce, 2 club board. Very clean for the 2 10s.
Notice the check back on this board texture.
An interesting sort of check back from Punat on balance, I assume, but also on the notion that he knows Bryn Kenny looks up at a board like that and as a big blind defender might really apply max pressure to you.
Yeah, and of course he's not looking to kind of face a check raise, turn, and river barrel, but also by checking back this texture, this card dropping off, it might invite Bryn Kenny to attack, thinking that his opponent is holding an ace-high type holding. 2 checks Should be a good spot for 210s to try to extract value as well as protect his hand.
Interesting.
No more checking on the turn as Punsri trying some chuckles.
He was going to overbet. He looked at me and he saw something doing the shit.
Not necessarily that I saw. I'm more of an instinct person.
Yeah, I know.
These evil thoughts cross his mind every now and then.
300.
Try to get into the soul.
I shouldn't say it, so maybe give it some.
At least you got the mask, so you cover like a bit of like.
That's true. Also, you can't look at this.
You with your professional mask on.
Whoa. To all.
To
Flatting
keep-
King
to
9
keep
offsuit in
up,
position.
Bad time to do it. Up against the ace-king.
Option to close the action here. 10-7 offsuit. Not the greatest hand.
Also,
He's
you
out.
have to look at it before the hand, I guess.
Yeah. And then anyway, like it's easy, like we figure it out easy about how much.
Punsri would have flopped top pair on a very clean board. Instead, he leaves
Well, I'm
Panakov's
saying
in
they
front,
gotta ban
heads
the,
up.
The even face mask for the next like invitationals.
Why?
It's just like I think you shouldn't wear anything on your face.
Okay.
I think like no hoods, no sunglasses, no
Your
face
country
mask.
forced me to wear the first time. I went for like the World Series first time when I was 21, and then I didn't know, so I went. They forced me to wear, but then since I wore, I thought I was quite comfortable.
You're like comfortable doing it.
So I told Negreanu this, but I was like, just kept wearing.
Yeah. Yeah, because especially like you're new to playing like live high stakes too, so I don't blame you.
Check.
I remember like the first time I went, I think it was like 5K World Series.
On
They
the
didn't
flop.
let me play because they didn't have a mask, and I didn't brought one with me. So
Does have the range advantage. Definitely a spot he can try to extract value now. Although King 9 shouldn't be able to pay off.
So it's not like you're worried.
Not like Ike or something.
Yeah. Although I don't believe his story either. I think it's for like advantage.
650.
No, I'm saying it's more comfortable.
Yeah.
Shakurchi
And it's not even just
snap
like
folds
that or
is
you. I just think that in a tournament like this, where it's
Panakov's
like
with the
lots of
comfortable barrel.
amateurs, friendly environment, we were saying like no sunglasses, no like nothing, no hoods, nothing covering your face.
Oh, who's just in like the...
Like Christoph's hood.
Okay.
What about those ones?
How about those? How about this one?
I think they're okay because you can see the eyes still.
Okay.
I think like the sunglasses that block the
I
eyes.
can't see anything.
That explains the hand display.
Yeah, he doesn't even know what
It's
he's
a
got.
lot
He's like,
to say
okay, I'm
that
pretty
explains
sure.
some of the hands you play.
Yeah, there's a lot.
He's
of
going to
red.
roll over a club and a spade and say diamond flush on the river.
Are these black chips or green?
Randy and I certainly will do our best to lay out and listen in along with those of you at home streaming our coverage of this $250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational live on our YouTube channel. Certainly appreciate you giving us a like and a subscribe, as we are at almost 16,000 viewers at present and 181,000 subs. 659 likes. We can do better, guys. 984, 2 diamonds down as Bryn with the 8-5 suited. Second pair check back. Not the first time we've seen that from him against Panakov's, who's unimproved.
Yeah, a very similar line, and perhaps he... But this time actually checking the third pair. The way it's run out, I don't think that Bryn Kenny is going to be able to extract value with this pair of 8, so he does check back rather instantly.
Shut down on all 3 streets post-flop as Bryn gets his bearings. That very same Triton Poker Plus app that the players use tableside and we use here at the desk is available for download free of charge to those of you at home. Simply head to the App Store or the Google Play Store and download, whether you're on iOS or Android devices. Suited connector for Panakovs. Limps in, snap check back from Shakurchi as the pace of play continues to be refreshingly brisk here at this final table, which went from 9 to 4 players in blinding speed. Bottom pair against top pair here.
This is one of those flops where Panakovs can easily lose at least one street of value, especially when he comes out swinging himself. Talal looking to continue with a just call. It is BVB, so ranges are wide. The sixes still looks good, but it is big trouble as he is now drawing dead against Talal's Trip King.
Yeah, and note the position checkbacks with healthy board interaction from both Bryn Kenny and on this occasion Talal, who goes from 2 kings to 3.
Oh, we got the last 2 main event winners. You and Talal.
Talal looking to extract value from the queen in 6x.
Like no one's ever won the main and this.
Yeah.
We both do 50-50 chance.
Well, I guess all 3 of us.
With the presence of all the missed straight draws, gutties, and hard draws, feels like a spot where you need to continue at a high frequency with this pair of sixes.
So 75%.
Yeah. yeah. My biggest cashes are both second places, like the Jeju, like 2 mil Hong Kong, and like 2019.
Can't blame Panakovs for
and then this one,
taking a peek at the river for this 350k bet, which came from Talal on the turn. 1.5 million in there, and what kind of sizing is he going with? Much healthier.
Like 20 mil US or something.
And he got that, right?
Yeah, like 15 or something.
800.
So you guys
25k.
Yeah, and like 1 million or something.
The 5 of hearts is a troublesome card because he was trying to pick off some of these busted flush draws that now do get there.
As played though, do you think that the flush draw is all that common in Talal's holding?
I would say it's still reasonably common. Your opponent bets the turn when check 2. Of course, firing when hitting.
I'm not like one of the guys looking for
definitely wouldn't be discounted at all.
Yeah, make it fun.
He also has to fear the King X, of course.
And even the BVB check back on the flop.
It was actually a bet on the flop, a mini bet from Panakovs.
Yeah, the 150, forgive me.
So I would discount the King if there was a check through, which there wasn't.
In like Manila, yeah. I think it was like, because if he won that, he would have been he was like the first 2-time champion ever then. So I was like, you know, these guys make such a great event.
Discipline, but correct.
I have enough at home.
Into the bin goes the worst hand, and over to Talal.
Yeah, he had more.
Goes a decent pot.
And
an even chop when he gets the trophy.
Not even, no. ICM chop when he gets the trophy.
Well, for those of you looking to perfect or simply sharpen your game, PokerStake is the best place to do so. With no fees on any purchases, no rake, and all winnings guaranteed by the site, PokerStake truly is the go-to platform for anyone looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate the reward of big victories. Check them out at pokerstake.com today and stake your champion. See Soiza and Fedor Holes pictured there on the screen. Also, Bertrand Gros-Pellier, who I saw floating around here.
I saw him floating. He always shows up.
Did he play some events?
COVID, right?
Or he was just hanging out?
I don't know if he played any events this stop. I know the last one he wanted to play the mystery so that he can make money even by just busting someone, you know, without even cashing.
Is that shots fired by
No,
Randy
he
here
told
in
me
the booth?
this himself. But you might have missed a little conversation between Punat and Bryn Kenny. Punat was saying that no one has won the Invitational and the main event. There's a 50% chance that could happen, whether it's Punat Ponsri or Talal Shakurchi.
50
Yeah.
would have done it.
Interesting stat. 9 deuce.
50.
In the limp BVB situation.
No back, well, 0 backdoors, like 9 deuce of spades.
Yeah.
Tough to make something happen there.
Yeah, but
Shakurchi
you could take a pop
trying to
at it,
trap Brent.
This is when you need the hand to.
No, because then when you started getting tangled in those, then you get real. You're like, okay, I'm gonna have to bluff it in some spot.
yeah.
I'm like, at least if I'm gonna bluff you, I want to have like a chance that I can
least
make
half a
something.
chance, yeah.
Not just like only place I'm going there is just like try to make a bluff against you.
Yeah, I understand.
I think wrong customer.
Yeah, probably that true. That as well.
Very delightful suited connector here, 9/8 suited.
To 300,000. Call.
Up we go.
Talal plays so fast.
Love to see it, by the way. How long do you think it would take if we put Talal Shakurchi and Christoph Vogelsang into a heads-up cage match for Talal to lose his mind?
I don't know, but he's hit bottom set here for Talal.
Against backdoor diamonds and second pair for Panakovs.
Main event here should be big, probably bigger.
Keep in mind, these two have been kind of just playing so many pots so far. Does check, not looking to check fold, of course.
Yeah, deferring to Shakurchi is the pre-flop raiser Panakovs. No follow through, and the sizing is 425k.
108 or so.
What's that?
In Vietnam.
I think
From
120.
Shakurchi.
120 something.
Yeah, it would be trouble if
That was the biggest
Panakovs
field
makes
ever of it.
2 pair of trips on the turn, given he's up against the set. Ideally, he'd want the diamond draw to show up.
My one was 90.
Check call, we go.
And then the next one is probably like, I think 102.
So I'm sure it gets somewhere in that range anyway of like, although there'll be some people who didn't play the Invitational will be playing this, but then probably like 10 to 15 VIPs that won't play this.
Uh-oh.
I would guess or so.
Trip 8's the product of the check call line from Panakovs. 6 is full for Shakurchi.
And most people come
Alex
late,
not
so it's
drawing
pretty
dead,
good.
but he is in a bad way here as he checks
Thank God
one
for
more
Triton.
time in a 1.8
Triton,
million
could
chip
never
pot.
happen.
And
I
Shakurchi
would've, like, lost my
Deception.
fun.
checking back. A clean river for him.
Just because, like, yeah, I don't like World Series or so. I just don't have a good time. Here it's
8,
like just
9, or jack
super
were the
chill
outs for
atmosphere. You meet
Panakovs, who
different
had
people from, like, all
16%.
around the world who have like similar
And
but
now-
different interests too.
Check,
like,
more deception,
knockouts
although
always been
he's
one of my
got the
favorite
worst
things
of
in
it.
poker, like to meet different people.
I mean,
talk
he
at the
blocks
table,
the
have
9.
fun.
Does
And there's always
Panakovs in
just,
terms
like, a
of
great
pesky
environment from,
straights
like,
that might be
the
a product
players
of
to the
this?
staff, to how it's always
10 of
ran
clubs.
amazing.
He must feel that Jack X would bet when check due, and maybe he can extract more value. He knows there's been history going on in Talal betting his full house.
125,000.
Is
Now-
there a chance that Panakovs just think this is Jack 10 or like Ace Jack or something that he
Who's your
can
first,
extract more
Triton
value
top
by
that you
just
went to?
jamming?
Now,
So I pressed in
1.125, the bet sizing from Shakurchi into 1.8-ish. And Panakov's SPR, he's got 3.3 million,
Before
just
you were
north
playing,
of
like, the Asian Tour Series
one
and
after
stuff,
the bet.
or more online.
5 seconds.
I didn't really play tournaments up until.
He shouldn't fear the 9-7 Queen 9 that much, holding the 9 himself, and he's all in, and Panakovs is done.
showers. As Alex Panakovs thought he was the trapper and turned into the trap E.
GG, brother.
GG.
And that certainly clears a path for Talal Shakurchi, who really had his hands full the way that Alex Panakovs showed up and approached this final table.
Someone will have an invitational
Just a
win and main
cooler,
event win.
Randy, as
Yeah,
he's
so
out
before that I was playing, like,
in
cash
fourth.
games here, then back to Thailand. I had a break from
$2.5 million going to the Latvian as a bunch of surprise and astonishment goes to the rest of us. Adds to his 4.1 million in career Triton earnings, 8th career cash, but an abrupt end to his tenure here at the final table. Still yet to go to our first break, and we've only got 3 left.
That is crazy. I will admit, 3 very deep stacks. We got to give a shout out to Ponokovs, who had an amazing performance at this final table, was relentless against the chip leaders. He ran to a cooler spot, tried to extract value, did get trapped by the 2 6s, which was a full house. Nicely played. GG.
In all the opportunities, Randy, that you and I have had to observe Alex Ponokovs, a lot of times we're having fun with him. He's wearing the tracksuits. He's given us fodder for the broadcast. Never before have I observed him in a I came to play kind of vibe like I did here today. Not to say that he doesn't come to play each and every time he shows up at a Triton, but today in particular he seemed laser focused, and it's so disappointing to see him run into a spot like that where there's nothing much maybe he could have done. Is there a world in which a flat call would be appropriate at that sizing and at that stack depth?
I don't think so. Not the way he played it, because he had the 9 in his hand. He blocks the 7-9 and Queen 9. And also 7-9, Queen 9 bets a turn at a high frequency. So really, he only loses 2 pocket 6s, but pocket 6s bets a turn at a high frequency too. GG.
It's like different.
Maybe some pocket 10s from time to time. I forget what the pre-flop action was, but
it was a flat call pre-flop.
Yeah.
I don't think so, just given how Talal's been playing.
80 big blind out.
Agreed.
He went for it. He lost it all. It happens.
Head might not be lying on the pillow quite as softly tonight for Ponokovs, although he's going to have that delightful 2.5 million reasons to feel good about his outcome here. 3.1 million secured by the remaining 3 players as we see Punsri from the button making it 300, picking up Bryn Kenny. Not the first time these two guys have collided. There's a dominant Queen 10. Takes the ace high flop, decides to check. Now on the turn.
Lots of added equity.
Yeah. Straight flush draw for Kenny.
425,000.
Had Punat bet the flop, this Queen 6 would have been the muck, but has given the opportunity for Bryn Kenny to steal it. No spade in hand. It looks like he's done with this one.
Tough if you have no spades. And
no, it's like good energy. You didn't probe when they kind of had it, and then you probe when they did not have it.
All 3 of these players, Ali, had tremendous performances at the Triton Tour. We got main event champion Talal Shakurji, main event champion Punat Ponsri, and of course, Bryn Kenny winning the biggest prize ever in the Triton history.
This is a decorated threesome here.
No gutter, and like okay, I was just like, okay, I don't want to be just like make something out of nothing here. Let's just keep like steady moving.
Lots of play to be had. 79 big blind average stack. Now 1 VIP, Talal Shakurji, 2 pros. Although one kind of 50-50, right? He went from VIP to pro. So an even split, I'll say.
And obviously that's not an indictment or a slight against Punat Punsri's play, which is very professional.
By no means.
Check, check. On the flop here. It's this time Shakurji locks up with Kenny. Ace high against King high. Talal did pick up the open ender on the turn. Might have had a hunch about being able to do something, but instead shuts all the way down. As the board pairs on the river, and Shakurji.
Let's see what the stacks look like. I'm guessing
both players with good high card.
Reclaiming the chip lead after that exchange, ever so slightly.
13, 13, 9. Yeah. Actually, now you just took me over with that pot. Yeah, of course. Like winning one big.
Talal always take over somehow.
Yeah.
I was the one that got lucky.
So, yeah.
Do you check back the turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I noticed that trick.
Oh.
These 3 are just feeling so comfortable despite the stakes. Chatty, playing quick, having a good time. It's a 1.35 million pay jump. They can survive one more. I want to say it should take a long time given how deep they are, but
It
Play
should.
has been swift.
Mm-hmm.
On big blind, thank you.
Suited, barely connected jack here.
Raised to 300,000.
1.4.
Re-raised to 1,400,000.
Things are interesting with this 3-raise to 1.4. Disrespectful 3-bet. What does Kenny do with ace queen? It is a spot where you certainly could 4-bet. How light does he think Talal is 3-betting in this spot? Does he want to just stay away from all the heavy action with these deep stacks? Or does he maybe make it like 3.2 or so?
In terms of ICM, the pay jump between third and second is a whopping 1.5 million plus, Randy. And so you think maybe you would have aversions toward the higher variance approaches, but not Brain Kenny as he jams and hauls that one in.
And notice he opted to go for 4-bet all-in rather than 4-bet small.
Ace king over here.
It wasn't ace king.
Confirmed.
Almost hate it, but you're like,
So what do I do? It's only
Yeah.
300.
I'm like, I'm not gonna make it like 3.1 and then fold 2.
Yeah, sometimes it's sometimes
Yeah, if
horrible.
you lose,
sometimes
you lose.
Yeah.
sometimes you get it.
Just like one of those, gotta dodge the snap. If you dodge the snap, okay. Like, oh,
Yeah,
and
the
I'm
snap
like,
dodge
there's
is a
some
real
people who
sweat.
might fold their ace king, and like you're seeing them, like you're not
No,
one of them. No.
No
That's why I've just gotta dodge the snap.
Yeah.
Talal is
That's in
not
the
an
snap
ace king
range
folding guy.
for-
Yeah, definitely.
Raised to 325,000.
At least on the surface,
Against you, Bryn, it's firmly in the snap range.
this invitational event with a $3.1 million third place payout, a $1.5 million pay jump, 6.8 plus available up top, lacks the sort of intensity that you might expect. But beneath the surface, obviously, we know these guys are fighting and fighting hard. As we see Kenny 3-betting the Talal Open, ace-6, bowing out to the ace-9. And Bryn beginning to surge, 14.5 million.
He really has been smooth sailing for Bryn Kenny. Of course, that ace queen was a bold play that last hand, but comfortably chipping up. He feels very comfortable given what's at stake right now.
Bryn Kenny, currently second on poker's all-time
Figuring
money
my
list.
girlfriend's ticket to get over here.
4 million behind Justin Bonomo.
Because they're in like
Uh-oh.
Asheville, like in
Two
North
kings and ace
Carolina,
jack
so
suited.
I've got to get like the car to go to Charlotte, and Charlotte to fly over here.
The casual talking limp.
Well, that was Kenny, I think, that was talking. Punsri
475,000.
quietly limps in with the 2 kings, and Shakurchi, you might think, is just trying to bully us when we're limping in, but he's got real kit in the ace-jack of clubs. Not that it matters if it's real kit or not. Only one hand has these kings in trouble, and it is an ace-jack.
Yes, looking to limp re-raise these 2 kings, expecting Talal to attack him.
1.75.
And once he does, 1.75, what's Talal going to be thinking about?
Straight in there.
Yeah. No hesitation call.
Pretty much a mandatory call, though, for ace-jack suited, as
1.7.
Connaught can definitely have some limp re-raises that would fold.
But the raise was big enough that it should allow Punsri to narrow Talal's continue range.
Ideally, Connaught was hoping that his opponent would want to just get it all in pre-flop or not. For now, though, we'll have to take a flop.
And a flop where his kings are downed. Aces and jacks as the Cowboys turning into a Broadway gutter in terms of future prospects. King would do the trick too, less desirably. It's a 3.6 million chip pot bruise.
Really just one of the worst boards you can see for Punat. He's going to just maintain control with a 600k bet. Gets called so fast. And it looks weak on his ace-queen jack to get snap called.
As you and I know,
he's ahead sometimes.
It's quite strong, and it just got stronger, courtesy of an 8 of clubs, where Shakurchi is never going to find the muck.
It feels like Punat needs to just slow this one down. Try to get it to the river cheaply. He blocks some of the hands he beats, the king-queen specifically. The king-jacks.
Understandable slowdown from Punsri, and for Talal, the limp 3-bet is obviously the kind of move that a lot of times we assign to very big holdings.
What do you have left there?
Maybe in particular, given how self-aware Talal is, the kind of move that when made against him, rates to be attached to stronger hands than usual because of how adhesive he can be.
50. 1.4.
Fair. 1,400,000.
And Talal is trying to give the best price for like an ace-king to continue, doesn't want it to hero fold. Maybe these two kings get curious. Some ace-x that would limp re-raise. It's not... Kings isn't best too often in this spot.
Don't want to get married to the strength of the hand pre-flop when post-flop.
Then again, you're up against Talal Shakurchi, and you know he does like to attack. He's got looser ranges. He's in there. Wow, look at this pot.
Grows to almost 8 million, Randy. Punsri not drawn dead, but drawn thin. Totally inconsequential river. And now these two kings are basically going to be bluff catching.
Check.
Playing 4.5 effective.
Talal shouldn't fear the ace-queen and pocket queens and aces too much, just given that it was very draw heavy on the turn, so those hands might want to put... Wow, does check it back. I'm very surprised with that ace-jack check back.
That is a big favor to Punsri to be able to get to showdown free of charge there. Not sure there was a price that he was going to be calling, Randy, but...
If it went in pre, it would have been out, so it's okay.
On the river, you would have called?
No, but I mean, if it gone all in pre, it would have been out as well. So I'm
Oh, I see. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
There are a lot of hands that don't fold, but this I fold. I wouldn't fold ace king.
Yeah. I mean, I assumed you would fold kings on the river.
I call ace king, but I don't fold it. But I mean, if you rip it pre-flop, if it's a bit more amount. So
Yeah, understood. Yeah.
No thanks for that.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, Punat recognizing that he could have been showered if Shakurchi all of a sudden took one of his
I don't mind.
trademark
20 minutes of it? Yeah,
hyper-aggressive lines.
My friend just came and he thinks,
What time?
But on that occasion, he was spared, as he will fight on with 22 big blinds, 4.5 million in front of him as we are heading to a break. Blinds at 100, 200,000 when we return, bringing you back to the desk. Ali Nishad alongside Randy Liu in a dizzying first frame as absolute carnage and mayhem at the FT of this invitational, Randy.
I can't believe we're down to just 3.
How is that possible? We played 100 minutes of poker. I mean, nobody on earth would have anticipated, especially when you looked out at the players that we had, even with some of the personality types in there, that it would work out like this. Clearly, the deck had something to do with it, but even situations where higher variance lines were taken, players doing some heroic things in terms of calls. Obviously, we saw Ponikov's the most recent elimination in fourth, but absolutely stunning that we are sitting here with just 3 players left in this Luxon Pay Invitational. $3.1 million payouts have been secured. I ask you, Randy, do you have a pick right now?
If I had to pick personally, I think it's going to be Bryn Kenny. It's the man who has the biggest score in the Triton history of all time. He's in his element. He's always ships big tournaments, and he doesn't play that many.
I think
That's what
it
I'm
is.
feeling.
I think it's very much a toss-up, but obviously Punsri just one double up away from clawing his way back into the conversation as he sits now with just 30 bigs, well off the pace. We are going to send you to a break as well as the players, briefly albeit. When we come back, 75 or 100, 200 rather, will be the blinds here in this Luxon Pay Invitational. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage after this.
GG Poker. Wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
Larger than all other GG Poker. Traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
One of the best ways to improve at poker is to learn from a coach. At GTO Wizard, all of our premium members have access to weekly coaching with the best pros. You can study MTTs, cash games, or general theory. Scroll through, pick your favorite coach, and see their previous videos. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Bryn's gotten a little quiet. Is he contemplating
Would you like one?
something?
Wouldn't you?
Or you want?
Oh, you have two of the ones. Seems like a great choice.
650.
Oh, guns blazing.
And we see why. Ace King suited and Ace Queen suited. Colliding here pre.
This is hand number 2 of our final table, and knowing James, he does like to not give away any chip. It's one of the big stacks who's one of the most aggressive players in the game, 3-betting you. It is +1 versus +2. You did mention the Cayenne Mockery 8 big blinds too. That does exist, which tends to think that he should play tighter, but James is always goes for the W from what I've known.
Well, he's had a W under his belt, as mentioned by Tom Clockhill in the intros.
Wow.
That 250k World Series of Poker Europe victory under his belt, the jam and the call. And all of a sudden, we're playing for 5.1 million in the early going of this final table. Chen's second shortest stack coming into this pot. We talked about that 180k pay jump. And with Mokri stack so much shorter, it would be a disaster if Ace Queen would lead to an exit.
Backdoor spades do exist.
Sounds good to me.
No longer. And that turn card means that James Chen has just 2 outs to stay alive here at this final table. Barely into the first orbit, and we've got a casualty.
Cash games it is, I guess.
Nice playing.
Stunning. And Kehan Mokri, not a surprise that he's the man to shake James's hand.
He
Thanks for the extra 180.
is happy. But, you know, you can see that James kind of just felt that Bryn Kenny was bluffing enough in that spot. And he knows the image of Bryn Kenny and obviously disappointed. You heard him say he's going straight to the cash games. All-time money for Taiwan. Another good cash.
Putting some distance between himself and whomever is in second is James Chen. Impressive here in the Luxon Pay Invitational, but obviously depressed to run into that spot there. Shrug of the shoulders, feeling like it was just a...
He's why people are tuning in today.
Well, it's not for you. Imagine moneymaker making money.
No one would believe it.
That is unbelievable.
You mint that money, moneymaker.
At least Mokri, not one of these keyboard ninjas that's only going to needle you behind a screen. Shows up and needles you in person as well. Got to respect it. As a respectable pair of 8s. Here in front of Mokri. Announces raise and then puts almost all of his chips out there.
Yeah, Mokri knows that he needs to make a stance now. 7th place has 21 blinds, 2 9s. You know, it's actually a weird spot because there's an upfront open. If he just calls, he allows the original guy to come along. If he clicks it and the other guy has a hand, then he loses more chips.
Now, there's a number of different things, I think, going on in Punat's mind right now. Number one, Panakov's has been a bit frisky and opened quite a few pots. But he's doing so into the bigger stack of Talal, which narrows range. He's doing so from under the gun, which narrows range. And Mokri, who we expect to be looking for just a decent variety of hands that he can jam with. 3-betting and kicking out the 2 9s, but you can kind of understand it, Randy. You suspected that it wasn't going to be a given.
Yes, I can, and that's a fortunate spot for Cayenne Mockery, as now he's got a coin flip instead of an 80-20.
Do you have king or a jack? Oh.
I had one of those 4 cards up there.
Oh, nice.
I said 8.
Huh?
1.3 million chip pot. As the fate of Mokri hangs in the balance.
I mean, come on.
Ace Queen 8, bottom set, no spade to worry about.
Phenomenal.
I had 2 of
10 fade is needed. Oh!
No fade.
An outer space lunar landing in the form of a 10 of clubs. As Mokri needs to pair the board on the river. and fails to do so. What a deflating outcome that is. You see a wry smile on Panakov's face.
I never won at this tournament with pocket eights, but I
Wow. And just imagine, what if Punat actually clicked it back?
Hey, Karen, all jokes
Original
aside, it
Razor's
was
out.
fun playing with you.
He's still in the tournament as he did hit that 8. So many different scenarios this could have played out.
Butterfly effect, as this elimination could very well be courtesy of the fold from Punat Punsri. I don't think that Panakovs wants to proceed in the face of 4 bets. And that one is one to chew on for all parties involved, as instead of a double for Kehan Mukri, it is an 8th place elimination. And instead of losing his open, Punsri had been partnered with KT.
Raised to 275,000.
Failed to make the money. Shakurchi was paired with another Briton in Ben Heath. Bryn Kenny, pictured here, was paired with Sean Perry. Chris Moneymaker's partner was Chris Moorman. James Chen, already eliminated, had been partnered with Benjamin Wu. Kehan Mokri eliminated as well was Robert Flink's partner. Nick Petrangelo was paired up with Seth Gottlieb, as Shakurchi's 275K gets flatted by Bryn's 2 9s, and now Nikki P, ace queen.
5 seconds.
Got the big chips.
This is a squeezy opportunity for Nick Petrangelo. Shortest stack, great hand.
How much is that, sorry? 1.6. Raised to 1,600,000.
I just can't really see a world where Bryn Kenny lays down these 2 9s. It is Shakurchi first to speak. Not going to gamble.
Yeah, he recognizes that the king-jack off performs very poorly against Petrangelo, willing to commit most of his chips.
What's annoying Bryn Kenny is the position that Talal opened and him flatting. It is supposed to be stronger, but he's going to go for it.
So unlike Punsri before him, Bryn Kenny is going to spin the wheel with a couple of 9s, and Nikki P needs improvement.
Didn't want to leave us some insurance tonight?
4.2 million chip pot. And a 9 in the window, followed by no improvement for Petrangelo. Smiling, but
Sounds like
obviously
money had 2 of them.
understands prospects were grim. The king, though,
9 of hearts.
a little rap at the back door. Is anybody home? We're looking for Jack. Can Jack come out and play? No. 7 of spades. And we lose yet another player here at this FT. This time it is Nick Petrangelo. Randy, just north of $1 million in career Triton earnings across 5 cashes coming into this one. Had an astonishing 5 straight festivals without making the money between 2019 in Jeju,
Bang, bang, bang.
all the way through to Cyprus 2022. Turned things around in Vietnam. Didn't cash in Cyprus 2023. Here in London, 18th in the 25K GG Millions. But a very handsome 7-figure payout. Headed home with Nick Petrangelo. 1.17 and 410K paid. Making some plays. On that occasion, he felt like the bullied one. But yeah, this is an absolutely dynamite.
Yeah, in like 2019, it was just like insane because I played almost nothing. And every big tournament I played was like heads up.
FT composition.
Win Aussie Millions main to start the year. Then like biggest
Self-compliments.
cash ever in like Triton Jeju, like 250K second, like chop with Tim Adams for like 3 mil or so.
What else, Bryn?
No more.
You feel bad because there is no Aussie
You're the
Millions
winningest
anymore?
to ever do it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I've never been there.
Oh, it's I would say best stop.
Check.
Can't blame him for being proud of that. King Jack 7
And
here.
I would say it's extremely unlikely it'll happen again. I would say the only way it happens again is if like another
Against second
group
pair.
winds up buying Crown Casino.
Yeah, I
So
was told
Flink,
no chance.
he knows how aggressive Talal
There are
is.
other areas that they can have it, like in the Gold Coast. But
Does he just
where it
make a
wasn't
statement
Melbourne,
now,
it's a special spot.
knowing how
like right on the river
high
bank,
the
like
frequency
great spot
of
for
C bets for
breaks,
Talal would
walk
be?
around, breakfast amazing.
5 seconds. Play roll in.
200 into 725, and Flink is going to jam the snap from Shakurchi, and the opportunity at redemption is going to require assistance for Robert. 3.5 million in the middle, and you might not be faulted if you're tuning in and thinking we're bearing witness to a 30K turbo the way the chips are flying here. This is the 250K Luxon Pay Invitational, and that turn is one that is bad news for the Swede. Shortest stack of 6 runners. Needs a 9 or an ace. And instead,
GG, Robert.
the pair of 10s on the end will fall to the jacks. And Talal
Playing with you. Nice to meet you, sir.
finishes
Nice
what he started.
I would say good playing with you, but we're never going to play again. So.
Yeah, good luck. Of course. You want all these too?
GG's being issued and ladders being enjoyed,
I'll give you as many time banks as you want.
especially by Chris Moneymaker, who is yet to take a flop. So an absolutely demoralizing 6th place finish for Robert Flink. You could see it on his face there. Very frustrating, his short-lived tenure at the final table, as he collects 1.58 million and perhaps some...
Am I big blind or no one big blind?
No,
Ooh, a couple jacks. I don't know if he caught that. If he can survive one more player, Chris Moneymaker's all-time biggest cash will be superseded by this cash here.
275,000. 4.
It's at 1.9.
Yeah, that World Series of Poker main event win back in 03, well shy of the high water mark in terms of World Series of Poker main event payouts out in Vegas. Dan Weinman winning the biggest ever just a few short weeks ago.
Yeah, when Moneymaker won, he won 2.5 million. Survive one more, he will win 2.54 million.
Now, to be fair, this buy-in is 25x what that one was. As
King Queen.
just north of 2x is the pre-flop raise sizing from Moneymaker. Punsri, who's also been quiet thus far, enjoying these ladders, using a time bank, trying to decide
Just having fun.
what kind of course he wants to chart.
Well, he knows Moneymaker hasn't been that active, but he knows this is a hand you can easily reshove 5-handed big blind versus undergun, which is actually the hijack. He does jam, and 2 jacks is going to have to snap this off.
Yeah.
Moneymaker at risk.
2 overs against the pair. Fair fight declared here.
Fake flip.
The coin weighted in favor of Moneymaker. 13% advantage, 4.2 million chip pot. On his feet. And the king on the board. Moneymaker finally sees a flop, and it's the one he didn't want to see, which gives Punsri the lead. Is there a hook available? Not yet. Chris reaching for the mic, recognizing 2 outs once is not the spot you want to be in, but we've seen dirty things happen before. Not here. As an antibacterial 3 of diamonds rolls off on the river, and Punat Punsri showers Chris Moneymaker. A man who can hold his head up very high, courtesy of this performance. It will not be his biggest cash of all time. Of course, Randy, as you mentioned, needed the ladder one more time, but 2 milli.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That'll put a smile on your face, especially when you have to imagine he had fairly managed expectations about being able to work his way as deep as he did in this field, and that's not a slight. You're playing against the world's best killers. And he really earned high praise and respect here today
only place I'm going there is just like try to make a bluff against.
Yeah, I understand.
I think wrong customer.
Yeah, probably that true. That as well.
Very delightful suited connector here, 9/8 suited.
To 300,000. Cole.
Up we go.
Talal plays so fast.
Love to see it, by the way. How long do you think it would take if we put Talal Shakurchi and Christoph Vogelsang into a heads-up cage match for Talal to lose his mind?
I don't know, but he's hit bottom set here for Talal.
Against backdoor diamonds and second pair for Panakovs.
Main event here should be big, probably bigger.
Keep in mind, these two have been kind of just playing so many pots so far. Does check, not looking to check fold, of course.
Yeah, deferring to Shakurchi is the pre-flop raiser Panakovs. No follow through, and the sizing is 425K. And welcome to continuing coverage of the $250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational. Ali Nejad, Randy Liu, with you here, still a bit shell-shocked at the fact that just one frame into our coverage, 9 have become 3. 7-figure payouts began at 7th and worked their way up. At present, over $3 million secured for each and every one of our remaining players. $3.1 million to be exact upon the elimination of Alex Panakovs. Randy, the real surprise given how good he looked.
Yeah, he was looking extremely good. He was willing to kind of just make a lot of plays with hands that other players might share on the side of caution. Had his foot on the gas pedal, did end up getting the trip 8s against Talal Shakurchi's full house pocket 6s and did bust out.
Let's consider some of the storylines. We alluded to them a little bit earlier, and that is the fact that we've got not one but 2 former Triton main event winners among the 3-pack that remain. So illustrious in terms of their Triton results. Over $30 million on Bryn Kenny's resume as you get a look at just what he's managed to accomplish in 9 cashes. 2 titles on his resume. Scrolling back, he's over 2 thus far here in London. Finished second last time we were here in 2019 in the Triton Helping Hand for Charity, £16.9 million, the lion's share of that prize pool. Then you saw the 2 titles in 3 swings of the bat back in Montenegro. That's a stop you were around for, Randy.
Yes, and he was out there. He only played 3 events, as you saw, won 2 of them back to back. Clearly a player who knows how to win tournaments at the Triton Tour, looking to capture the 3rd title here.
Yeah, $5.3 million almost on Punat Punsri's resume. 7 cashes, the 1 title aforementioned, that the main event. And as I take a peek over at Talal Shakurchi's resume, we can find 6 cashes and 1 title, $4.3 million plus for him. So the cream hath risen, and here we are, moments away from resuming play on the back end of the break. Blinds of 100, 200,000, and $6.86 million still looking for a home, along with the title in the richest of buy-ins available here at this London festival. Banat on the short stack with 22 bigs, neck and neck are Shakurchi and Bryn Kenny, and they have not been shy about collisions.
No, we've got a big 3-handed battle to go. Punat Punsri clearly short stack, but plenty of breathing room with 30 big blinds. Bryn Kenny and Shakurchi will be just attacking as much as they can, but no one's really being too shy right now.
Love to see it, too, and obviously there's not going to be anything bashful happening on the button for Punat Punsri. Pocket aces, a warm welcome back to the FT for him. Now remember, the pocket kings
4.5
got showered by ace-jack suited just before the break. Now, with aces, hoping for a better outcome. Bryn defends the 10-6 and flops a piece. Got the 10 of clubs as well. This is trouble.
Yeah, extremely good texture for Punat Punsri to extract value. Has a 4.1 million stack, looking to try and get a bet jam in there. For now, though, perhaps a smaller bet.
Bet 300,000.
And Bryn Kenny naturally will want to keep the pot a bit small with this middle pair 10 kicker.
$300 into 1.1. Standard fanfare thus far. The check call bringing the pot to 1.75. Doesn't seem like anything to be worried about.
The 5 is a card that is more advantageous for the big blind check calling range. You're not expecting the dealer button to be opening the little cards too often. And it looks like he's actually reaching chips to maintain control and not let 2 overcards get a free card.
475,000.
There is merit for Punat Ponsri to raise pocket aces right now. Try to extract value from the 1 pair gutters, the 1 pair straight draw hands, Jack X, of course, clubs. Does he play cautious? Is he a bit afraid, given the range advantage for the big blind?
Breaking with the flow of play, Bryn now leading out. And once Ponsri makes the call, do we just assume 6s are no good automatically, Randy?
Not at 100% frequency, but this 3 of clubs, not so good for the 2 aces. It does bring a 4-liner if the clubs come in. But Bryn Kenny does have reasonable showdown value. Not a lot, but perhaps just enough to check.
How worried is he going to be, though, about Punat being the man as the preflop raiser from the button whose holding contains the deuce X, 7X?
Probably not too often. He is up against Jack X at a decent frequency.
Yeah, but Jack X, in the face of a big enough bet here, is going to have real issues, especially given the clubs have gotten there as well.
So he's waiting whether 6X has enough value or should he turn into a bluff against the Jack X. So he does decide that 6 is enough, perhaps to beat the kind of like the ace 5s, the 5-7 if that's in there pre-flop. As played, the aces is the best hand. It's really hard to extract value in this spot.
Well, the fear is, of course, if you open the action and suddenly Kenny rises up, you've got yourself a pickle. Ace of clubs was relevant, of course. As Punat's check back.
I saw it out of the corner of my eye, like the 5 was either a 5 or a 6.
Yeah.
Couldn't prove that it was a 5.
It was a 6, it was on.
Push his stack back toward where it was before he lost with pocket kings against Talal with the ace-jack.
We're hungry.
I missed my river bet.
Not the best run out.
I gotta say, I appreciate the man of the people nature of whatever that miniature trough of sustenance is that Talal is working on there. You're in a 250K buy-in event. You've got 3.1 million locked up, 6.8 million plus at the top. I can't imagine that's more than a 10 to 15 pound lunch that he's working with there.
Not even served on the plate.
425K open from Talal. Also, I don't know if you've noticed as we see the 2 9s from Pranat draw the curtain rather quickly, but the flatware that they give you whenever you get takeaway here in London is always like this compostable wood kind of stuff. Save the Planet initiatives.
To be fair, they're not really nice to use.
Yeah, and then the other one that gets me, Randy, and I think most would agree, as much as I love a sea turtle in its unfettered state, the paper straw.
Yes, the paper straw is really drives me crazy.
And I love animals, but I'd love just a statistic on if we went back to plastic straws, how many turtles a year do we lose? And maybe we just do the math there and decide some turtles got to go because the paper straw thing. Anyhow.
I didn't think you were going to be distracted with what we were up with at this 250K. You head back on?
Obviously, you were misguided in that respect, as Ace-Jack 10 rather. Deuces for Shakurchi. Would love to have seen one on the flop, but instead looks up at 3 over cards, and Bryn Kenny just barreling away. Look at the little grin on Bryn's face.
Hey, he got the best hand to fold.
Probably had the best hand, obviously.
You did. You knew that wasn't going to be the last bet, though.
What a villainous laugh on Bryn Kenny. He loves to put people in the blender, doesn't he?
He really does, and he's done it in some of those previous Triton titles that he earned, I remember, against the best players out there.
You weren't counting on that, though.
Ace rag here. Dealer button.
Find one next time.
And just limping here in position. Something different.
Talal accepts the invitation with Jack-4 offsuit. Bryn does not raise the ace-3, as both he and Punat flop top pair.
Well, with the pre-flop action, Punat Punster should feel pretty good about the ace-3. You know, you'll see the bigger aces just isolate a bit against the button limp. 200k. Talal, Jack-4 offsuit. Reaching for chips. Out of line.
Very out of line, but perhaps presuming that ace-X wouldn't be limping on the button and is just taking a shot at this pot. And this is the double-edged sword of aggression, the furrowed brow on Randy's face here at the desk.
I'm curious to think what Bryn Kenny's going to do with his ace-3. Does he feel that he calls? Wow, a 3-bet. Does this kick out Punat Punstri's ace-3? What crazy action given what happened pre-flop?
Or what didn't happen pre-flop,
Exactly.
for that matter.
Not how I expected this to turn out.
So Talal Shakurchi, by virtue of just activating with dust, has sent Punat's ace-3 into the muck. Look at this. He's just not convinced that Bryn has anything. He thinks it could be one of those situations where these two big stacks are leveraging against one another, bluff, rebluff. I'm going to tell you one thing. If you think it was a given that he was putting that Jack-4 in the bin, you're wrong. Every now and again, Talal's just going to be like, you know what? 5 bets. What do you got?
On that board texture, you would expect ace-10 to kind of raise it up pre-flop, pocket aces, 10s, you know? So what do they have when they put in a raise, the strongest hands? Like an ace-deuce?
Because the set of deuces probably on a board like that isn't going to be looking to lose any customers.
Yeah.
Why would you check raise it right away?
It was just an odd way to play out, but fortunate for Bryn Kenny to actually kick out the same hand. A lot of times this just go bet, call, check, check, maybe a little bet, call, chop it up. As it stands, Bryn Kenny just cruising. Currently the chip leader.
Taste of what's to come, Randy, in terms of unorthodox lines and delightfully exciting play.
Bryn Kenny going to try to lean on Punat Ponsi. Punat's got ace-4 offsuit. Started this hand with 30 blinds, so I would feel it would be rather excessive to just outright 3-bet jam, although it would work. Perhaps sometimes he puts in the small 3-bet looking to fold. Wow, he is going to push it in. They are just getting in there.
I mean,
gosh.
Love to see it, Randy. There's no shortage of excitement.
You would think during the break they would realize what's at stake and maybe slow things down, but no, they're just trying to win this tournament outright.
Shakurchi getting a rare walk. What?
I'm not sure what he's eating. I know you're looking.
Of course, these are the hard-hitting questions. And for those that find themselves on Park Lane, there truly is no finer place to do your gaming than the Les Ambassadors Club, where you can experience fine dining at its best in the recently refurbished restaurant, 6 Hamilton Place. Whether your cravings are for Chinese, Indian, Middle Eastern, or European cuisine, all are available, with chefs specializing in their own area of culinary expertise, the perfect space for members and their guests to dine, drink, relax, and gamble in. That's Les Ambassadors Club, or Les A, as it's known. Now then, King H6 here. There's Shakurchi and Kenny. Limp.
Queen
BVB.
4 off, no spade.
Open ender. Fires. Takes it.
The speed at which Talal plays, we can't even, get a good frame of him, the camera on him before he, takes his action. He's already acted usually when we do see him.
I want to say he plays faster than he eats.
He should be done by now, is what you're saying. Remember, he doesn't eat at the speed of David Yan.
Well, David Yan
was munching.
truly has a personal vendetta against food. I mean, the way he housed his meal. I think it was right before he got showered, too.
It's like, I gotta finish this before they take away my plate. Little pickup for Queen 7 suited. So have you deduced what he is eating?
At first I thought it might have been japchae, the Korean glass noodles.
It didn't have the right tint of brown.
But you know where I'm getting at.
It looks more like the buckwheat noodles, like
Japanese soba.
Exactly.
Fair. I could see it. Suppose we should keep Randy's analytical talents focused on the poker.
Hey, you got me this time.
And
a couple aces.
Punsri, second time he's had aces in short order here.
Has been getting
1.3.
the top premiums compared to the other players.
Yeah,
at this
fair.
round
And yet
table.
he is the shortest stack, so go figure. One of those premiums, the Pocket Kings, cost him a bundle. As he's looking to cost Bryn Kenny 425K. Shakurchi, professional muck with the ace-8.
To pull a Antune.
Ace-3, choosing to limp, showing some balance. Terrific board texture, 5-5-3. Despite that, he checks it over to Kenny, 2 overs in the gutter. Fires 325.
So far, standard.
Turn. King of diamonds. Talal still defers. Kenny checks back. Still no improvement for him.
Talal likely thinks he's got the best hand, but might feel there's more value in inducing a bluff rather than betting itself.
Right. Good thing I didn't try to wrap the 3.
Bryn took his one and only swing post-flop in position and then Gave up.
Suited Brunson going to work. Definitely playable hand here in the big blind. King 3 of clubs. Start the hand with 35 big blinds. As he does come along, we'll have 1.2 million in the middle. The 10-3 deuce giving top and bottom for Talal Shakurchi. Middle pair and backdoor clubs. For Ponsri is definitely a hand that can give action, and he knows Talal likes to kind of fire. 500K.
Into 1.2. Obviously, more than enough for Pernot to continue. Backdoor clubs. Third heart on the turn. Don't think that the ace is really a card to be worried about for either of these guys.
Troublesome board now with the little wheel showing up too. Pernot looking to just take it down against a 1C bet type hand that isn't paired. You shouldn't be thinking an ace-x would fold, so probably we'll just keep checking. We'd like to see Talal think about extracting value with this two pair. It is a kind of a dicey board, but he may feel that 4x would bet out itself, and I do like that he's firing out half pot right now.
Yeah, it does very much seem like at this point a flush or a straight would be much more inclined to be doing the betting. And by the way, this isn't bashful sizing. $1 million into 2.2.
Giving it a little think here for Pernot Ponsri. Wondering how thin his opponent would value bet. Would Talal ever value bet just a 10 with this type of board texture? Of course, the ace-x would look for value, does lay it down.
Would have been a little bit ambitious, I would imagine, for the King 3.
I would say so. You would have to really think that your opponent is over bluffing with a bet check bet line on that kind of board texture.
Now, this is the second time that I've heard the wolf cry in the background here, bleeding into the player mics. Jason Kuhn was talking about somebody who'd been barking every time he won a pot.
I did hear him say that. I don't
other
believe
day?
he was referring to at the Triton series, though.
Oh, somewhere else?
But maybe someone...
Maybe that guy showed up?
One of them hired them. Like, yeah, I feel like having a wolf bark away.
War cry?
Full moon out.
Open ender for Talal here. Check the flop. Now on the turn, just a casual flick in.
Nice.
600.
Button's good.
Manages to down the ace high.
Yeah, pace of play is considerably different than our previous final tables at this stop so far.
Both players sharing a 10 here, and Bryn, with just the 10-8 offsuit, wants to play for more. And the interesting thing with choosing this sort of hand, Randy, to do it with, as opposed to maybe dead bottom of range, which is more typical. We see Bryn flopping the pair of 8s against the flush draw now, but choosing to check back is it gives you the opportunity to rep the better part of the deck when you actually may end up hitting a board that doesn't seem like it's related to your holding.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, and Bryn Kenny has said multiple times that he's a bit of a feel player on when to take his timing. He is aware of what's going on. 675, Talal going nowhere with his flush draw.
Pot up to 2.85. No diamond on the end for Talal after he invested the extra 675 on request.
And Talal just has 10 high. And he's actually going to just bet out because he doesn't have showdown value. 1.1, and can Bryn find a call of just third pair 10 kicker?
Well, it does feel a bit milky into 2.85.
The line is odd.
It certainly is. You might have expected a king to approach things a bit differently, Randy, or?
I would.
Okay, so then the 9X wouldn't do this either?
They might be concerned that they're up against the king, of course, that exists, and maybe some better kickers. So Bryn Kenny just doesn't know what it is and just calls, and we'll find out he's just won the pot.
Yeah, sniffs it out appropriately with third pair on the flop, as the line didn't seem to be tethered to the likes of King X or 9X. So with some sort of straight, which also doesn't seem like it would be interested in having made the call on the turn with showed up, Godspeed, but otherwise send it this way. Nice call.
Great play.
Sensible call.
Yeah, it's just when you take such an odd line, sometimes you just have to look it up to find out what it is. Ace-King now for Talal. Big slick looking to close the gap between him and Bryn. A little peek.
My hand was so bad I had nasty thoughts. You can't go.
Seth! Always nice to see when people pick up like their first Triton trophy. So you know it always feels good for them.
Oh, Seth won the Oma.
Yeah.
So Bryn Kenny has the slight chip lead on Talal. Put on Punch 3. Hasn't been able to spin up his stack yet. We'll have a BVB spot, limp pot. Some connection. Talal off the top pair, Punat. Inside straight draw. Might not be looking to just outright fold though. It is a sizable 2/3 pot bet from Talal. Doesn't like the price. I think he would have called like a min bet or 1.5 BBs, but with the bigger one, he feels that he does need to improve to win this pot.
So a little pickup there for Talal. Sizing, keeping things uncomplicated for him.
So you got to say hanging round.
Yeah.
Oh,
you got to show this one.
Really? Number one.
Wow.
Talal's got 6 senses, man.
Yeah.
That is a lot.
6 cents of,
I was like number
of good time to pick up 8
12,000. Yeah, 1,200 and like.
It's good to
40 or
channel like
something
picking
around
up
there.
the 8 deuce when someone's got aces.
Not even 2, probably.
Yeah. Maybe a jack 3 off.
Well, he's not holding jack off. Nah,
Probably not. Yeah, it's got to be worse. Like 3-9.
We got him deck 3.
3-9 or 3-8.
Ace King suited for Punsri in the big. Shakurchi stepping out with the 6-3 suited.
$1.15.
What's your total now?
Sorry?
Given the hands that Punat's been getting, you would expect him to have more chips.
Three bet and take it for him. I think you're right, Randy. He's had aces a couple of times, kings once. Didn't really pick up that much.
Yeah, hasn't
with
been
the
able to
aces,
get paid off, and then when he finally got action, it was against Ace Jack.
Yeah,
that hit
the
two
biggest
pair.
action he got is the pot that he lost with those
Guy never brought water.
2 kings. As you get a look at the Pot Limit Omaha event conclusion, over $500,000 going to Seth Gottlieb, who in the big font, it suggests that he loves his wife on the t-shirt, but it looked like there was some subscript there. Have to get a better look at that. Congratulations to Gottlieb. His first ever Triton title. 5th cash, 3rd straight cash, by the way, here in London. So the whole momentum idea, something to it. $425,000, the button open.
Nice move here from Punat Ponsri, A7 offsuit. Recognizing that Bryn Kenny has been raising quite a bit. Also saw him 3-bet jam that BVB spot with the ace rag. He hasn't relinquished yet, surprisingly.
Call.
Wow. Surprising to me, Ollie.
Me too, as the price is healthy. But Kenny pays it, and that is not the flop he had in mind. Bottom pair for Punsri, though, some vulnerability.
He must feel that Punat Ponsri has been attacking him a bit too much and kind of want to put some resistance in. Now with the A7 is actually rather tricky, despite pairing the 7. This is the type of texture that actually hits that 3-bet calling range of the button versus small blind. You know, you expect the broadways in there, the suited connectors. Bryn doesn't have anything.
$725.
He's still firing away with nothing.
Complete air. And this strikes me, Randy, as the kind of hand composition that is really poor in terms of all that it unblocks when you look up at a flop like that.
Yes, I agree. And clearly, obviously, the pre-flop too is... And he gets the A7 out. It looks so strong. Bryn Kenny just did some Bryn Kenny street poker things there.
Shinobi. Just
how? How did he do it?
I mean, you can kind of understand why Punsri wasn't in love with the A7, but at the same time, there's occasions on which you feel like maybe you need to call the street just to make sure. But the proposition for the A7, you know, what are the runouts that we love? And you know it's Bryn Kenny with a big stack. He's going to put max pressure on you. Maybe you look into the crystal ball and you're like, I'm good, man. I don't want to deal out of position.
I think it's a good point that you mentioned that Bryn Kenny looking at the crystal ball, because Bryn Kenny's got the reputation to kind of just attack relentlessly. You're looking at your hand, well, if I check call here, I might be throwing away 725 if I don't improve, and certainly not very many outs to improve as we go to this flop 5-3 offsuit pick. It's up nothing, but a pair of threes now.
It's interesting as we see eights now with some company. The reputation that we've now alluded to on multiple occasions, Randy, we've also have data points right here three-handed where Bryn will swing on the flop in position and then just shut down turn and river. Everything is situational. Maybe some opponent dependency also, but he's not a one-trick pony. It's just that you know that he's got that in his bag of tricks, and that creates some discomfort, and that's where the reputation plays into his favor.
Yeah, and that's where he captures extra value and free cards that normally wouldn't be given to him. That's why he's one of the greatest tournament players of all time. It's just that he's always changing gears, knows how to play specific opponents, knows his image.
It's interesting, though, Randy, because you and I get into conversations occasionally just by virtue of the fact that we're spending a couple of weeks at every one of these festivals, eating multiple meals in and around the players, overhearing some things, and just catching up. And on the occasions in which the GOAT conversations come up, never do I hear Bryn Kenny's name mentioned. And it's a bit unfair, perhaps. Maybe some think it was a fluky, won the big, Triton helping hand. But that was just 17 million pounds of the overall 57 million that the man has earned in his career.
I think Bryn Kenny is one of the greatest of all time in No Limit tournament history. And you got to think about this, too. He doesn't play that many events relative to some of the other players.
Right.
And he has phenomenal results.
That's right. Not so phenomenal, the result of Talal Shakurchi opening this one with King 4 suited and looking up at a 10-9-6 board. Lunsford check folded bottom pair moments ago. Granted, that was in a 3-bet out of position against Bryn Kenny's situation.
Price is really good here.
Yeah.
Really should not be folding this. 275 into just under 1.2. Certainly not folding, and he agrees as we see a turn card.
Five of hearts. After the 275K follow through, Pinot with the check call. Checks again.
So Pinot's pair of sixes is good on this board pairing river. Might not be too much value to be had with this hand, although kicker is rather strong if he's targeting the same 6x. But he might feel that Talal would check back a 9 a decent amount too. But correctly finds value, it seems. Not sure if the king high can ever call. Small value bet. I'd imagine that if Pinot had a smaller kicker, he would have been going for value of 6x. But Talal hasn't given up yet. Perhaps he feels that there's some dangler 7, 8x that exists that he can beat. There we go.
Easy release for Talal after he was left unimproved all the way down, checking back and then letting go. It's good to see that bet, I think, from Pinot, not just in terms of like, okay, reading the hand and the situation, but it means that he's not gone gun shy, which maybe could have been a takeaway given the line that he took against Bryn Kenny. And that pot, sometimes players will come in and out of their shell at an FT as things kind of flow.
Yes,
out
of
there.
course. Flow is important, and sometimes you realize with some of the hands you played, maybe you need to extract value in similar spots. He saw Bryn Kenny extract value with 5x against pawn and cobs. So sometimes that kind of remind you of some things that you might need to do in order to put yourself in prime position to take this one down. Jack 3 offsuit.
5.1.
Limpy.
5.1.
Would love to see Talal just open rip this pocket fours. Yeah, pile of orange stack chips right in there.
Pumpkin pie. Pinot's not in the mood for that kind of dessert.
Pumpkin pie. Okay.
Yeah,
I see the orange color.
It looks more pumpkin-y to me than like,
It looks more like
tangerine or
no butternut
clementine.
squash pie to me.
Okay, I see the butternut. I don't think there's such a thing as butternut squash pie. Randy, I do think maybe a soup. But I don't know if those butternut squash pies are going to fly off the shelf.
Okay, back to some serious comments. 270 on the dealer button.
No, you're not allowed to say butternut squash pie and then try to get us back on track, okay? Own it. Let it percolate. It's King 10 here for Shakurchi. Flats. Playing 125, 250.
Even 8-4 offsuit is going to come in.
And that 8-4 is looking dusty on the Queen 6-3 board. Not a bad one for Punsui.
Does have 2 customers, but knows that this hand is very vulnerable. Talal quickly calls of just King 10 high, looking to pick up some equity.
Board pairing 6, which obviously could very well be a part of Shakurchi's kit here. The peel reminds me a little bit of a check call we saw from Ponikov's earlier here at the final
we did
table.
when he had
remember?
the Jack-8 of clubs and he led this kind of board pairing middle card. But Talal, a different line, opting to check, but not, of course, checks 2 7s.
Now let's see if the King 10 is going to get any ideas.
It does have ideas. Grabbing those orange chips. A swift bet.
1.2 million into 2.5, just south of half pot sizing. And Queen X, 6X, both beat these 7s.
And the way he sized it, it is very credible to be both Queen X and 6X. About half the pot. Looking for some crying calls. An amazing call from Punat Ponsri, who unblocks the diamonds.
Yeah.
Sees even worse than that, King 10. Nicely done.
Unblocking the diamonds quite pleasant. So a blemish for Shakurchi.
Right back at it, Queen 4 of hearts. It's a nice shuffling technique.
The live pros with a lot of time to themselves can come up with some good stuff there. 8-5, not the good stuff that Punsri was going to need to continue there as Shakurchi. One thing I love about him, Randy, is that he's got that goldfish memory. It never feels to me like he allows a spot like that where he gets caught, hand in cookie jar, maybe thinking, oh, what was I doing peeling with the King 10? Cost myself some chips. Affect him moving forward. Just puts his head down and continues to do his thing.
You somehow complimented him, but slighted him with the goldfish memory.
No, but a goldfish's memory is short, which means you
You're
don't,
saying
which is a good thing
he has
for a
the memory
poker
of a
player.
goldfish.
Not literal, proverbial, like you don't hang on to hands and dwell upon things. I know you want to try to get me into Talal's bad graces over there. I'm not saying I'm going to be in the will.
I'm in his good graces, I'll tell you that. He always says hi to me every time I see him, every stop.
Maybe he knows one day might need to borrow money. Markets crash.
Okay.
Randy? Got a couple shekels. I don't think he'll be borrowing from anybody anytime soon. And he's got a nice payday coming his way, regardless of outcome here today, as his 7 deuce turns into 8s and deuces on the flop against Bryn, who opened from the button. Note Talon's willingness to defend with hands such as this.
Might be able to find some value with the 7 deuce. Keep in mind, he just showed up with the king 10 check call. Does not bet. Deuce is good.
Now, Randy, keeping an eye on the YouTube chat, there are a number of people who have stepped in your defense to suggest that if something can be a soup, it can be a pie, and that there are recipes for butternut squash pie. Now, while that may be true, the fact that I've never heard of it suggests that it's deeply unpopular and possibly gross. You said it and you've never heard of it.
I've never heard of it, but I am happy that there are people who enjoy
they love you,
my
Randy.
presence more than yours,
Yeah,
Ollie. To defend me in that spot is pretty outrageous. Because
It really
clearly
is,
there's way more
actually.
pumpkin
How do
pie
I-
than butternut squash pie. Oh, no, do not ban that.
How did you know that's what I was going to do?
There's a lot you would have to ban. Please, just do not. Back to the action. Ace, ace, jack, 7. Talal, gut shot, reaching for chips. Clears out the 10 deuce, I assume, unless Bryn wants to. Okay, sorry,
Listen,
sorry.
As soon as you
For
said
Doyle.
it, I knew that you were going to regret it. One cannot make assumptions when it comes to these two guys in the cockpit.
Oh, my.
Bryn
deuce.
Binks a deuce. Oh, man. Talal with so much showdown value here. Gonna check.
Bryn was looking to steal it if he didn't improve, of course.
But now that he has, maybe he feels like he doesn't need to steal.
How is he value betting this pair of deuces?
Because he's Bryn Kenny, bro.
Bro, he might get looked up by this king 10 high, grabbing for chips.
We're going to have to run a sick bag out to this final table if Talal looks up this river bet with the king high, as we know he's capable of doing. Darting his eyes over toward Bryn. Things feel a bit sus. Oh no, take cover. Well, he didn't make a meal of it. Oh, man. That was a dirty one.
Ollie, this is some of the best poker I've seen ever.
It's a weird moment to say that, given that the man called the turn with 10 deuce, but it's street poker. And
It's
that's
fun.
It's fun. Exactly. No question about it. Certainly hope you guys out there are enjoying it as much as we are in here. It is the final table of the $250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational. You got to look at the chip counts just now. Bryn Kenny up top, 16.3. Talal, 12 million behind him. Punsri third with 7.1, 3.1 million locked up. A whopping 1.5 million plus. The jump up to second, and then of course, almost 7 million will go to the eventual champion.
It's like you heard me speaking in my head.
Yeah,
That's strange.
You're thinking something.
Along with the Triton title.
Because actually, because it's especially funny because I was thinking something about you. I'll tell you after. It's something like, but and then you're just like, what?
Business time.
Ace King facing the button open.
2.3.
And that's a very healthy 3-bet up to 2.3 from Kenny.
What's your total stack now, Bryn?
I have
16 or 2.
16 or so.
It is a sizable 3-bet. King 8 suited, just on the cusp of continuing. Doesn't like the big sizing. He's going to lay it down. Does give him a peek.
I had one of those 2 cards.
Good time not to shove. You're thinking about shoving or calling? Both. Fair.
Thinking about all three options.
Yeah. Yeah. Landed on
I wasn't thinking about right.
Landed on the right one. Yeah, I don't think a click back was really in the cards there.
Shakurchi steps away. Well served to do so in that spot. Obviously, the raise was always too big for a King 8 suited, even with the ambitions of Shakurchi attached.
Never say never with these three. 10-7 suited. Maybe one gapper for Talal, making the call here as we do get the King Jack 6. No connection for both players. Rainbow texture.
Bet 350,000.
A quick bet and done.
Easy breezy.
Easy peasy. Why are you still trying to ban people, Ali?
I'm not.
Like, I see you scrolling. You're looking for a specific name, butternut squash lover.
I promise I'm actually looking at just how prevalent the support is for Punat Punsri, just given the amount of Thai that I'm seeing in the YouTube chat. Obviously, he's so incredibly popular. As you mentioned, Randy, #1 all-time money list.
By far.
One of those markets as well, which is still in its infancy in terms of poker.
Yeah, it is great to see the support of their countrymen. Remember when Dao Man Fu was making deep runs, all of the Vietnamese chat just come, even when we're not in Vietnam, they're still in there firing away their chat in there. You know, Ace Queen's, hold on, sorry. Ace Queen offsuit limping the button. Talal. 1.125. We can see a limp jam, couldn't we, Ali? Ace Queen.
Danger. Understandable 3-bet from Shakurchi.
I don't really see any other play than limp jam from Punat. He limped earlier. He knows he can induce some action. Ace Queen is just a monster three-handed. Jam we go, and Talal in a tough spot now because it's much more than just 20 blinds.
Yeah, apologies if I refer to it as a 3-bet. This is a limp raise jam. And how often is the jam performing poorly against Ace-Jack? Or put a different way, how well does Ace-Jack perform against the limp jamming range of Punat?
So this is 26 big blind jam in this spot. Does Talal feel that this is ever just pocket pairs? Is this ever a worse ace? Possible. He's going to make the call. Punat is in great shape.
He sure is.
Ali, if Talal loses spot, he's down to 4 million in chips.
Well, he is in an awful way at present, and conversely, Punat Punsri covered in a wonderful way. Can't ask for a whole lot more than this until a jack-high board rolls off. Now, Shakurchi in the lead. Leaves Punat Punsri grasping at a king or a queen. Unavailable. On the turn. 6 outs one time to save the Thai delegate Punsri. And it isn't there. And you hear sympathies being directed toward Punat by his fellow former Triton main event champ.
Well, this tournament actually was the thought when you were like, hey, like, I was, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, honestly.
Thank you.
Kind words exchanged there.
Very much so. Both Shakurchi and Bryn Kenny paying respects to their fallen comrade. That's the way the cookie crumbles every now and again. Third place finish for Punsri. 3.1 million goes his way, and the stage is set for a heads-up collision. $4.65 million locked up, and just look at the chip counts when we head to that heads-up confrontation as we We'll have the blinds at 125, 250. Bit of a reset. Back at the desk, Ali and Randy with you. And again, a brisk pace as we are down to our final two here. Punat Prinsley, really ace-queen against ace-jack. Not much that you can hope for beyond that. But the line that he took, the limp jam, higher variance, of course, don't want to be results-oriented, but these are the things that we need to come to expect if we elect to proceed in that manner.
Yeah, you know, you can see that Talal was a bit on the cusp on whether to continue with the ace-jack. Did end up making the call, but unfortunately for Punat, the jack did arrive, and he did not get there with the ace-queen. But I want to, you know, give a little shout-out to Punat, all-time money. Thailand, one of the greatest players we've seen. Never heard of him before, but when he came to the Triton stop, made an explosive run, and once again, a great finish.
Yeah, and obviously one that is going to do just right by him, considering he was 0 for 6 coming into this 250K here in London. Now can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief, as this isn't going to end up being one of those very expensive stops. When you pitch a goose egg at Triton, it adds up. So then, we will part ways with you just very briefly while we get the heads-up situation sorted out. And when we come back, it's going to be the finale here in the Luxon Pay Invitational. Don't go anywhere.
Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker
now
site.
larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Do you know the difference between a chip EV strategy versus an ICM strategy? In a poker tournament, survival is key. For example, in this situation, if the button is trying to win as many chips as possible, they should open about 49% of hands. However, if this were on the bubble of a tournament, they should only open about 43% of hands. And this is because surviving into the bubble is important. At GTO Wizard, you have access to tons of free theory articles, as well as ranges that you can use to study the optimal strategy in MTTs. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
here in front of Mokri. Announces raise and then puts almost all of his chips out there.
Yeah, Mokri knows that he needs to make a stance now. 7th place has 21 blinds, 2 9s. You know, it's actually a weird spot because there's an upfront open. If he just calls, he allows the original guy to come along. If he clicks it and the other guy has a hand, then he loses more chips.
Now, there's a number of different things, I think, going on in Punat's mind right now. Number one, Panakov's has been a bit frisky and opened quite a few pots. But he's doing so into the bigger stack of Talal, which narrows range. He's doing so from under the gun, which narrows range. And Mokri, who we expect to be looking for just a decent variety of hands that he can jam with. 3-betting and kicking out the 2 9s, but you can kind of understand it, Randy. You suspected that it wasn't going to be a given.
Yes, I can, and that's a fortunate spot for Kyan Mokri, as now he's got a coin flip instead of an 80-20.
You have king or a jack?
I had one of those 4 cards on best time.
Oh, nice. I had 8. Huh?
1.3 million chip pot. As the fate of Mokri hangs in the balance. Ace, queen, 8. Bottom set, no spade to worry about.
Phenomenal.
10 fade is needed. Oh!
No fade.
An outer space lunar landing in the form of a 10 of clubs. As Mokri needs to pair the board on the river and fails to do so. What a deflating outcome that is. You see a wry smile on Panakov's face.
I never won at this tournament with pocket 8s, but I
Wow. And just imagine, what if Punat actually clicked it back?
Hey, Karen, all
Original
jokes aside,
Razor's
it was
out.
fun playing with you.
He's still in the tournament as he did hit that 8. So many different scenarios this could have played out.
Butterfly effect, as this elimination could very well be courtesy of the fold from Punat Punsri. I don't think that Panakov's wants to proceed in the face of 4 bets. And that one is one to chew on for all parties involved, as instead of a double for Kayhan Mokri, it is an 8th place elimination. And instead of losing his open, Punsri had been partnered with KT.
Raised to 275,000.
Failed to make the money. Shakurchi was paired with another Briton in Ben Heath. Bryn Kenny, pictured here, was paired with Sean Perry. Chris Moneymaker's partner was Chris Moorman. James Chen, already eliminated, had been partnered with Benjamin Wu. Kayhan Mokri eliminated as well was Robert Flink's partner. Nick Petrangelo was paired up with Seth Gottlieb, as Shakurchi's 275K gets flatted by Bryn's 2 9s, and now Nikki P, ace, queen.
5 seconds.
Got the big chips.
This is a squeezy opportunity for Nick Petrangelo. Shortest stack, great hand.
How much is that, sorry? 1.6. Raised to 1,600,000.
I just can't really see a world where Bryn Kenny lays down these 2 9s. It is Shakurchi first to speak. Not going to gamble.
Yeah, he recognizes that the king-jack off performs very poorly against Petrangelo, willing to commit most of his chips.
What's annoying Bryn Kenny is the position that Talal opened and him flatting. It is supposed to be stronger, but he's going to go for it.
So unlike Punsri before him, Bryn Kenny is going to spin the wheel with a couple of 9s. And Nikki P needs improvement.
Didn't want to leave us some insurance money?
4.2 million chip pot. And a 9 in the window, followed by no improvement for Petrangelo. smiling, but
Sounds like
obviously
money had 2 of them.
understands prospects were grim. The king, though.
9 of hearts.
A little rap at the back door. Is anybody home? We're looking for Jack. Can Jack come out and play? No. 7 of spades. And we lose yet another player here at this FT. This time it is Nick Petrangelo, Randy. Just north of $1 million in career Triton earnings across 5 cashes coming into this one. Had an astonishing 5 straight festivals without making the money between 2019 in Jeju
Bang, bang, bang.
all the way through to Cyprus 2022. Turned things around in Vietnam. Didn't cash in Cyprus 2023. Here in London, 18th in the 25k GG Millions, but a very handsome 7-figure payout. Headed home with Nick Petrangelo, 1.17 and 410k. Back at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane in London, England, where it is, as you like to say, Randy, business time. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, taking it through to a winner here in much earlier in the evening, I should say, than any of us likely would have anticipated, as we are down to heads up between Talal Shakurchi and Bryn Kenny, the man that you picked when we were, I think, was it 3-handed I asked you for the first time?
3-handed it was.
Obviously a little bit easier to make a pick at that point in time, but clearly you know that he got down to heads up last time he was here in 2019. Randy, Bryn Kenny looking maybe to right the ship, having lost to Aaron Zhang despite making the higher payday last time at the Helping Hand?
I would think so. You know, Bryn Kenny shows up to our biggest buy-in events, and you know he won the most in that tournament. Didn't actually ship a trophy in that event, although he does have 2 titles under his belt at the Triton Series. We are neck to neck in chip counts, as close as it gets, isn't it?
Yeah, you can take a look right here in the Triton Poker Plus app. Follow along everything as Randy and I do. Download it now. 125, 250 the blinds, 71 big blinds. Let's call it exactly for each of them is less than 1 big. Separates the 2 stacks. So it's like they're just playing a heads-up freeze-out at this point, but just consider the amount of money that they're doing it for. $6.86 million at the top, $4.65 million at, let's call it the bottom, because you can't do any worse than that, just shy of $5 million. So then we send you back to the arena where things are about to get underway here in the conclusion of this $250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational. You took Bryn, Randy, so I'll take Talal. How's that?
Well, you're the VIP. I'm the pro.
That's fair. That is fair. All right. Let's get it back down now to the action back here at JW Marriott Grosvenor House. Standing by, and there it is. 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series London marquee event.
Now, I do say that Talal is the VIP, but he has shipped so many no-limit hold'em events in his career. Main event champion in Vietnam. He knows what it gets done. And to win heads up, you need to win your lion's share of the pots. How to do so? Be aggressive. However, it is Bryn Kenny who knows how to win just as many tournaments. If he can win this tournament, he becomes the #1 all-time money list of no-limit hold'em tournaments. Surpassing who?
Justin Bonomo, who hasn't been here, by the way, to cobble together wins of his own to keep Bryn behind. Talal, by the way, was partnered with Ben Heath in this event. Bryn Kenny was invited by Sean Perry as the first pot. Jack Deuce raises it up and can't really ask for much more than that as Shakurchi flats the 2 4s. Pair in the flush draw, very comfortable barrel from Bryn. Talal lays it down. Last time he had a couple of deuces in a similar spot against Bryn. Folded and said, of course, I probably had the best hand. Bryn said, yes, you did. It was a 7-4 offsuit, or suited maybe, but
Bryn also
regardless.
said, you know, that's not the only barrel I'm going to come in with.
Exactly what he said. And Talal recognizing the unfavorable nature of that particular spot there, and a very favorable XL size trophy that comes
Have
courtesy
some waters, please.
of
Super
this
size.
invitational. Yeah.
Race.
Raised to 600.
Look at the hands we got here.
Yeah.
Ace, queen suited, king 10. Certainly a 3-bet. Certainly the king 10 not folding pre. 70 big blinds to start this thing off. The deeper you are, the larger you 3-bet to pre-flop. You might even go upwards around 10 blinds or so.
2.2.
Raised to 2 million.
Right under 9 blinds. This is the second hand of heads up, already getting aggressive, and Talal needs to defend his opening range. King 10 when he calls.
Jack 4-3. Neither player in love with it.
Yeah, not the greatest texture, of course, but the nice thing is that as the pre-flop aggressor, your opponent doesn't have too much on this board besides the Jack X.
1.5 million, 25,000.
So about 1/3 pot bet. Talal taking a sip before he does muck this hand. No back doors besides the Broadway.
That is a pretty big pickup. Courtesy of the 2.2 million 3-bet pre, one that creates some meaningful separation between the two here that started level in stacks.
I mean, you said 2.2 million 3-bet pre. We're actually also playing for 2.2 million difference between second and first. This is a huge heads-up match.
Raised to 600,000.
So we've seen some heads-up matches where a lot of players opting to limp. So far in this one, it has been 100% raise frequency from both players.
Statements being made.
Thank you. No ice water, or no ice, yeah. It's okay, I'll just drink from this.
Oh, here, 1 second. Race.
Raised to 625,000. Call.
So we do have some bloated pots with this raising strategy from both players.
Paint baby.
Check. Check.
None of which connects with the 10-8-6 board. The 625k pre-flop sizing adopted in both camps. Checks adopted on the flop.
Yeah, and both camps can't be too excited with this turn card as well.
Check.
Hence, another round of knuckles on the turn, uneventful river.
Check. Check.
Queen 9. Queen.
King.
Straight to showdown. And obviously the hands had a whole lot to do with it in that particular pot, but these guys have restraint. It's not just savagery. But they also do have the savagery, which is what
you
makes
say
this
that
exciting.
now,
Yeah.
Ali.
Yeah.
Watch.
I feel like I've just jinxed it.
600.
Raised to 600,000.
Talal sharing a 6 with Kenny here as he Dials back to 600K. Little suited connector, all too happy to take a peek. This time a clear advantage. Position, betting lead, and the nut flush draw on the paired flop, but Kenny checking back.
Very deceptive check back there with the nut flush draw.
Sure.
Check.
Continuing to check. Blanks out.
Check. Check.
Ace high.
More restraint being shown there. On an occasion in which Bryn certainly could have been putting chips toward the middle, and obviously Talal very much taking note of the fact that the ace high and nut flush draw check back on 2 streets, and then a final third. As while it isn't time to barrel forward, it is time to talk about our official timekeeper, Jacob & Co., who are responsible for museum caliber craftsmanship, the type that you see on your screen right there. So many unique, wonderful pieces. Collaborations as well, not just with the likes of Bugatti and the Godfather franchise, but we here at Triton, as they put together our main event champion watches. One that is adorned by Kunat Punsri, Henrik Hecklin, and of course the man pictured there, Talal Shakurchi.
Race.
6-9 off in there. Ace King. Last time he did 3-bet to 2.2 million with the Ace Queen suited.
$3.2.
But actually sizing up now, 3.2 million.
Nothing speedy about it. Ace King, well worth it.
But the thing is, the Ace Queen and Ace King hasn't shown down, so Talal might feel that his opponent is just 3-betting light at least once in those spots, given how few hands we've played so far in heads up.
$600.
Quite a sizable lead now for Bryn Kenny.
Yeah, I was just noticing that in the app. As he is
Thank you.
beginning to put some runway between the two of them. Things starting off quite poorly for Talal, but I mentioned it earlier, his capacity to kind of divorce himself from any ill sentiments about beats or downward trajectory.
Goldfish memory.
Each hand seems to be played independent of the other in a beneficial manner. Bryn Kenny just one pay jump away from a title and 6.86 million. Of course, Talal Shakurchi will have something to say about his ambitions to be the man atop the mountain.
So far, the distribution of cards has been more favorable for Bryn Kenny pre-flop.
And it can be a little bit demoralizing when you find yourself looking at napkins. Obviously, that hasn't been the case for Kenny thus far and is a huge advantage for him. But you expect that you're going to have to make the most of holdings that aren't premiums when you're playing heads up. Nowhere to hide.
Right.
Well,
well, sometimes you
I
just
mean,
are going to get slapped with the deck, though. Ace King now. Again for Bryn.
So he made it 2.2 and he's made it 3.2. What sizing this time as the stack shrink of his opponent? And I would say
3.2.
it really feels like Talal is being picked on from his point of view. He hasn't seen any of these showdown. He's been 3-bet 3 times. And how many heads up they played? Less than 15, I'd imagine. It seems like a high frequency, but it is Bryn Kenny getting hit with the deck a bit.
Yeah, and that's where you really have to condition yourself, because your mind can play tricks on you, Randy, in that spot where you start to think, this guy's just trying to bulldoze. You know, there's no respect. I'm getting bullied. But you got to remember that sun runs, little brief stretches of them, are real things.
600.
And that's exactly what Bryn Kenny's been enjoying. Now, finally, the better part of the deck pays a visit to Talal. He just defends the ace-8, flops himself top pair against second pair and a gut shot. More chips should be headed
425
into this 1.5 million chip pot. And as has been the case, they get delivered quickly. As the check call of 4 1/4 puts another 850 into the middle. King on the turn.
Not the best card for Bryn Kenny, as King X would probably still check call to flop with the ace out there.
He feels similarly. Now, an ace on the river, and if it wasn't King X, then this 5-3 certainly feels like a candidate for a call, and that call comes in quickly as finally Talal is able to break the downswing. 525K, the value sizing. You've been there in your years as well, Randy, when you're playing tournaments and you just feel like, man, show me somebody who would have been able to do better in that heads-up battle than I did. You know, put them in that seat, deal them the hands I got. Just feels a bit preordained. Those are obviously the most difficult days at the office, but maybe in some ways it allows us not to hold ourselves altogether too accountable for the outcome as well.
That's true. You know, like, there are times when you're just dealt the bottom end of the deck and you just happen to lose. Maybe you get a cooler that doesn't go your way.
What happened to the 3.2 million?
I just kept having those hands for the 3.2.
Yeah.
Notice what he said, though.
Yeah, no, he got 3-bet every
I
other
was
time he
getting
was
smashed
opening.
by the deck.
Yeah. I was getting smashed.
Yeah, the other side of the deck.
Not by the deck.
Bryn reassuring Talal that it wasn't personal.
Yeah, Bryn isn't actually shy of sharing what he had.
600.
I've noticed that throughout his play today. Ace-7 versus King-7 in great position pre-flop.
So Kenny shares a 7 with Talal, but does not share the ace, which smacks him on this ace-5-3 board.
Good chance Talal still check calls this King-7. Quickly does.
425 ahead to the turn. Talal now drawing dead.
More value to be had for this ace-7. There are gutter balls that do exist. Extract from the 5X as well.
Gutter balls for Kenny.
Gutter balls that no more gutter balls to extract from the big blind defense, say the 2X, 4X. They do exist. Usually it's King Deuce, King 4.
Fork in the road.
Does not choose the right path.
No.
Drawing dead.
1.2 million roughly. The cost of the call. Now the 4 does put wheel prospects on board, but nothing that Shakurchi is looking to rep, as Bryn content to check back and show down. And just when you thought that Shakurchi was going to be on some sort of upswing, thumb pressed back down upon his stack.
Yeah, and you know that the reputation that Bryn Kenny has kind of earned him that call on the turn of just king 7 high. Feeling like that he was capable of barreling off just some straight draws. Nice lead now for Bryn Kenny. A troublesome spot as Bryn Kenny's once again ace, king, ace, queen type holdings in the big blind.
This is troublesome for Talal. Not that he's going to go sailing off with the ace-3, but just in a bad way. And think about how frustrating this is going to be. Here's the 3-bet again, 2.9. The only time that Bryn hasn't 3-bet an open is when Talal held ace-king.
And something just doesn't seem right to Talal anymore. He finally has an ace, blocker to the ace, and as an opponent, still 3-betting. He's not going to be folding this forever, I'll tell you that.
That took discipline. Granted, the size is big, especially as his stack dwindles. But we all felt it.
The next one.
That's when he's going to draw a line in the sand and say, I've had all I can stand. I can't stand no more.
The ace-3 just has such poor playability in the 3-bet pot as a defender.
So now an almost 2.5 to 1 chip lead. And it happened quickly for Bryn Kenny.
$600.
Perhaps a good spot for Talal to get some chips back, and he's had enough. He wants to make one of his own 3-bets. Ace-9.
And it's his turn to dominate as Bryn issues the 600K rebate. You ever apply for a rebate, Randy? I know you shop at designer sorts of shops that probably doesn't exist there. You never bought anything with a rebate?
Yeah, like tax-free. Like at the airport, does that count?
Not quite.
Then what?
I don't know. I can't remember when I was younger. But what happens is they make you go through this process, and you got to fill out paperwork, and then you got to send it in snail mail, and then like 12 weeks later, they send you back your rebate. But it comes in this really innocuous looking, like something you would throw away thinking it was junk mail. It's a whole shady industry out there, the rebate industry. I'm just
okay. Okay.
Is there poker going on I should be thinking about by
It's
chance?
just a 2.2 million chip. A heads up. Not
Right.
chip, but dollar match going on. But if you want to tell me about rebates as Bryn Kenny pick up pocket ace against the Doyle Brunson, go on. Just continue.
Nah, we know that continuing's not in my future, the rebate conversation, let alone in the future of this 10 deuce. As the 2.9 comes in yet again. This is getting old for Talal.
It really does feel like he's being picked on, but it's actually Bryn Kenny waking up hands every single time. It hasn't been a single 3-bet light. Blinds up.
Bad news for Talal. Yes, his stack depth will dwindle, courtesy of the new blind level, 150-300. Bryn getting hit with the deck, Randy. It just won't stop. Ace-2 suited up against Jack-3 suited.
But something's different this hand. It's because Bryn Kenny opted to limp. With the blind increased, the stacks are more shallow. Nothing has changed post-flop, though, in the sense that he's still firing away. I'm curious to see if Talal may incorporate this limping strategy as well, having seen Bryn Kenny do it. 35 big blind effective.
Why do you think that Kenny chose to limp on that occasion? Do you think it's because he feels as though at some point Talal's going to come blasting back at him and he wants to make sure that when he does make that open, it's going to be with a hand that can endure? Or why the change of pace? I know balance is the obvious answer.
I believe the main reason is that with this 35 big blind stack to pot ratio, he wants to kind of create a larger stack to pot ratio. That's a bad choice of words I used, but allows him more maneuverability post flop to outplay his opponent, which he currently seems to be doing in this heads-up match. Does flop a king, but
yeah,
Talal.
from outplaying to outkicking.
Does this really count as oukick? It'll chop so often, would it not?
That's true. But for the time being, the 5 does play. You're right. There's really nowhere to go.
I suppose it only chops 20% of the time. Excuse me. But king deuce.
As mentioned, nowhere to go, and if that was the case on the flop, it's very much the case on the turn, as all 4 kings are present and accounted for. A downright monarchical development, 3.5 million in the middle.
1925.
This is, of course, one of those cards that does create the chop, but a 5 or a deuce on the river, and some catastrophic things could be afoot. For now, it's a bet of 1.925, almost 2 million from Bryn, who defended against a 750k open, 2.5x, mind you. Check called the 825k c-bet. Now, leading out for the 1.9. Music, by the way, to Talal's ears. Oh, come on.
I did not see that coming, Ollie, and Bryn Kenny takes the lead on the turn, hits the full house.
Yeah, the betting lead was all he had on the turn. Now he's got the lead in the hand, courtesy of what is the ugliest of ducklings on this river in terms of Shakurchi's perspective. 7.3 million chip pot.
Depending on the sizing Bryn Kenny goes, we could potentially end this tournament now.
Does he cover?
All in.
Wow. Now, that is a club on the river, Randy. The flush beats Trip Kings.
Correct.
Maybe 5-6 is a part of this from time to time.
I think so.
Don't know about ace-5. Feels less likely.
Talal is trying to find bluffs.
Well, he blocks the 5-6 and ace-5, and wow.
Amazing laydown from Talal Shakurchi, really.
Spares his tournament life, and it didn't take a bunch of time banks to get there.
Did you have it, Bryn? Flush or full house?
River full house. But I had 3 kings on the turn.
King 2.
Yeah.
You rivered me.
Rivered you? Wow, sick. Laid down a king.
Whew. It's because I'm a wimp.
Well, I don't know about that.
Would have made 125. No, one.
Takes a man to know when you're beat. Or a woman for that matter. But just, you got to have that.
Now I'm with you.
Ollie,
lack of stubbornness, I guess. Just
a lot of players would be out of the tournament round. This one should be over.
Yeah, if I can bluff you up.
How did he fold that?
No, you know, you can bluff me off anything.
I don't know. If it's a non-club deuce, I think
that
it's a
was
wrap.
7 deuce. And the other fold was a 10-4 off, so.
I mean, everything going Bryn's way. Shakurchi can only shake his head, getting no action with an ace.
I think you're right about the club showing up. Is that and having a 5 in hand is bad. Because you block the 7 to 5 type holdings.
Yeah, when you're running into the guy just getting dealt ace queen every hand. Yeah.
It's poker, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just have to do your best with the cards.
Yeah. And that was pretty good that you didn't lose all of them right there. So I'd say you're like free rolling.
Come on.
Not quite that.
I mean, we all know that life isn't fair, but this feels egregious even by that philosophy.
850?
I hate to laugh, but this is insane.
It's actually worse that Talal is actually limp because now he's playing a bloated pot because he's forced to limp call his 9-7, but does pick up the gut shot, does have backdoor clubs and position.
What he's got is a big problem for now.
925.
2 million chip pot, half pot sizing. Snap call. Cash game vibes out here. There's so much cash on the line. Oh, is it the turn of Shakurchi perhaps? Binks the straight and has clubs for backup. Not that he needs them, and not that he wants to see them.
Kenny's showing some restraint, betting the turn, but I don't believe it's to check fold.
Absolutely not.
He might just ship it in right now. If he doesn't, there are some river cards that could potentially save him and just check fold. But it's just so often these two kings are good. You beat all the 8Xs, does jam, and Shakurchi is back in it if he can just hold here. 9% for Bryn Kenny.
It felt a bit like the writing might have been on the wall as Kenny taking the check jam line, asking for the rest of Shakurchi's biscuits. But it's all gravy. All he's got to do is fade a 5 or a king. $13.75 million. Surely Talal can hold here. Right? Tense moments here at the FT. 4 outs for Kenny to win it. Anything else? And Talal will take this one down as he ends up with clubs and the sense that maybe there is
3.5.
a little justice in this heads-up match.
Liable to
Keep in
miscounting,
mind,
so.
4950.
Talal could have been done if he had called that king 5. Second life. Bryn Kenny can't love that his opponent is still in the tournament. You even heard it from Bryn Kenny himself. He was thinking, wow, you folded a king? You're free rolling.
Yeah. Really like a new lease on life.
Yeah, button's good.
So he still has the chip lead. 72 big blinds versus 46.
Let's see, by the way, how Bryn reacts to this because, you know, the idea of being upstuck is something in cash games we talk about where a guy's winning, but he can seem a little bit tilted because he takes a beat, especially when you feel like everything's supposed to be going your way on the session, and now sometimes you get in your head and you think, oh, wait a minute, the doom switch being flipped.
I understand where you're coming from, but I'll say that the way this heads up been going, Bryn Kenny has been really cruising upwards besides that one pot alone. So I don't think those thoughts are going to cross his mind unless he loses a couple more pots sooner than later. So 994.
425.
We've seen Talal check call twice to the king 7 earlier on a worse texture. We'll check call this one correctly.
700 ahead pre-flop, 425 ahead post-flop. 10 doesn't help either player.
To multi-barrel this with just 6 high would be much.
He thought about it, didn't he? Fairly coordinated queen on the end.
Talal did sense that hesitation on the turn. Does that mean some kind of hand I was thinking about betting? We'll try and show it down. Perhaps a bet check bet line. Kenny has seen his opponent check call twice, king 7, ace high board. So he knows there's some weaker holdings as played, and he is going to bet check bet 1.825, just 6-3 high, targeting the king X and ace X.
Now, where do we put Bryn in terms of the hands that we don't beat? We can't imagine a 9 would have approached things in this manner. Maybe a 4, specifically the hand we're worried about seeking value on the end?
Of course, the queen that shows up on the river, but you got to keep in mind that Bryn Kenny has shown some trickiness with the ace-6 suitor with the check back nut flush draw. Nicely done, 23 million, still playing great.
6 high. Finds the bet on the river and earns himself the pot as Bryn Kenny continues to impress here at the final table of the 250k Luxon Pay Invitational. Boy, what a headache this heads-up match has been for Talal Shakurchi. Pure class, though. Recognizes the game is the game. Not letting anything get under his skin.
Yeah, both players have been showing pure class. But Bryn Kenny, to me, seems to be in the zone. Picks up the inside straight draw, but top 2 for Talal Shakurchi.
Obviously, we know the card that could send us into an inferno.
425.
One of those limp blind versus blind situations, courtesy of Talal. Top 2 here and a bet into him. And he's feeling pretty good about how this one is playing out. Doesn't slow play it. Randy, so much hand.
Yeah, and you know, it might be because he's down in chips and he kind of wants to quickly get back right into it. You do have so much of it where it's hard for your opponent to have a piece to continue. And the sizing he opted to go for actually got the gut shot to lay it down. Had he gone a little smaller, may have picked up a little bit more chips.
So maybe you get another barrel out of Bryn if you flat there. But as it stands, we march forward. Kenny with ace-10. This one's not going to get limped. So he makes it 700. King Jack is deemed adequate for a 3-bet to 2.3 by Talal.
This can go 2 ways for Bryn Kenny. Never folding, but sometimes calling, but might even 4-bet jam. This type of holding where you usually do have the best of it.
All in.
Fight we go.
4-bet jam, and Shakurchi forced to fold away a healthy chunk of his stack.
And that's really unfortunate for King Jack to 3-bet fold. That's why sometimes you'll see players just call pre-flop.
Majority of the times, I would imagine, right, Randy?
And it's not because you think you don't have the best hand. It's because you don't want to get blown off of it in that spot where King Jack is clearly playing okay against the ace-10 offsuit.
Better than okay against the full range of holdings that we would expect would be opening pots.
Exactly.
Very few walks have been issued here. Raise and take it. Still a better than 2-1 chip lead for Bryn Kenny here at the final table of the $250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational from the JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu in the lion's share of the prize pool at the Triton Helping Hand for Charity. Last time Bryn Kenny joined us in London. Pictured there, and of course, Triton main event winner
700.
Talal Shakurchi. one of the most accomplished VIPs around, hoping to hoist the trophy on behalf of that side of the bracket. Open ender against the gut shot. Shakurchi
625.
defends. Kenny with the follow-through barrel of 6 1/4. Board pairs, brings a heart draw on the turn. Shakurchi. Knuckles once more. Bryn with the check back. Now just 10 high on the river for Talal.
It feels like Talal needs to bet this 10 high.
Agreed.
Rarely wins on showdown. Can represent all of the pairs.
850K.
And Bryn is actually thinking about picking off the 10X. Has not relinquished, my friend.
He sure hasn't. How annoying is that when you're out here with 10 high?
No.
Oh.
You are sick. How did he do that?
You ever seen a tire go flat, Randy? That's the emotional state of Shakurchi when you get called in that spot. Get shown king high. All the air gone.
Thank you. Thank you.
It takes a lot to keep yourself poised, composed, and ready for battle when you run into that caliber call. Feels like your cards don't have backs on them.
Yeah. Well said.
So now we're looking at a 3-1 chip lead roughly for Bryn Kenny over Talal Shakurchi in this heads-up battle that began with level stacks. Certainly hope that those of you at home streaming us live on the Triton YouTube channel are enjoying this one as much as Randy and myself. Perhaps the only person not really enjoying this one, Talal Shakurchi, especially after that river.
The way this heads up has been going is that Bryn Kenny has won the majority of the hands. The only hand he lost was when he had 2 kings against the 9-7 of clubs. Just playing phenomenal, flawlessly so far. We will get a round of checks on the flop.
Yeah, turn binks Shakurchi. But it does bring a gutter to Bryn Kenny's doorstep, and that gutter leaves him reaching for chips, 425K after limp pre, check, check, post. Shakurchi content to flat. I'm leaving. I'm leaving the desk, and I'm coming back when normal things happen again. Randy, send me a text, and I'll return to my post. The 8 of diamonds smacks Bryn Kenny for the nuts. 4-liner on board, of course. Shakurchi playing the pot control-y flat line here. Just.
Well, can he get away?
Nuts.
Wow, snap call, and even Shakurchi, you can see, is just realizing what is happening right in front of him.
There's 3 specific letters, an acronym that come to mind, Randy. I feel like you might be able to guess the one I'm thinking of.
I actually can't. Tell me.
WTF. Preordained is the vibe I'm getting about Bryn Kenny. That trophy feels like it's scooting to the right of our screen pretty quickly, doesn't it?
It does actually seem like it's moved a little bit towards him. Or maybe Bryn Kenny is scooting over himself.
I mean,
he wants to touch it.
Again, we are taking nothing away from Bryn Kenny. As a player, you've already gone on record. You've stated that you think he's one of the best to ever do it. The results, anybody tempted to think that they've come just by some fluky, weird, won that helping hand, 17 million pound payout. 57 million didn't come from there. It came from a long career. And we've seen some things here, though, that just feel like anybody could have found their way to a big chip lead. Now the king high call, obviously, stands as an exception, but
Well, how about this?
the sun run maybe paying a visit to Talal Shakurchi, who had naked 7 high, but of course, when you can't get any action,
He's just won the minimum.
every single time. You raise, the guy has 3-bet you 4 out of 5 hands, but doesn't 3-bet that raise. You get a walk when you have ace-king.
Why does it seem like you're more frustrated than Talal Shakurchi, my
Because
friend?
I'm a sick individual, Randy. I want a little bit more order in my universe. I take that back. Chaos is certainly my brand. But this is just the smoothest of sailing for Bryn. I mean, 30 million almost in front of him now. Shakurchi withering down to 21 bigs. King 8 here.
Check, check.
Nobody hits the 10. I take that back. Bottom pair for Bryn. Why would I even think to say nobody hits when we know I could just close my eyes and go Bryn hits the flop or the turn or the river. So this one gets checked down. Just king high for Shakurchi. And as played, maybe, just maybe.
A value bet with bottom pair, bottom kicker.
Okay, he folds. I mean, king high could have been a candidate for a call there.
But even thinking about value betting, that's pretty...
Correctly value betting it.
Yeah, he's done this throughout the final table, betting these weaker holdings. It definitely has scooted towards him. It's even closer now. Get a measuring tape out. I'm pretty sure that trophy was on the left side of the screen at one point.
It's just a camera effect, I think, from this particular angle, Randy. Rest assured that the supernatural is not playing out before our very eyes, although maybe it is. Not in terms of trophy movement, but in terms of an insane sun run for Bryn Kenny. Queen 7 against 8 Trey. Does he have a flush draw?
Yes,
and
he does.
the best hand?
Yes, and he also has a hand of his opponent that can continue.
Yes,
for his
correct.
bet.
The wheel gutter. Just going to peel for 325. I'm sure the 5 of diamonds is somewhere in our future, right?
Okay.
Instead, the 3 of clubs, pairing Shakurchi, giving him the best hand.
He's got the lead. Okay, he's got the lead. Are you done?
Oh, what, you think this pot is suddenly going to reverse thrust? I mean,
3. Good.
even then, though, Bryn didn't fire the turn, didn't bluff at the river, as the small ones seem to be the ones that go Talal's way. All the big ones, though, tend to be pushed away from him.
Playing this one after.
Probably take a bit of a break, though, not right in. Are you going to jump right into it as soon as it's over? Maybe?
Pretty much. When can you register until?
Till tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, I like playing deeper, so it's...
Yeah, I'm not going to wait until tomorrow, but I think I'll at least get like a meal or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Ace-king suited for Shakurchi.
Race.
Okay, time to spin it back up for Talal. We know the 9-8 offsuit definitely has enough kit to continue, as he will get to close the action. Wow, he is 3-bet jam, 9-8 offsuit. Talal, he's back in it if he can hold here.
Hang on, please don't ride the broom, Randy. 13.6 million chip pot, the product of Kenny, perhaps exhibiting a little haste. Looks pretty unbothered.
Rather you had ace-jack.
Roughly 2-1 advantage for the ace-king of clubs as Luca Vivaldi presides over the affair. One that desperately needs to go Talal's way if he hopes to double and fight on here on the Bryn Kenny Show. Oh boy. 8-6-5. Kenny, top pair and a gutter. Talal grasping at the alphabet. And that's the one part of the alphabet that doesn't help the ace-king. No heart in hand. And no further hands will be dealt unless an ace or a king hits the river, which it doesn't.
We're playing with you. I really smashed the deck, honestly. Like every 3-bet was like ace, king, ace, queen, pocket eights.
I could
Just
feel
like,
it. I could feel it.
yeah. There was like, I don't think I 3-bet light a single time. It was like monster after monster. I just, yeah.
Truth
Thank
be
you,
told,
too.
humble and honest in that exchange with Talal Shakurchi, as now we see the reality setting in. Bryn Kenny, your 250k Luxon Pay Invitational champion.
Wow.
$6.86 million, and now the winningest poker player of all time. 4.65 goes to Talal. Well, truly a magical moment for Bryn Kenny, and perhaps apropos of some of the sorcery that we saw. And I'm not just talking about the king high calls, but some of the sun run that we alluded to, which wasn't lost on Bryn Kenny, Randy, as you get a look at all of the payouts for James Chen on upward, as we bring you back to the desk far earlier than any of us would have anticipated here in this invitational event. Randy, I mean, sum it up for us.
I mean, I know that Bryn Kenny did get the nice distribution of cards, but he played excellent.
The nice distribution of cards. The man had a sun-running anvil fall out of the sky into his lap. And again, not taking away, it's allowed. No one's saying that Bryn Kenny isn't a great card player because of it, but that was beyond nice distribution of cards.
Okay, but he played that distribution perfectly.
Fair.
He value betted in spots that none other players would be able to get. Not only in the heads up, but in when the final table was full. Remember, he value betted that Jack 5 fourth pair and got paid off by Alex Ponnikovs.
Yep.
He played brilliantly. He is just a phenomenal player. I can't believe that this London stop, he came, won the biggest prize, right? Second place in the Triton Million tournament. He comes back to London many years later. He wins our biggest tournament at this stop.
4 years and 1 day to the date, to be exact. As Bryn Kenny, something in this British air, perhaps, that favors him. And on that note, we are going to send it right back down to the arena where your champion, Bryn Kenny, is standing by with Marianella Pereira.
Bryn Kenny, 4 years and 1 day ago today, right here in London, you won the largest prize ever in poker. Here you are again on poker's biggest stage, clinching the Luxon Pay Invitational, taking home $6.8 million. For me, it feels a little deja vu.
Yeah.
How surreal is this, sir?
Oh, I mean, so surreal. It's crazy, you know, just like, still, I don't know where I am really, you know, but I'm at a good place at the end of the tournament, standing up right here and still standing, fortunately, after, you know, using a whole lot of energy to focus and try to be as much in the moment as possible in the tournament. And that's incredible because, yeah, that was the biggest tournament that Triton ran of all time, the one in London 4 years ago that I got second place, didn't get to hold up the trophy, but got the most money. So you call it first or second. This one, I'm pretty sure, second biggest tournament that Triton's ever held and holding up the trophy. And, you know, I got to say it's pretty unreal and just so blessed and thankful for, you know, this and just everything.
I saw you taking some deep breaths there. Let's talk about the focus needed. So you came into the final table second in chips. On paper, it was looking to be a long day.
Yeah.
I blinked and we were down to 4. The pacing, it just was fast and furious. How did that, what kind of changes did you have to make mentally and even emotionally to adapt to that?
Well, like really at first, it was just like, I think second hand of the day, I get an ace-king suited versus James Chen's ace-queen and knock him out. So it's not like I really had to, you know, do anything there. It kind of played itself for me. Fortunately, he shoved this hand, held in this spot. Then still, when the table was like full, I had a good spot where I want to flip against Nick Petrangelo with 9s versus ace-queen. And I'd say the cards played themselves until it started getting six-handed, and then I had a good seat and also a good lock on things and started opening up a lot, playing a lot of hands, and good things kept happening. And yeah, I think the important thing too is, you know, talking about those breaths. It's just like throughout the whole tournament, like I see a tournament like a roller coaster. It's up and down. It's every which way. That in the first day of the tournament, with 30 minutes to go, I had 125,000 chips. When the blinds were 25k big blind, I was sitting with like 450 or something. Really grinding like the whole tournament until we get about 10 away from the money, get a few fortunate spots, get some chips, and like it's just so important like during that tournament that no matter what, if things are going well or if they're going poorly, just being able to get yourself back to just like the moment and not being attached to good or bad. And I think it relates a lot to life, and poker teaches you a lot about life if you really think about things, because you know, you just accept what is, don't hope for something different, try to give it the best that you can in the moment, and
well, sir,
what is.
You are a man that does that exceptionally well, clearly. And this win has just shot you back to the summit of the all-time money list. I bring this up because I remember in 2019, you specifically telling me that that was your focus.
Yeah.
You were like, listen, I am here to make it to the top of the all-time money list.
Yeah, it wasn't even there either. Like, you know, from when I was 20 years old and number 1,000 on the list. I guess that was my goal, like my dream to become number one all time. I, really put so much of my life like dedicated to this game, to mastering like my craft. And I think it's just another sentiment that, no matter how big like your dreams are, really, if you believe in them and keep going and making the decisions and the necessary moves like along that journey, like we can really make things that some might see as impossible happen.
Absolutely. And a lot of things have changed also since then.
Yeah.
You're a dad.
Yeah.
Saw you FaceTiming with your little one. I think there is something to the baby run good here at the Triton series. Clearly, you think the little one helped you bring it home?
Oh, for sure. But like there are so many people too that like helped me bring it home. Just like, my mom, my grandma, my girlfriend, my daughter, close friends and family who really just hold that force field up and, just sending good wishes and good energy. And, just like we go through the roller coaster at the poker table, we all go through the roller coaster in life too. And, we're on highs and lows, and just having such a amazing support system that I do is really what's enabled me to give and to be the best that I can. And without them, like, I wouldn't be here. So my thanks and my love to everyone who's just always been there for me, supported me, and
yeah. And well, a massive congratulations to you. Now, before we bring out tournament director Luca Vivaldi, we've got another little something special for you from our sponsor Bombay. Ragnar, if you can come on out here, is going to be a 2-night stay in a super yacht.
Bombay.
Oh, cool.
It's in Mediterranean. It's you need a bit of R&R. So with the friends and everything, or family, whatever you decide.
Oh, amazing.
Our concierge team is also here available for you. So whatever you decide to do, you're welcome at our yacht.
Oh, amazing. My girlfriend's going to love this. And they're on their way over tonight. So how long do I got to give you guys notice?
Well, the contact with the concierge team, because I literally don't know. But
thank
pleasure.
you so much.
And you've done so well. Pleasure to watch you.
Much. Appreciate it.
We'll figure out the details later. Don't worry. Without further ado, let's bring out tournament director Luca Vivaldi. Let's get to this moment. The title, the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, your 250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational champion, Bryn Kenny. Go ahead, grab it. It's yours.
Well, there you have it. Bryn Kenny taking down the 250k Luxon Pay Invitational. As we welcome you back to the break desk. Maria Ho alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, stepping in for Najad and Randy. Stepping in earlier than we would have anticipated, that final table working its way down to a champion very quickly.
That was incredibly surprising. Now we know a lot of people came to play, came for the win, but still yet just seemed like people were getting the chips in early and a lot of big hands.
I think I came in, I want to say 45 minutes after the FTA started, and producer James Dempsey was like, oh, we're down to 4 already. I was like, what on earth is going on? There's 6.8 million up top. But anyways, our attention now being diverted to the 125k main with the Bulgarian, Alex Kulev, currently leading the 91 entries, 7 eliminations so far. We get to kind of go back to the start of day one, play some flops and some deep stack poker.
Yeah, the work is not done here for these players, right? Even despite having that big 200k warm-up prior to the 250k Invitational, here we are with a very substantial 125k buy-in in day one action.
Let's go. Everyone's super deep, blinds 1k, 2k, the 200k starting stack. So I do apologize. 250k starting stack. So even entering now, be given 120 bigs.
Raise 5,500.
Obviously no news on the prize pool just yet. So late reg is going to be open all the way throughout to day 2. As it looks like JNT has perhaps re-entered. Fresh stack. You can see JNT 3-betting the ace-5 with a starting stack around 250. And Heath happy to just click this one back. 4-bet upstairs to 30,000. JNT's been watching the solver kids, I'm telling you, this ace-5.
Noting these late positions, cutoff versus button. Heath feeling very comfortable that he's got the goods, but hey,
Day
JNT
one.
did not come here to fold.
Day one, 100 bigs
usual.
deep, Maria. Let's go. Both players flopping top pair on the monotone board. Love to see it. JNT getting in the mix. Eve.
13,000.
Eve, the pre-flop 3-better, continuing small and wide as one would predict. Oh no.
No.
No, JNT grabbing a fistful of white chips by the looks of things. What's he thinking here? It's 5, no hearts.
Yeah, if he finds the raise, it's just because he feels like perhaps he wants to try to protect and deny some equity from some drawing hands, but also it feels like a call plays so well here in position. Don't really want to bloat this pot with no redraw.
Well, not bloating the pot with no redraw ignored on this occasion, Maria. 75k to go. And, you know, perhaps we're just going to play a 2 starting stack hand straight off the bat. Heath in a world of pain, of course.
Certainly a little concerned that perhaps JNT continued with some suited combos and could potentially have flopped a flush and just be fast playing here. But also, what about some naked hearts, some ace X's with a heart as well, some offsuit combos. I mean, if we see that J&T is going to be 3-betting and calling a 4-bet as wide as ace-5 offsuit, then he will have more offsuit combos than you would give your average player.
I mean, he'll keep going if no one stops him.
All in. Oh, Heath. Coming to the right decision after utilizing a couple of time banks. Fades the snap call as well, Maria. I mean,
yeah, I mean,
when you fade it.
J&T was not expecting the all-in and knows that he doesn't like his ace-5 quite as much now.
153 in total.
133.
153 total, yeah.
Certainly raising gets you in a lot of trouble when you get jammed on. So hard to think that your ace-5 is good here. And again, with no redraw, it's so hard to continue.
153.
It does make the call, and just like that, a monster stack. Ace Queen against Ace 5. Wants the pot rather.
Thank you.
Straight off the bat. 3-7-1 in the middle. As J&T is now drawing some chop outs.
4-6.
Take the 3 as well. Jack of diamonds on the river means that Heath finds the hold and is up to 371,000.
3,000 more.
Add a little salt to the wound. You owe a little more to the pot, J&T, please. Let's make the pot right before you pass a full double over to Heath.
Little juice. Had the pleasure of running into J&T's travel partner. They've been touring the world playing poker for the last 10 years. They met at a $500 buy-in tournament. And they're saying that poker is one of J&T's biggest passions in life. Just loves showing up to compete. Becoming a bit of a name at the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Yeah, you find that for a lot of these businessmen, for them, just being able to compete against the best in the world is exciting for them. They want to be able to test themselves, and they're up for the challenge. And they did not get where they are in the business world without having that type of mentality. Orpin defends with 5-4 suited up against pocket kings of O'Dwyer. Really clean flop for O'Dwyer.
A couple of red kings. No customer out on the big. The start of day one. 250k starting stack. Mine's 1k, 2k, 2k. I reckon we'll get up to over 100 runners in this one.
Thank you.
The prize pool exceeding 10 million.
No, no.
Late Ridge open till the start of day 2 for all of these wizards. Talking of wizards, GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Just recently launched the GTO Wizard AI, the world's most powerful poker solver. You can try it out now at gtowizard.com, where you can enjoy using the app entirely for free for 24 hours if you use /Triton code. Get free access to the app and a 10% discount on your first purchase. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. And I've seen and heard a lot of these guys on break, checking spots. Seen some Instagram stories of people reviewing hands after the fact, sharing the GTO Wizard outcomes with their fans as a bucket hat emerges. Juan Pardo trying to go all Shulman on us.
I feel like they're all taking a page out of Young's book. Who do you think wore it first? And who wore it best? We do that a lot in, I don't know if you read trashy magazines, but you know, the People's, the Us Weeklies, all of that. They
Vogue.
do a... Vogue is not that trashy. If Vogue is trashy, then you don't want to know what I read. They do like side-by-sides of who wore it best. You know, we've seen Patrick Antonius rock it. Now we see Juan Pardo. But who wore it best?
I feel like the original bucket hat master, like, I can't remember his name, he plays High Stakes Cash. Plays with Robel.
I'm gonna need a little more
Yeah, plays
info.
with Robel. He's played at your studio. I believe you've commentated on him, like one of the big names that always shows up for the games. Oh, man.
Rick Solomon?
Yes, thank you. He was the
He
guy.
did. You're right. You're right.
He rocked up with it, and then all of a sudden, I remember it just being shown all over Twitter how all of these young kids had seen Solomon with the bucket hat, and then every poker player was rocking one after that.
Trends get around pretty quickly in the poker community.
Well, it's only taken us about 3 years to get. I think the bucket hat was in, then it was out, and then you know, Shulman brought it back the other day. Now we're going to see everyone rocking bucket hats.
Shulman, a very strong contender for who wore it best. I mean,
Yeah.
when Shulman...
Honestly, I don't even think it's close.
Wow.
Yeah, it was strong. I mean, look, you rock up with the Louis V bucket hat and 250k with the shades and hoodie, you know. You're sending a strong message to the poker world.
So I'm not going to dwell on this too long, but I had all of these Talal Shakurchi chants and slogans ready. Thought we were going to come in here, get a chance to cover the 250k final for just long enough that I could share with the world my love for Talal Shakurchi. And
I think he knows.
are you sure?
I am sure. Saw him
You
today.
don't think I need to write some letters,
He
post something on social media,
extended a warm
some
thank you
proclamations?
to the commentary team. He watches the streams. He checks out. He reviews hands. Have nothing but kind words to say about you as the president of the Shakurchi fan club.
He's okay with us selling the Talal Shakurchi merchie.
Yeah, Shakurchi merchie. It's going to be as big as Nike one day. Sorry, Nike. A few players at this table did cash 200k. Lee and O'Dwyer. Webster telling Heath to not look. I have to agree with that. I mean, it feels like a negative free roll. Do you look if you get a walk?
No, I don't. It's a hard and fast rule.
Is that something we can agree upon? It only took us 9 days.
Might be the last, though. Let's cherish it while we can.
What are these magazines that you're reading? Are they like poker magazines?
No, no, no. They're like somewhat Hollywood gossip / a little fashion. Just like a little bit of like who's hooking up with who.
Keeping up with the Joneses.
You know,
so
who
if I
is
needed
Kim
to
Kardashian
know,
dating right now?
Right.
Raise 4,500.
Don't at me, Chad. I already know. I know.
Self-awareness being displayed in the booth. Heath with a couple of 8s against the O'Dwyer Open. Back to the poker. There's a 125k main going on. Although Weekly Magazine, we're looking for sponsors if you're interested.
Yeah.
JT.
We all know there's plenty of poker gossip to go around, so, you know, we could start printing our own newsletter, really.
Definitely some tea. 6-2 deuce. So O'Dwyer wants to continue. The ace high.
I did. I didn't.
4,000.
He's going to fold out some hands from the small blind, some suited broadways. It's like 10-9, Jack 10 suited. You can see obviously Heath won't be going anywhere just yet. Perhaps even we'll take it upstairs. Got to just call.
Moving to? You moving to?
Double paired board here. You imagine that O'Dwyer knows Heath will call from the small blind with a lot of these middling pairs. Finds the check back with the showdown. Not the best river card in terms of the types of hands that might check back the turn, the ace X's and the king X's, but definitely some value to be had if you are able to target the ace X's.
No, just the dedicated vote and first event, just like main cash.
Who's better, you or Vietnam?
He's cashing everything.
That's a nice little value bet there from Heath. Fantastic start to this feature table for him. Finding some value from the 8s. By ace high.
What are you moving?
It's Brazil currently out in front, 1 and 2. Yuri Zivalevsky and Rodrigo Seiji. As expected, pretty much everyone we've seen throughout the series in the mix. Couple of early eliminations. Alex Boyka falling victim to none other than Fedor Holtz.
冇食過其他嘢食。我三餐喺出邊食嘅，其他嗰啲都係喺呢度食，或者係賭場，去酒店。
我應該4間。
哦，咁我其實我唔係好差啫。咁你即係大家都
It's
差
a
唔多。
sizable pot as well. Cold 4-bet out on the big for Boyka with ace-10 suited for 50 bigs. Fedor finding the call with ace-jack suited for 50 bigs. So maybe some dynamic we're not familiar with. Perhaps a steaming Boyka. Up to 90 runners in this one now. already crossing 10 million.
14號走啊！
The prize pool.
我跟你啊！
而家覺得自己
14號呢度完咗㗎嘛？14號係 main 完咗㗎，即係個 WSOP
13號最後一日。
嚇
？13號最後一日。
哦，咁14號係靚仔㗎咯。
係。
Do you speak any other languages, Henry?
I speak a couple.
Oh, yeah?
45.
What are they?
45.
Bulgarian.
Raise 4,500, 4.5.
Like fluently?
Fluent
Wow.
Bulgarian, yeah.
Very cool.
Macedonian. It's JNT. Peels one off on the button, ace 4 clubs. I feel like being brave enough to ask me that on air would mean that you'd speak more than one language yourself, because, you know,
Well, clearly.
the easy bounce back would be, what about you? And, you know.
Yeah, I'm not about to look uncultured over here next to you.
Middle set for Kiat Lee, trying to trap JNT perhaps. On the King 10-3 check through at lightning pace.
Getting very trappy with the set.
12,000.
JNT turning a gutty.
Just wouldn't be a Triton poker series without JNT. Wouldn't be the same. Doesn't find the deuce that he was looking for.
Voting up here for Lee, but somewhat unlikely that JNT will have checked the good King X's in position on the flop. So he does check over, hoping that JNT will try to bluff, knowing that there's not going to be a lot of value he could call with. But JNT does not take the bait.
A laugh exchange between the two.
無啦啦嚟爆我廿幾萬之後
JNT
要
down
打
to
個
just
運氣。
13 bigs now.
係咁噶啦，但係你要諗第一嘅話有60幾萬啦，係
60幾啊？
啊？
應該冇，
唔係300萬驚知咩？
嗰個係3000。
Come on then. How many languages do you speak, Maria?
No, I actually just speak one, but I only brought it up because they were speaking Cantonese, I believe, and I just wanted to ask you. But I actually did not know that that would be your answer. Although, you know, living in Europe, I always felt that Europeans always speak more than one language just because of proximity to other countries and whatnot. I was always impressed, you know, growing up by all of my Euro friends. And here, you know, I was lucky enough to be born in Taiwan, but immigrated to the States when I was very young. So, you know, we spoke Mandarin in our household growing up. We were still very culturally Chinese. And then I took a little bit of French in high school, which I promptly forgot after taking the test to pass out of the class.
Same.
But I still do have some Mandarin thanks to my mom basically beating me into submission. Maybe literally, maybe figuratively, who knows.
It's very generous of you to include the Brits in that observation. British people and American people are notorious for speaking one language and one language only. But yeah, rest of Europe, bilingual as Kiat Lee. Squares off. UTG v small blind against Mr. Malacca style, who's gonna with a check raise that ace of spades. It's your future bluff card. Yeah, I can't wait for us to have like an AI software that translates everything that Boss and Kiat and Webster are talking about at the table in our headsets. Not to dish out their business, but
as well.
This would be an intruder on their conversations. No
Yeah,
spade on the turn, undercard to the board.
Main event, and the 500k six max there. Like 2 days apart. He got second in the JG main. It's pretty insane, actually. Oh, he also got second in the Philippines main, like the first one.
Lee wondering if he needs to try to turn his hand into a bluff here with this bet, and it looks like he does. Maybe a little bit of equity denial as well with that flush draw possible.
He got 2 seconds.
But certainly
即係我哋打個
enough to win the pot after
唔係3000
Juan Pardo
佢
doesn't
有兩個
turn
main，一個係1000，一個
any
係
additional
咁
equity.
我咪打3000個咪得。我哋打唔到咗，過咗啦。
1000嗰個可能打唔到，3000個
係咯，咁3000嗰個咪有60萬咯。
唔係，如果你 FT 呢個就打唔到嘅。
係1000嘅3秒定係3000嘅3秒
？1000係1秒，3000係3秒。
係咯，1000秒唔緊要啊，3000重要啲喎。奶啦嘛，60萬奶啦嘛。
Oh, fine. 4.5 raise, 4,500 total.
Heath and O'Dwyer about Bryn Kenny's incredible Triton track record. 3 titles now.
5 guys didn't show up on that too.
Oh, I heard about that. I wasn't.
I didn't want to leave Brock out. So just flying it out.
Ooh.
200k.
People playing Bach?
Yeah.
Where?
And blinding out of tournaments, apparently.
What time are we off today? Didn't realize there was a little Bach D-Gen action that perhaps I can join in on.
We have one more chip.
Is that frowned upon?
5 seconds.
See what Orb comes with here. Just flatting out the small. It's the very wide J&T range.
5 seconds. I only get 2 500s. Yeah.
Can't really blame Orpin for continuing, just considering how deep they are.
Oh, nice high ball texture in this inflated pot. Ace Jack 8, couple of hearts. Top 2 for Lee. Orp in rough shape.
20,000.
And this is the texture that you can expect the pre-flop 3-better to continue on. So not necessarily indicative of strength of hand, just gonna c-bet with range here, I believe. So Orpin gonna lose a few chips with at least a call on the flop. We'll see if he's able to find some runouts to get away from.
That might just be one of them. Although when you're up against someone like Lee, perhaps this is actually the turn card that one would level themselves on. Giving Lee credit for a hand with 1 heart in it. Checks through. 6 of spades on the river. What do you do in Orpin's shoes now? Given that Lee's opted to slow down on the turn, kind of signaling that he has some showdown.
Yeah, part of that showdown I think will certainly contain aces with a better kicker. And sometimes, you know, perhaps a hand like King Jack suited that chose to 3-bet, or King Jack offsuit even, depending on how Lee proceeds with some of those big cards in hand. So you see Orpin does check.
50,000.
And a half pot bet, a line that just doesn't feel like there's going to be bluffs. Doesn't contain many bluffs, does contain a lot of value. Doesn't need to be a hand as good as top 2, but can certainly be all of the better aces.
Do you know who else knows about the bet check bet line?
Who?
Producer James Dempsey. It's always speak about. Don't think we've ever been
like
shown a bluff
People don't have bluffs when they do that? Yeah.
for years. We're keeping track.
No, I've definitely bluffed James with that line before. But he folded, so I can't prove it. I can't prove it, but I just assumed that I must have.
The only person I ever saw bluff with the bet check bet line was Adamo, which makes sense.
Well,
because
yeah.
It's Adamo.
Yeah, I'll put it.
Multiple
I'm
time
actually
banks.
shocked that Adamo, though, with his reputation, could get away with it, though.
That's true.
And can I get more ice? Yeah, and can I get lime if you have lime? Thanks. Oh, and I didn't get the fries.
The fries, Dwight Cubs, come on. Is that the winning strat? Wolf using multiple time banks does eventually let it go. Good fold, sir. Never easy to fold top pair, especially against someone as capable as Kiat Lee. To 90 runners now. We've had a couple more eliminations on outer tables. Downmin Fu eliminated, as well as Taylor von Kriegenberg. First time I've ever seen that name in the mix. American flag.
Oh, yeah, I know Taylor. He, good friend of Schulman's. Definitely has played some bigger buy-ins in the last year or so, but has been around for a while. Has a WPT title. Webster with the raise with the queen jack offsuit, folds around to the blinds. Raise and take it.
Yeah, it's got to be rough for Taylor. First ever Triton event. Lost a 450k pot against the Bulgarian Alex Kulev.
咩 rectangular 長方形咩意思啊？唔知。
Whenever Webster and Kia at the same table, always give me these like up to no good vibes.
It's always fun to have a friend on the table.
Especially when no one else speaks the language that you're speaking. Just trash absolutely everyone. Just everyone catching stray bullets.
Maybe I'll just learn Macedonian so the next time you and I ever play together,
It's for Bulgarian. Go for Bulgarian.
get a little more use out of it. Webster back-to-back opens, this time King 10 suited, gets looked up by Juan Pardo. Heath comes along as well with 6-5 offsuit.
Yeah.
3 players. Ask for red, then he give me.
Well, that's a fun flop.
I
Heath,
don't like filet rare.
Ask for red, then he give me medium well.
bottom 2.
For a filet, this is what I like.
This is
6-5 rainbow. Looking down at his chips.
Yeah, I would say that.
Perhaps feels like this is a
more medium rare, but
big blind spot he has options on.
like if it was a ribeye or something, like rare, but check.
Just 2 overs, but no backdoor flush potential. I like the check multi-way with the King 10 of spades. Just not a lot of places you can go with that up against a range that's going to contain a lot of sets here.
Yeah.
Pairs with straight draws. Hands that won't fold to a continue.
4,500. I have no idea who the others are.
Pardo with just 25% pot stab. Given the small size, I don't know, these, you know, 100 big blind plus spots, bottom 2. Gets scary. A lot of runouts, hence the flat court. Also, Heath not thrilled to stack off here on the flop, that is. As he boats up on the turn.
I do feel like Heath should know that this card in particular will get checked through very often, so perhaps might find a lead, even though he does just have a full house and doesn't want to lose his customers. I think that actually leading here sometimes might look weaker. And of course you want to be balanced with your leads.
$7K in the middle. Auto being checked to for a second time. Does not want to see a 7. Fortunately for the Spaniard, remains unimproved. Feels like an okay-ish card for Heath. Pardo could certainly have hands like ace-7, ace-8. Some ace-x low card with the backdoor that have now rivered top pair.
Burns a little bit of time deciding what sizing to come with and chooses very big sizing, and Pardo blocks 8-7, of course. You know, when you take this polar sizing, really representing trips, boats, straights.
This is such a fun hand for the poker purists out there. Heath hitting Malacca style with the 200% pot on the river. Not something we get to see all too much of on day 2s and final tables, but day 1s, given it with this deep.
Yeah, wondering if there's going to be some 7Xs out of Heath. Perhaps, you know, even some hands like Jack 10 with some backdoor flush possibility, something with 2 overs on the flop, and some potential for runners, but Pardo not curious enough for that price.
When you come back from the break, you stay on table 6, second table in the middle.
Sounds like we are heading towards our first break of the evening. To 91 runners now. Some early runaway chip leaders: Kulev, Yuri Zivalevsky, Andrei Lubovetsky, Rodrigo Seiji, Viktor Malinovsky, aka Limitless. Good luck saying those 4 names 3 times in a row as fast as you can.
Raise 4,500 fold.
Not up to the challenge?
I'm sorry, I think my mic stopped working.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard you. I did hear you.
I was
did
trying,
it.
yeah.
Completed it, mate.
There's some technical difficulties.
Zivalevsky, Lubovetsky, Seiji, Malinovsky. Strong. J&T gonna defend. 15-5 in the middle. Coming up short. Again on the all hearts board. Heath also climbing up the chip counts, currently sat in 6th.
Heath coming for some value, and King Queen remains interested.
Perhaps not anymore. Fourth heart on board, just king high. Heath with the fifth nuts.
5 seconds. Advance. 16,500.
Kind of goes for fifth nut sizing. You know, not too big, not too small.
I'm sorry, Maria.
What?
You know.
Really, that? Of all things?
No,
That-
just like,
that's what
because there's
gets
two
you?
straight flushes out there, and we're both in here trying to be professional and serious and calling it the fifth nut. So, you know, it's the third nuts. He's losing, you know, we're not in here.
No, but
I guess we have to do it properly, but yes.
of all the things that we've said, though, that's the one
Thank you.
that you just have to lose it a little bit.
Got me, you know, just because like we're focusing on straight flushes. I mean, Ben Heath on home soil, leading the chip counts. Chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. Heath up to 429,000 JNT, which are just 9 bigs after, well, that monster hand against Heath, where called the 4-bet, tried bullying Heath on the monotone board and ended up stacking off with a weaker kicker.
There's too much in the small blind.
I think Webster likely just run this after JNT's limped from the small. Ace high, as he does announce himself.
No.
This is the thing I love about JNT. Look at this. You know, he's just down to 7 bigs, folds, but still has a massive smile on his face and engaging in banter and conversation with his table mates.
咁你唔係有機票咩？嚇？你唔係有機票咩？咩啊？
No, that's tomorrow, Webster.
That
penguin belongs to Heath, right?
Yeah.
Smart boy.
And we need to, you know, we went out shopping for your nephew the other day.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we need to be buying. Getting.
That's going to get lost,
Go and buy
broken.
Go and find some London-themed card protector. Inside JNT's found a hand he's happy to run.
Let's
see, Heath didn't love the idea. Bit of a wide open ace 5-0. I think it's fine. Took a bit of time, but made the call. 8 bigs apiece.
JNT leans forward a little bit, checking things out, sees that he's down to 2 overcards.
Doesn't materialize into the pair that was necessary for the Frenchman.
Your glasses.
Yeah. What a funny feeling. We're seeing plenty more of him throughout the series.
You don't know it? Oh.
He's going to need those because when he flops boats, he likes to put them on and then bet.
There aren't many people
佢要錯1號9同埋
that get Phil Ivey to react the way that he did. J&T just clicking Ivey. That iconic hand from the start of the series.
Always a fan favorite.
Right, 4,500.
Looking over at the app. Series just getting worse for Brian Kim. Been a rough trip so far here in London. Using a massive flip to Elton Sang, queens into ace king. Ace high board. Kim down to just 7k. So Orpin turns the 9 high straight. Interesting turn card. Get Lee with the 2 overs, open ender.
You wonder with this board if Lee will just want to see a free one, and he does.
Double paired board. See if Orpin extracts some value here.
Yeah.
Certainly looking to get called by high cards. Backdoor flush missed.
Yeah, I'll just see how it is.
I think given the way this hand's played out as well,
The main event.
checking all the way down,
Smaller stuff.
does look like an ace high. Can see the grimace on Lee's face immediately. Facing the pot-sized river bet. That was the poker gods telling you to fold, my man.
Right?
So he makes the call, putting the 12k in front of Orpin, as if he knew.
Yeah, nice enough to not make Orpin have to reach for it, or the dealer have to push it over. Knew where it was going.
Ayya. Indeed, Mr. Lee.
Doesn't matter what high. I have 2 pair.
2 pair is a strong hand. Those of you just joining us, day 1 of the main event at 250k Luxon Pay Invitational, wrapped up in lightning pace style. Almost 5 players within the first hour of play. Bring Kenny taking it down for 6.8 million and change. Being Talal Shakurchi heads up. The main event for 2 days. Final table will be on Monday. Plan today is to play down to the end of level 10.
Looks like Orpin came along on the button with ace-9 offsuit, and O'Dwyer also from the big blind with 6-5.
Yeah, interesting flat even on the button from Orp, if I may say so myself. Opting to flat rather than take upstairs, but ace-9 on the button, flopping an open-ender. Happy to see a turn. Fortunately, doesn't find himself dominated. Often a reason for passing up on hands such as ace-9. Paired board now. Webster still with the best of it.
I do think that with the 10 pairing on the turn, perhaps Orpin in position can find some bets here, just because you would want to target a lot of these smaller pairs, and certainly you can have some 10Xs that would check back on the flop. But instead checked around, and Orpin does river the best hand.
See if he now looks to extract some value. Very uninterested Steve O'Dwyer and Webster Lim. Does find the bet. Well done. It's unfortunate to not got to extract any value there, but open up to 410k. As we wrap up the very short first frame, just one level in that one. Chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. Ben Heath will be leading the table when they get switched out. And got ourselves a very exciting couple of tables coming up on the flip side of this scheduled break. Alex Kulev leading the field early doors overall. 85 players remain out of 93 entries so far. A couple of people watching from the sidelines with the opportunity to re-enter. Alex Boyka, JNT that we saw eliminated, and Taylor von Kriegenberg as we welcome you back to the break desk. Nothing too much to report there, just JNT hand in the cookie jar very early against Heath. That's really the only big hand we've seen in that first level.
Yeah, these players are incredibly deep, so not surprising to see a lot of post-flop play, but so far no real coolers and, you know, not any big bluffs. I think these players are just taking it slow and steady here on day one so far.
Well, I've got a funny feeling that the next feature tables aren't going to be taking it slow and steady. We've got a star-studded blue feature table. Garignani, fresh off that champion trophy in the 30k. Kulev, chip leader. Zivalevsky, Hrabets, widely regarded as one of the best online players in recent years. Holtz doesn't need an introduction. Haxton, Benfield, and Drago all in the mix over on that blue feature, so super excited to get back from this scheduled break. Don't go too far. When we get back, more coverage of this 125k main event.
GG Poker.
Why so many players?
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
song, the biggest poker site.
larger than all other GG Poker. Traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Do you know the difference between a chip EV strategy versus an ICM strategy? In a poker tournament, survival is key. For example, in this situation, if the button is trying to win as many chips as possible, they should open about 49% of hands. However, if this were on the bubble of a tournament, they should only open about 43% of hands. And this is because surviving into the bubble is important. At GTO Wizard, you have access to tons of free theory articles, as well as ranges that you can use to study the optimal strategy in MTTs. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Kenny, 4 years and 1 day ago today, right here in London, you won the largest prize ever in poker. Here you are again on poker's biggest stage, clinching the Luxon Pay Invitational, taking home $6.8 million. For me, it feels a little deja vu.
Yeah.
How surreal is this, sir?
Oh, I mean, so surreal. It's crazy, you know, just like, still, I don't know where I am really, you know, but I'm at a good place at the end of the tournament, standing up right here and still standing, fortunately, after, you know, using a whole lot of energy to focus and try to be as much in the moment as possible in the tournament. And that's incredible because, yeah, that was the biggest tournament that Triton ran of all time, the one in London 4 years ago that I got second place, didn't get to hold up the trophy, but got the most money. So you call it first or second. This one, I'm pretty sure, second biggest tournament that Triton's ever held and holding up the trophy. And, you know, I got to say it's pretty unreal and just so blessed and thankful for, you know, this and just everything.
I saw you taking some deep breaths there. Let's talk about the focus needed. So you came into the final table second in chips. On paper, it was looking to be a long day.
Yeah.
I blinked and we were down to 4. The pacing, it just was fast and furious. How did that, what kind of changes did you have to make mentally and even emotionally to adapt to that?
Well, like really at first, it was just like, I think second hand of the day, I get an ace-king suited versus James Chen's ace-queen and knock him out. So it's not like I really had to, you know, do anything there. It kind of played itself for me. Fortunately, he shoved this hand, held in this spot. Then still, when the table was like full, I had a good spot where I want to flip against Nick Petrangelo with 9s versus ace-queen. And I'd say the cards played themselves until it started getting 6-handed. And then I had a good good seat and also a good lock on things, and started opening up a lot, playing a lot of hands, and good things kept happening. And yeah, I think the important thing too is, you know, talking about those breaths. It's just like throughout the whole tournament, like I see a tournament like a roller coaster. It's up and down. It's every which way. That in the first day of the tournament, with 30 minutes to go, I had 125,000 chips. When the blinds were 25k big blind, I was sitting with like 450 or something. Really grinding like the whole tournament until we get about 10 away from the money, get a few fortunate spots, get some chips. And like it's just so important, like during that tournament, that no matter what, if things are going well or if they're going poorly, just being able to get yourself back to just like the moment and not being attached to good or bad. And I think it relates a lot to life, and poker teaches you a lot about life if you really think about things, because you know, you just accept what is, don't hope for something different, try to give it the best that you can in the moment, and
Well, sir,
what is.
You are a man that does that exceptionally well, clearly. And this win has just shot you back to the summit of the all-time money list. I bring this up because I remember in 2019, you specifically telling me that that was your focus.
Yeah.
You were like, listen, I am here to make it to the top of the all-time money list.
Yeah, it wasn't even there either. Like, you know, from when I was 20 years old and number 1,000 on the list. I guess that was my goal, like my dream, to become number one all time. I, really put so much of my life like dedicated to this game, to mastering like my craft. And I think it's just another sentiment that, no matter how big like your dreams are, really, if you believe in them and keep going and making the decisions and the necessary moves like along that journey, like we can really make things that some might see as impossible happen.
Absolutely. And a lot of things have changed also since then.
Yeah.
You're a dad.
Yeah.
Saw you FaceTiming with your little one. I think there is something to the baby run good here at the Triton series. Clearly, you think the little one helped you bring it home?
Oh, for sure. But like there are so many people too that like helped me bring it home. Just like, my mom, my grandma, my girlfriend, my daughter, close friends and family who really just hold that force field up and, just sending good wishes and good energy. And, just like we go through the roller coaster at the poker table, we all go through the roller coaster in life too. And, we're on highs and lows, and just having such a amazing support system that I do is really what's enabled me to give and to be the best that I can. And without them, like, I wouldn't be here. So my thanks and my love to everyone who's just always been there for me, supported me, and
Yeah, and well, a massive congratulations to you. Now, before we bring out tournament director Luca Vivaldi, we've got another little something special for you from our sponsor Bombay. Ragnar, if you can come on out here, is going to be a 2-night stay in a super yacht.
Bombay.
Oh, cool.
It's in Mediterranean. It's you need a bit of R&R. So with the friends and everything, or family, whatever you decide.
Oh, amazing.
Our concierge team is also here available for you. So whatever you decide to do, you're welcome at our yacht.
Oh, amazing. My girlfriend's going to love this. And they're
Yeah.
on their way over tonight. So how long do I got to give you guys notice?
Well, the contact with the concierge team, because I literally don't know. But
Thank
pleasure,
you so
and
much.
you've done so well.
Oh,
Pleasure
thank
to
you
watch
so
you.
much. Appreciate it.
We'll figure out the details later, don't worry. Without further ado, let's bring out tournament director Luca Vivaldi. Let's get to this moment. The title, the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, your 250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational champion, Bryn Kenny. Go ahead, grab it. It's yours.
A very warm welcome back to the JW Marriott Grosvenor House. Maria Ho alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, for some light-hearted day one coverage so far, but we're expecting a bloodbath on the flip side of this break, part in part due to the absolute killer's row over on the blue feature table. I mean, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the field. I'm not saying that every other table other than this is soft, but Haxton, Holz, Kravitz, Zivalevsky, Kulev, Garagnani, Drago, and Benfield going to be taken to the main stage in this 125k main event. And am I getting a bit ahead of myself, Maria, and expecting there to be a lot of big hands here because we are incredibly deep, of course?
Yeah, I don't know if I would go as far to say a bloodbath. I know that's probably what you and the viewers would like to see. But yeah, I do agree, though, certainly a lot of tough players at the feature table and a lot of tough players in the field. Some who did not come for the Invitational, did not come for the 200K before that, but are here for the main event. You know, Benefield being one of those players that has a lot of experience, but has shown up here because obviously, again, even though, you know, the prize pool for the Invitational is going to be the peak for the whole series, there is still a lot of money left to be won.
Yeah, and in this main event, not just money to be won, but a custom Jacob & Co. timepiece going to the eventual champion. And early pole position for the Bulgarian Alex Kulev coming on the flip side of this break. 85 players left, of course. Only 8 eliminations so far with multiple re-entries. But a couple of people watching from the sidelines that are potentially going to re-enter. They would need to pony up an additional 125k, of course. JNT, Taylor von Kreugenberg, and Alex Boyka all eliminated. And a few short stacks out there as well. Kiat Luchan, Brian Kim, Squiddy, Santosh Savannah, perhaps going to be heading to the re-entry desk should those short stacks get busted. Red feature table as well. Kim, the short stack, Seiji, Jaffe, Masashi, Tsang, and Morgenstern all in the mix as we look to throw it down to the main stage once more for 2 more levels in this frame as we kind of, you know, we're winding down towards the end of the higher buy-in stuff. This Triton Super High Roller Series in London. The PLO wrap up last night. Wrap up today. 30k buy-in. There's none other than Seth Gottlieb taking that down for 511,000. Beating Daniel Dvoris heads up.
You flopped set over set, sorry?
No, not quite, not quite. I flopped the top set on line 7-3, 3 clubs.
Unbelievable.
Three-way squeeze spots. And the legend goes in, like 4x spots on the flop.
What legend?
Dim Mon Phu, or whatever his name is. Vietnamese. Fair enough, fair enough.
David Dao Minh Phu is the legend.
The pronunciation of Vietnamese names is much better than mine. I admit to that.
I don't even know if that's his name.
You bluff well. Unlike poker.
How many pots was the jam?
Roman Kravitz,
I don't know. He went
the #1 ranked player on GG Poker in 2022.
5x? Because he went 166 and pre-flop he went... No, yeah, you're right. 2.5.
Yeah, something like this.
A bit... 2.7, 2.8.
Yeah.
Because it was
9-7 deuce monotone.
Into 7.
Jacks, no club.
Protect them, bruh.
It's hard to have 4.5 times pot left to play in a 3-way 3-bet pot.
That's true. That's true, Mr. Haxton. That's why we call him Mr. Haxton.
The math.
The math, yeah.
The numbers.
Still content to check over these 5s, especially 3-ways. Wants to try to realize that straight equity cheaply and maybe gets a showdown is the hope. But Benefield, after seeing it checked behind from Drago, feeling like, wow, feeling like this board was pretty safe for Jacks until Drago comes with the raise now. against this delayed c-bet.
It was 2 players all in. And
And you know, we saw Drago mixing it up in the 250k, certainly able to make some plays and make it tough on his opponents.
I folded king
Made it into the money. Crack the aces of boss.
I open and you show. Trying to take
60.
60, good fold. King Jack is a call, King 10 is a fold.
What? Let's go, Leonardo.
Yeah, perhaps, you know, representing some type of
numbers game, my friend.
slow played hands from the flop. Maybe a turn
Well, you
set.
look like you were about to fold.
Maybe
on the
forceful.
turn, and then you just called. So maybe the 6 helped you.
Wow, the speech.
What is the speech
The
as well?
speech.
Loving it. Definitely puts Benefield's jacks in a very tough spot.
The old time bank read makes the call.
King high. Wow. Oh, you still played that all the way. I just had the gut shot for the 7. Wow.
David's flop check. Inducing the raise from Drago on turn and river.
And Benefield flicking that call in like, oh, when you're not sure, I guess I'll just call. Still in the re-entry period.
Raise 6,000 fast.
Does feel like this field has gotten a little bit tougher with the presence of some top pros that were not here for the Invitational.
Yeah, mainly due to the fact that they didn't have VIPs.
Yeah, I'd imagine that, you know, Rick Solomon got hit up by a few of them, but he stood his ground. He's like, nope, I don't have to invite anybody. And
Oh, he did. Is that what
that's
happened?
what I'm sticking to. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that, but I saw that was the case. I was like, oh, he doesn't have a pairing.
Yeah, I believe that the rules are that as a VIP, you don't have to invite a pro.
All right, I didn't know that. The more you know. JJ, King High Diamonds. 3-bet pots.
15.
Bet 15,000.
I'm gonna lead into the pre-flop 3-better.
$50.
Raise 50,000.
Zach having none of it. Upstairs we go to 50,000.
Jaffe easily has to continue with the flush draw, but feeling a little uncomfortable perhaps with this raise by saying
Instant delivery for JJ on the turn, giving him the nut flush. Perhaps not the diamond he wanted to see, however. As those ace-X now get their sang, perhaps concerned about ace-high floats.
yeah, pretty clear spot here, I think, where Elton is aware that he is going to be beat by so much of the range that continues. And Jaffe as well with the lead now on the turn when the flush gets there. And the ace-X is, but Lang saying such a good price, but can't improve. No jack of diamonds in hand. Not that if he did improve, it would be the best hand, but in terms of what he feels could be the best case scenario in terms of rivers, not going to be a lot that helps him. He's either beat and facing another barrel, or very unlikely to win at showdown.
Jaffe with the absolute nuts as he goes for the overbet jam. Effectively jamming, leaving himself just a couple of K back. Snap fold from Sang. No posturing with the jacks, no diamonds. Jaffe up to 462,000 now. He's up to 6th in chips overall.
Yeah.
Finding kings under the gun immediately after raking in that big pot.
I want whatever Jonathan had for breakfast this morning.
It's very clearly Wheaties. What do you guys call Wheaties here? Is there a different name for
Oh
it?
no, you mean Weetabix?
Oh, that sounds similar enough. I could have figured that out.
Does it though? Wheaties.
Oh, you think we somehow butchered it? Like you think Americans took a lot of words from the English language and not only do we pronounce them incorrectly in your opinion, but also we've just changed it.
You
and
come
don't even
from
like
a country
saying it.
that calls it aluminum. So please, come on. Let's not open that door or that can of worms.
You sound a little bitter that you guys lost the war. I don't know. It's weird.
Which one? The one from 250 years ago now,
Yeah,
honestly.
I mean, just let it go.
It's in the past. Bit quiet out there at this feature table. Perhaps a long grind for some of these players. Obviously been here for the better part of 10, 11 days now. These 2-week trips can very quickly burn you out, especially if you're on the receiving end of bad runs.
Is it that, or is it apparently the late night pit sessions?
It could be that. I've heard horror stories of tournament winnings not going home with the champion.
Musashi gonna win it with at least king high. A little mystery card.
Tom Morgenstern. PLO and Boss in the Hold'em streets.
Cool. Check. 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 Check.
Jaffe checking the showdown value of this weak ace.
Check.
Yeah, going to be seeing a lot of this. Very deep. Players not interested in playing out of line pots. Going to see a lot of straightforward poker, I think, for the foreseeable future until late reg is closed, especially on a table like this.
Some reds, please.
Quick look at the chip counts. Jonathan Jaffe leading the field. 187 bigs, courtesy of that 3-bet pot against Elton Tan going his way. Cat Luchan on a short stack. Things not been going his way. He played a monster pot against JJ, limped from under the gun. Jonathan limped behind in middle position. Came 7-8-3. Cat Luchan with an overpair, one would assume. Perhaps tried limp trapping. A hand like aces or kings didn't work out his way as Jonathan flopped a set.
How much is it? 20?
See if Tang wants to give him a spin. Not for 10 bigs.
幾張你 call 啊？
嚇？
幾張你 call？ 好艱難打㗎嘛，好鬼辛苦啊！
我唔想就對冧你嗰個。
唔該曬你先。
Jaffe. Bluff.
It's gonna be 6-5.
Jacks.
Holy cow. Good read.
Good raise. Good hand.
Huh?
It's a good hand to play it the way you did.
Sheriff just saw the turn. That's probably unnecessary.
Price.
Yeah, you made it too cheap, too good. Milked me for 30K.
My people like a good deal. I thought your people might too. Try to make it a good deal.
Got milked for 30 more. What did you have?
I think all people like a good deal. I don't know about this your people, my people.
I thought he guessed it right.
Next time we're in the booth with Ali Najad, asking about his dealings in Shanghai with fake Louis Vuitton bags.
Too much information.
That is quite the story on good deals.
Ali loves the thrill of bargaining and negotiating. I can see him having some fun at the hawker markets.
Oh.
Tunes all in, being called by Jaffe.
應該俾人殺咗呢條。
12 BBs for Tune.
有包。
Live cards.
到時候過來看看咯，現在在打比賽哦。哇。 哎，那个欧龙是不是他之前说
6 for a chop, king or a jack for the win. Yeah, doesn't find it as JJ unnecessarily boats up on the river. Crosses the 500k chip mark up to 5th in chips now.
Played with Chun in Monte Carlo.
What's that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He needs to get in on the Shakurchi Murchie deal. Fantastic t-shirt.
Very nice. Always has some fun jewelry on. I have a feeling he'll be back in this.
Would you rock a t-shirt like that?
I think you lost me at t-shirt. I'm just not a real big t-shirt gal.
Okay. I thought you were about to say that you call it something different in America.
No. No, that one is the same.
Samesies?
Yeah.
Strava, the bounty hunter. About 900k's worth of bounties in the 40k mystery bounty. As the Jonathan Jaffe show continues on the Jack 8-7, bit of pot control. Checks through, allowing Strava to turn a pair of deuces. I do believe we've seen a river. Jonathan did knuckle for a second time on the turn. A few options available for Strava here. Bottom pair, try and target those ace kings, ace queens. A small blockish bet, opting to just get this one to showdown. If Jonathan will allow him.
I think Jaffe has a pretty clear value bet as played.
Wow.
Wow, but goes for the pot size bet. That I can't say I really saw coming. Thought he might go, you know, maybe in the neighborhood of 2/3. Here, try to get the 7x in there. Try to get the 8x with worse kickers, of course. That'll stick around.
Check, check, flop, check, check, turn. Pot size, double delayed C-bet from JJ. Strava gets away from it. This really is what makes these players so hard. They're just so balanced and so good at finding value in those spots. Obviously there we see Strava finding the fold, but it's finding the pot size bet on the river. I don't think you've had the pleasure of seeing Jonathan and Kim at the same table yet, but put Brian Kim and Jonathan Jaffe at the same feature and all of a sudden it becomes a bit of a show. They're no longer allowed microphones when they're at the table with each other. Fun flop for Rodrigo. Flop in the open ender. 2 overs. Jaffe's red tens. Did open under the gun. It's going to continue. Regardless, Tsang. The king jack, middle pair. I mean, Rodrigo's from Brazil, so.
So you think?
Okay, he's thinking
Yeah.
about it.
I think the call line is nice when you're up against an under the gun range, and having the cutoff call as well, and you can't represent too much 2-pair on this texture when you are the big blind. Shouldn't have queen 3 off or jack 3 off, so just hoping to get the right price to keep continuing. And I think given these hands, he's going to actually get to see a free river quite often. You know, with an overcall out of the big blind, saying might be afraid of some queen X's in there.
Well, trips now for Tsang. Massive lull in energy out there. I don't know about you. I feel like the players are
45.
conserving energy for the shenanigans that await us in the form of short deck events. Also, it's a 3-day grind, long grind ahead. But certainly does feel like I've seen a lot more bags under people's eyes. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they're not all fortunate enough to have makeup like I am, but
Wait, what? You have makeup?
that's so nice of you. Yeah, you didn't notice, right?
I didn't know.
A little bit of a problem of Rodrigo trying to represent the hand that Tsang has, but you can't really blame him for going for it. Very likely to have a lot of jack X's there, but stabbed and found out very quickly where he was at.
Tsang getting a little rebate. Garignani against Rabbits, 2 of the toughest online players in the world as we head towards the back end of 2023. Both players crushing live and online. Roman flopping a flush draw out of the big against the cutoff open. We see Pedro with numero uno.
Pedro finding a cash in the 250k Invitational and won the the bounty event, not the
30,
mystery
yeah,
bounty.
the 30k bounty. He is very good friend, fellow Brazilian Bruno Volkmann heads up. Pot size C-bet from Pedro. Rabbits with 4 high diamonds. No pair. No overcard. He's going to stick around. Try to ping a diamond off on the turn. To 99 runners now, by the way. 6 of clubs does now give him a gut shot. Quite a few eliminations. Chris Brewer. David Benefield, who was sat over here not too long ago, ended up getting stacked by Alex Kulev. Single raise pot. Wow. Kulev just managing to get all the money in against David's top pair. The King 9-5 board, Bulgarian flop to set. Benefield with King Queen couldn't find the fold as Granati goes for the turnover bet now. Pot on the flop, B150 on the turn. It's such what disgusting sizing. I wonder with like re-entry open, any of these draws become more appealing due to the fact that look, we want to build up a stack towards the end of day one. We want to be able to push people around on the bubble on day two. Is there EV into calling here and potentially stacking Pedro and also playing a monster stack against the rest of the table?
If these players have, you know, just a spare 125k lying around, sure. You know, it's still 125k to re-enter. But I do get what you're saying for sure. Rabic maybe doesn't have spare change lying around, so just gonna wait for a better spot.
He had it for a belly, don't worry.
Even if he was bluffing, he was ahead, so it doesn't matter. Don't worry. At 4 high, man. I mean.
4 high? Ah, there was a flush drawn flop.
3, 4 and diamonds. I got you.
Ow. Gotcha too.
Oh my god, yeah. Where's the click on the turn?
Where is
Click all in.
Just ship it, he can't call.
Yes. He had 8-9.
I thought king 9.
I also do play a little imaginary poker as well in my head.
Like 100%
That's the sizing for 8-9.
Yeah.
I thought too, but then...
Do tell, Maria. I'm curious to...
No, you know, when you're like, oh, well, hypothetically, if I did this, then this would have happened.
Yeah, so you're the gal that's asking during the post-mortem, would you fold it on the turn if I had bet?
No, I never say it out loud.
Okay.
I might be thinking it. Never give them the satisfaction. I don't care. On to the next.
All in.
Oh, what?
Drago.
Okay.
Count that, please.
Pedro asking for a count. It's 50-something bigs. Surprised to see Drago just rifle this in here, but
I'm behind.
But
Dixie's behind. He's
we'll
actually
be
not.
pleased. Not the worst results so far.
Put a 4 out there.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Which count would you have folded? At which count would you have folded?
Oh, yeah. Bro, wait for him to win the hand and then we go.
250?
Save the needles for after the run out.
Really? Yeah.
Pedro apologizing in advance, and well, perhaps he
Maybe
knew
at 4,000 you start to think about it and then...
No, 5,000 and less.
having king high. Needs to fade a 4 and a 4 only. Double tap on the table prematurely from Drago as
I'm sorry that you got slow rolled.
No, that's okay. Good game.
he's going to be going home.
Nobody should endure that.
Nobody deserves that.
Empty-handed in this one. Did cash the Luxon Invitational.
This is painful.
All the Brazilians at home.
Like,
So why do you let the country down?
Giving him a little smack for not immediately snap calling.
Stop saying good luck to someone who just busted. That's not...
That's for future entries, bro.
we have the moral police here, huh?
Wait, you don't like wishing luck to somebody who's just busted?
I don't...
I'm not.
You think it's not good?
That's a Jackson.
I think to a regular, yes.
Well,
but if you're not sure if he re-enters, I think it's a little bit...
I don't think it's about good luck. Maybe just better luck is also something I like to say. I like better luck in the next one. And then it doesn't, you're not assuming that they're going to re-enter this. You're assuming that they'll play poker again in their lifetime, which I think usually should be fair to assume.
I just like saying good luck to people. So, see you later, mate. Good luck.
5.5.
Doesn't have to be poker related or
Could
specific.
just be like a GG, take care. I say
Yeah.
that sometimes, you know.
We are at the
Have a
Internet
nice
Kids
life.
table.
I consider it a compliment at this point.
Yeah, how about this?
I'll be 38 in a month.
You're young.
38.
I'm the oldest at the table by far, or are you close?
No, I will be 32, but yeah,
Okay.
like in November.
Everybody else under 30? Well, Fedor just turned 30. I know that.
40? He turned 40, yeah?
Pedro's 32 as well, right, Pedro? 32?
Could have 27, I believe.
I'm the kid here.
Roman, 27.
97?
96.
Ranked #1 in the world on GG Poker. By the age of 27 is quite the feat.
Not surprised to see Holtz squeeze in this spot with the ace-queen, but Rebic, real hand.
What absolute treat we have here at this feature table for the poker fanboys and fangirls out there. Holtz locking horns with Hrabek.
Good one.
Okay.
We are waiting for someone to be brought over to this feature table, and I feel bad for whoever it is.
No. But anyways.
28. But 28.
You can say thanks for playing. It sounds polite, but there's a weird tone to it.
Yeah, because then that can imply...
Thanks for your money. Thanks for the addition to the prize pool.
Some other elements.
No.
Yeah, it's weird. Thanks for playing.
About 35% pot bet here from Holtz.
Thanks for playing.
On the
Sounds polite
continue.
at first, but then
yeah, once you revisit it.
Thanks for playing, sir.
2 overs.
There's a cashier if you want to play some more.
Repping quite a bit of strength
Thanks
here.
for playing at payouts, but it doesn't sound as rude when it's not another player.
Third heart on board now. Roman, the only player with a heart in hand. Fedor. Still the 2 overs of black cards. Very awkward stack to pot ratio as well. 1-2-6 in the middle.
5 seconds.
I think a bit of a give up here from Holtz against Hrabek's continuing range. Just going to have some Jack X and some pairs like 10s or 9s that he doesn't feel like he could get off, especially not blocking any hearts as well. Can have some suited
But I
combos
don't think I've had that many chips in a single
that turn
tournament all
flushes here.
Another undercard to the Jack.
I'm not even sure I've hit 800.
Ike admiring
I don't think I have.
Kolev's stack.
Where did you run the deepest?
I cashed the 50k.
Okay.
I think I got over 700 for a little bit in that one.
So he's never had that many chips, at least throughout this series.
Thank you.
You need all the luck in the world.
Holtz happy to get this one showdown if he can.
Well, I guess we're going to find out if Hrabic got to being #1 on GG.
By being a net.
Exactly. You know, without getting thin value.
The usual. Don't bluff him.
I won't.
It's okay, Marie. You can tell us how you really feel. You don't need to
Yeah,
beat
you know.
around the bush. You know, if you think someone's being a nit,
Sure. And
Checking
next
back
thing
tens
you
with the
know,
heart.
I'm just going to be playing him heads up for rolls, right? That's how
true.
it works.
That is how it
Call
works.
somebody out.
Yeah. Do you think he'll play mixed games against you?
No.
Nah, exactly.
No.
There we go, you know.
No.
Come to LA.
Cowards.
Come to the West Coast.
Yeah. Come
play
see me.
Come play some deuce
Live.
to 7 triple draw pot limit on the flop.
I will read your soul live. No more hiding behind your mouse.
No limit on the river.
Go straight into the final table. That would be fun if they make it into a format.
Challenge people to duels. On dinner
First
break,
and
you can
third
play
and
heads
chips
up.
here.
It's like they hurt me just now. Okay, I take it back. I'm sorry.
It's just weird. There's this weird thing this trip where people who play tighter just seem to get more. They just get to show them with sets and stuff.
I actually did play Ike heads up before for Poker Stars when they had this fun format called Shark Cage, and he owned me. Like a little bit.
No set, no bet.
Like he folded a smaller boat when I had a bigger boat.
Oh, yeah, that's rough.
Maybe in 2027.
And then rebluffed me when I was bluffing.
Maybe the summer.
Those
A
ones
little
hurt.
ownage, a little ownage.
No, I turned 30 in 2025.
Same here, Gulev. Feels nice to be years away from turning 30.
I tell you one thing, my friend. I'll be a better spike ball player when I'm 30 than I
Quads,
am now.
daily,
I was about to say
Paxton
better than who? Better than yourself?
on the turn.
Challenge accepted.
What was going on? There was some spike ball challenge last few days.
Yeah. I've never played before, so.
Yeah, apparently some players have been playing spike ball in the
Love
park.
spike ball.
You used to
I
play
don't
it.
know when they find the time between the weather and being in here all day, but heard that Tim Adams was out there.
I'm on 2.
A couple other people.
Yeah, not a lot either.
Paxton desperately trying to get somebody to take the bait. Is it going to be Yuri? Check 2 on the turn. Nope. Bet your own hand, Paxton. Well, luckily for him, though, does allow one of his opponents to get there on the river.
Hello.
Who is coming to trap 2? That's what I want to know. 20,500 in the middle. Ike gonna check it once more. What a legend.
So tricky, so sneaky. Remind me never to trust Ike with anything. After watching the way he played this hand, feeling like there's going to be, went up against 2 opponents, perhaps 4 overcards, that the 10x is going to be there a lot of the times. And Yuri, of course, no reason to not seek value.
Is that Greenwood? Yeah. What an absolutely disgusting table to be sat at in terms of talent, as Yuri does finally fire. And Ike with the successful trap.
He was very patient, and it will pay off in the form of at least this 11-5 coming out of Yuri. I do feel like when he puts the check raise in here, it's going to look so incredibly strong because there is some vulnerability for hands like trips and things like that on the turn where perhaps Haxton would have just led instead of check. Gonna take the max time as well before putting it in.
Well, the 6x river check raise. I mean, someone wants to find me some bluffs here. Like, what are we looking for when it comes to finding bluffs? A quick pitch from Yuri. Not even interested in entertaining the idea.
Not gonna fall for Ike's shenanigans.
That's a proven system, my friend.
That's what?
It's a proven system, yeah.
Just waiting for the Brazilians to bet.
Two Brazilians in the pot, all low cards on the board. Somebody has to bet eventually.
They cannot resist, right? It's
I'm not gonna bet that often. Like
5-3 deuce 5. No, I was counting on Pedro more than you, really. But
yeah.
Pedro, why do you let Mr. Haxton down?
Because you know, I have the feeling of the game.
I saw with the ace king, otherwise you fold, but you knew the king was coming.
Raise. 525.
Do you think he deserved to be punished in that hand?
To be fair, I didn't want to say it, but it was very dirty.
It was less than 5,000 BBs. You would call. Always.
I don't know. I think they should ban you from the next invitational. I'm just saying.
I thought he had 10s, something like this.
didn't
like,
play.
Exactly. Now I don't like anybody who's played it.
Pedro again, absolutely roasted
Yes.
by his table mates.
With you, yes. With your brother? No. Your brother played it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He played with,
you could be considered a businessman right now, no?
well,
Don't you have like a family business?
I am running a business by myself now, but I don't think I would have been accepted under that.
Well,
Mockery was accepted.
Yeah, that was weird.
that was
Jehan,
more than weird.
he owns some oil thing in Norway.
Not an oil thing, real
Oh, yeah?
estate thing. Real estate.
Yeah,
Real estate?
Oil thing.
I can buy an oil thing too. If it's that.
I don't know if you can buy an oil thing, but you
Right,
can buy
I
a
mean, I
real
feel like
estate thing. Oil thing? It's tough.
there's a lot of poker players with a business in their name.
Not necessarily a successful
Buy, like,
business.
a
Right.
single well in Wyoming.
Good strat, Ike. Wonder how much oil wells go for nowadays in Wyoming.
Like if I bought that last Blockbuster standing, would I be considered a business person?
Yeah. But I don't think Blockbuster suits you. I feel like a healthy greens smoothie shop on the beach
I mean, everybody
in
knows
California.
post-pandemic that the food business is just not what you want to get into.
What, the $15 smoothies that they try charging you? Or the $7 turmeric shots? Come on.
The guy said
absolute
turmeric as if it's not turmeric.
What day is it in 3 days' time?
That would require me knowing what day it is
It's
today.
Saturday today. So tomorrow's Sunday. The day after that's Monday. Say again?
but also a bit of a flex of you knowing what day of the week it is. It's all a blur to me. Just a little jet lagged now, not too much. You know, nearing the end of the trip.
Yeah.
Almost on
Honestly,
London time.
Zero
Gonna
empathy.
turn around, go home, and then in a week and a half, come back to Barcelona, back.
I had empathy
in
at the
this
start of the
time
trip,
zone.
but now that we're 70% of the way in, I've run out.
Thank you.
Mortgage done with the loose-ish cut-off open. Only player with the club in hand and flopping middle pair.
Loose.
Yeah. Oh, okay, thank you.
Strava with the toppest of pairs. No club.
5,000.
Gotta look to
5,000.
5,000.
track some value, get a bit of protection as well. 5k bet.
Quarter pot. Rodrigo also with second pair, but no great turn cards. No great runouts for this holding. Just gonna fold.
Anton understandably not going anywhere just yet. Turns the second nuts.
Just remind all players, at the end of this level, all players will be on a 45-minute dinner break.
Shraver can have some Queen of Clubs here, some of the offsuit. You know, perhaps if the King Queen just calls versus 3-betting. King Queen definitely could be in there with the Queen of Clubs, but also Shraver just wanting to show down the pair of kings. And Morgenstern doesn't get any more chips.
Blinds going up to 1,500, 3k. It'll be a 45-minute dinner break at the end of this level. Late reg will end. Start of day 2. Of course, as always, with the magic of live production, as we are on a delay to obviously protect the integrity of the game, we'll shave that dinner break down. Be wrapping things up here around 1 AM local time.
I'll go for 3. Try it. Leave it on or?
You can turn it off and...
How much have you got, Maria?
24%.
You're loaded.
What do you have?
You've got plenty of time.
Discipline, they say.
Get back to me when it's down to 10%.
Wow.
Because otherwise
You've
we're
been
just going
charging for a while. No?
For 5 minutes.
No, since we got back from break.
Okay, you go into blind battle like, I'm ready. It's respect though. I mean, I thought you would see like a washed up Florida pro, just be like, any 2 cards.
Like that you said pro. Teaching pro. Like the golf pro. All right, we're going to want to c-bet most of our hands.
So you're not loving it, Jesper? I thought you're Dutch in it?
I am.
I thought you'd be loving it. Not bothered. No,
Your shirt?
Not a football guy.
Yeah, I am, but it's even before my time. I only know the orange one.
Sure,
from like this is famous shirt in orange, but this the away shirt. Or
sure, from 88, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, from the greatest Dutch side ever, arguably.
Yeah, I didn't know the away shirt. No.
What team? That was like when I was first beginning.
So only championship they ever won.
Yeah, of course. Van Basten's got that unbelievable goal.
Squiddy always.
Some good World Cup chances, but never never did it.
Yeah, of course.
Happy to entertain a conversation around football. Gunners fan, producer James. Squiddy. Hence the needles from Ali and Randy the other day. It's the SS Savannah. Backs into the 10 high straight. No customer. After over-betting on the river. So it's Alex Kulev way out in front with more than 4 starting stacks. Eric Seidel in second. Ted Seivinger in third. Morgenstern and Zavalevsky rounding out the top 5. Those of you just joining us, 125k No Limit Holder main event. It's event number 11. The Triton Super High Roller Series here in London. Park Lane.
Definitely feels like some people are a little surprised that the final table of the 250k Invitational has already wrapped up, but
wrapped up hours ago.
You definitely don't want to miss the replay on that.
Came in and it's quite literally 45 minutes after the FTA started. Producer Dempsey came over to me and said they're down to 4 players in real time as Tsang 50 bigs against the Hijack Open. Could be in trouble here. The ace queen.
Yes. 150?
150.
Squiddy just checking the itinerary.
Yeah, you see him deciding to keep in Tsang's 3-bet bluffs. Tons of worse hands that Tsang could have.
Oh, wow. Dreamy flop for Grafton. Tsang connecting with top on a very dry, disconnected board. Queen 8-4 rainbow.
Yeah, and off of 50 bigs effective, certainly can see all the chips going in the middle by the river. Grafton on the slow play though. Dry board.
See if he wants to announce himself before the board becomes more dynamic. 16-5 is what's been put on request from Tsang. I'll click it to 50, and I think that's enough to get all the chips in.
Yeah, luckily Tsang finding enough hand to go with, but in some other spots, Grafton electing to fast play could potentially have lost his customer, but just a cooler of a flop.
How much is the race? How much more is it? You can't tell me? Okay, min race, whatever that is.
It's okay, it's only 125k buy-in.
The amount being determined by the dealer, but
Mid-raise or whatever that is. Elton. Elton.
I can't do the math. I try to ask you.
Elton ask you play every day.
Mid-raise or whatever that is.
83.5?
80. I think Sam knows that this line just doesn't
83.5.
contain bluffs, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, if it
But
contains
it's just
ace queen.
right. It's just about did he perhaps outflop me somehow, some
Right.
way?
Yeah, this is like the best case scenario for Squiddy, believe it or not.
I should be worried here. I may have
What?
overdone my hand.
Why you raise me?
And now it makes
I'm
Sang
gonna
so
do
comfortable with ace queen.
Yeah.
Just because of the time that Grafton is taking, Sang's like begging for a call in his mind.
This is like the only hand that Squiddy beats, right? Losing to aces, losing to queens now.
Okay. So I'm gonna think.
Raise to whatever that is. That's what was announced. And 125k buy.
All right. Okay.
In it goes.
Okay, okay.
Does
Oh, you had the
eventually
best
run
hand.
it.
Whoa, what a play.
You can blame me for
I was scared. I was scared. I was worried. I was worried.
Take the blame, Sam.
You're really worried.
Sam Grafton, worried. Story checks out. 5 of diamonds on the turn.
I feel like I'm
Sang
gonna get punished for the slow roll now.
5 house ones.
I feel like it could happen.
Doesn't happen this time.
Okay, GG.
Again.
Sang gonna have to fire another bullet if he wants to take down event number 11. Honestly, I don't want to be that guy, but I understand Grafton's concern. 3-bet pot. Sang continues on the flop. Squiddy makes it 50k to go. Sang then comes back and clicks it. Like, ace
Understandable
queen.
for sure, but I think at this stage of the tournament, again, day one, re-entry's open. You just side call, and if he does happen to have one of those hands that has him beat,
Right.
then
So be it.
unlucky.
Yeah. C'est la vie.
3K now.
Sam Grafton.
That's good.
117 bigs.
No, he's got a good hand. I'm not like you, Seiji. I worry about these things. I haven't run like this. You could be queen, you could be ace.
You think he would have been paranoid? We're talking about the theater that long, but he still goes for it. He still puts the full act in play.
Oh, come on. I'm scared, son. Am I allowed to be scared there, no? Santos is getting in like $1 million on Queen High Board with Kings, no worries. And he's like, what? You don't want to put your little tournament chips in?
I think you're allowed to rebuy.
Love to hear it. Some great banter.
Oh, against you, Seiji, I would fold.
Yeah.
Seiji, against you, I would put all my, I would get the car keys out. I would get, I would put my firstborn child in the middle. But against anyone else, I'm scared.
Okay.
I think we need to start another petition
You could be scared, but are you ever going to fold that hand? You think?
I mean,
to always have
I
Squiddy
guess
at the
not,
feature.
I have to think about it.
But it's okay. All for the
It's live poker. You can do anything in live poker.
You're right. You're absolutely.
Look at this Santos. It's busting my balls with 10-7. I got kings and I'm scared. He's playing 10-7 off out of me. Out of position. You can do anything you want.
Jaffe's jumped into the lead on the turn. No longer the case on the river. 18k in the middle. 104 runners now as this one checks down.
Jack 10 of spades. It's good, Jack.
Beauty.
You see it on your screens. We've been talking about it all trip betacr.eu, the all new exclusive hub to predict your favorite players' live action outcome in Triton events, where you receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top up. Join now and start engaging with the sporting world today. We were talking about it at the start of the year in Vietnam, how great it would be. How to bet on some of our favorite players, as it looks like Patrick Antonius going to be jumping in trap one. Once again, betacr.eu. Get in the mix and good luck. Whoever it is that you pick.
Six and a half?
6.5.
Someone getting busy with the mic.
Yep.
You're just getting in, fast bullet? Wow. Slow day, Patrick. What have you been doing? Just chilling. Wow.
I respect it.
Obviously that. I'm mine a late reg myself.
Rocking up at
You took
8:30 p.m.
You took the girlfriend out shopping? No. Oh, okay. You get your personal assistant to take your girlfriend out shopping. Is that what happens?
I don't do that, but I don't do that stuff.
This is the dream, Seiji. One day you might not even have to do your own shopping. No? Someone does it for you.
I don't even dream about it.
Get the PA to take the girlfriend out shopping.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Shopping, you say?
Yeah, Patrick Antonius just rocking up, 8:30 p.m. Squiddy inquiring as to where he's been, what he's been up to. He's been out shopping.
Antonius getting in the mix right away, calling with the ace-7 suited. A lot of ace-6 out there.
Squiddy can't resist the squeeze. Bit of a loose open from JJ. From early position, getting punished. Welcome to the feature table, Patrick Antonius.
Little uncomfortable for Antonius. Is suited, but could certainly be dominated by better aces.
5 seconds. Give you credit on this one.
I mean, if you saw the net roll from Grafton earlier, you would give him credit. You just, you know, Grafton, a little nervous earlier.
Nervous? With
That he
kings.
didn't have the best hand.
Nervous with kings, eh? Must be nice.
Seven.
Jaffe a little relentless with his opens. Certainly feeling like being so deep is allowing him to widen his range.
Image building.
It's building something. It might lead to a very big pot
Maybe I'll come for
soon.
the B stop again.
So what?
The B-Sop in Sao Paulo.
Oh yeah, next one.
I like it. Depends how
Oh, that'd be
like
sick.
tired I feel
The end of
after
the
Cyprus.
Oh yeah, you want to go to Brazil? Maybe you could tag along for this B-Sop trip.
If the high roller was a bit like, I know it sounds nitty, but if things were just like raked just a little bit, it would really incline me to go. You know, because I feel like I can't like beat the tournaments basically. So it's almost like,
what?
You know, maybe I can beat the ones that I don't want to play. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, you know, I mean, it was almost like recreational registering last time.
But isn't it at the same time of Prague? ETT?
Oh, it's November. You shot.
November. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was later in the.
I hope Squiddy's trolling.
It's like I got half a mind to do it. We'll see.
Cool.
I do feel like
You wanna spend
Grafton
some
does
spare time,
enjoy
let me
South
know.
America,
Yeah,
though.
of course.
Has made several trips
You
out
didn't- you were the
there
only person that
to
didn't play it last
various parts
Yeah. It's
of the region.
It's kind of far
Yeah,
from
it's
my.
certainly on my list of places to visit.
No good
Two of these.
public transport in Sao Paulo.
So Stacks both top 10 in chips. Jaffe in 7th, Morgenstern in 3rd. Anton spot bottom set. JJ out the big, top pair, very decent kicker.
Incredibly wet texture now, though, and it's nice to just unblock all of the hands that will find continues for various sizings. Certainly Jaffe can have a lot of two pairs here, a lot of pair straight draw combos, flush draws, pair flush draws. Pretty fun.
Also one of those board textures as well, if I'm not mistaken, that Anton gets to do a lot of betting on, as obviously retains all of the ace kings, whereas it's near on impossible for Jaffe to have the nuts here. Well,
Not the ideal river card to pursue additional value for Morgenstern. Of course, the backdoor flush gets there. Perhaps, you know, the 10-9s. The jack-9s. Quick check.
What is that?
What is that? A hand you can beat despite four-liner appearing, flush appearing.
Anton Morgenstern. Yellow cash game wizard turn tournament pro. You a fan of the 4 card?
I enjoy the game when I play it, but I play it so rarely that I feel like it's one of my weaker games, so I'm not in the mix very often
Right.
because, you know, I don't want to...
You like money.
Exactly. I was just going to say, I don't like to set money on fire, but, you know, in the right lineups, you know, in the right, you know, if I'm game selecting or, you know, certainly in a WSOP 1K PLO tournament, I feel like I've got to be doing pretty well against the field despite
Breaking
the
even.
lack of experience.
Yeah.
You know, breaking even's a win sometimes, all right?
That's true. Those sessions where you're immediately buried 4 starting stacks, 4 buy-ins, and then you grind it out for 15 hours. End up breaking even. That is a win. At least it feels like it.
Well, maybe he bluffs it off if I bet.
At 9 o'clock in the morning.
You knew my cards.
Sometimes. It's tough when they know your phone.
I met Fedor when he was 21 years old, probably, and
9 years ago.
yeah, just seen him obviously become
7.
just the wonder kid that he is, and certainly somebody that garners a lot of respect when at the table, but also off the table just for his business endeavors and him pursuing other interests outside of poker after the incredible success he had at such a young age.
I don't think he knew my cards because if he did, he would check
14.
raise the flop, right?
Now we're cooking.
Like a small check raise,
Can you break up, please?
30% pot bets,
Yeah,
and
then
then
on
check call the river.
Yes. Now maybe one big blind to induce.
Induce what?
I've seen it, bruh. I've seen it. Seven.
What? Ivy's out there? We don't have the Ivy cam on?
Should just have our own dedicated
Did you call it select spot
videographer.
bet on the river?
Talal Shakurchi back in the mix as well, though. Didn't need too much of a break after finishing second. Who loves it more?
Who loves it more than Ivy?
No, then Talal does.
Chris Moorman?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Chris goes without saying. The man. You know what's so great about Chris is he will literally rail. I just back in the day, there were times when I've shared an Airbnb with him and his wife when we would grind in Vancouver and, you know, fly to certain places overseas and play, you know, series and things like that online. And there would be times, though, when he would just be done for the day and I would be deep in something, but it would be like the big 22 on PokerStars. And Mormon would just be railing with 100 players left. It was incredible. He just loved to watch, even when he wasn't playing.
Yeah. No, I've heard stories. He really does love it.
You gotta respect that dedication and that true passion for the game that I feel like is missing from certain players these days, maybe taking it for granted a little bit. Just how fortunate we are to be playing a game for a living, you know, sitting at a table, yucking it up with your friends, food on demand, drinks on demand, massage therapists on hand.
What? You're getting massages whilst you're playing?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, all that sitting, if you don't do enough yoga, you know, if you're not on the Phil Ivey regimen, sometimes you could just feel a little tight. Your back might need A little help.
Kulev with the river overbet. Turn went check, check.
Zivaleski known to find some big calls. You know, not too many hands that can go this sizing. Obviously, something like a middling pair that perhaps c-bet the flop and check the turn. They certainly wouldn't go for this size on the river. You know, if we're talking about 8s or 9s or 10s.
Serious Mario vibes. That cap, Super Mario, of course. And the mustache. It's gonna make the call. Kulev gets paid and is up to 1.1 million chips now. 4.5 starting stacks. Overwhelming chip leader. How
It's
about that
me,
call?
Mario. All right, I'm at 8% now, Henry. Will you stop hogging the charger? Can I have it finally?
Sure. There we go. Wow. Guess whose name I saw just jump up to 5th in chips? It's the Douglas K. Polk. Flush over flushing. Limitless. Nut flush against the queen high flush.
I don't know yet.
Okay, Doug Polk, we see you.
Really don't.
Can you see that if you just look at a very small profile pic, that sometimes Matthias Eibinger can look like Doug Polk? Just
yeah, they have
humor me
5K and a
here.
10K too.
Don't
I
look
think
that
that'd be pretty
closely.
good.
Like at a
Yeah, no.
glance.
Yeah, I mean with the right
The
lighting.
dark hair, the
and
dark
angle.
features.
Tuesday. If I wasn't, I probably would have stuck around for those.
What date is Tuesday?
The 8th. My flight. I was supposed. Yeah, I'm flying on the 8th.
I'm flying on the 9th.
Yeah. I was supposed to fly home tonight.
Imagine
but
you're
I
going to see a
screwed up
3-bet
booking
out
my
of
flight, and now I
Haxton
need to,
against
pay,
a button
237.
open.
Book one. I'm just like, yeah,
Making
I'll just
it
go home.
quite
Oh,
expensive.
you paid 132K.
What? Yeah.
Almost 6x.
That is good.
Yeah, I'll pay just like that. Thank you. I played a really weird hand earlier. Sean Winter opens and I call 10-9 off in the big. And it's 10-6-3 and I check.
Seidel also with a top 10 stack
And I
here.
can see one of his cards is a queen.
Seidel,
and then he checks. And then
a
the
consummate
turn's an
pro.
ace, and
I'm
like,
sure
well,
that
now I don't know what I'm supposed
the ace
to
is getting
do.
cracked by Jackson. The Invitational has
check
long
again.
left his mind, but I
And
did
then the
see
river will
him
break, and I'm like,
with a
am
pretty
I just
large
supposed to, like,
pour
value
of
it,
red
like,
wine
10s here?
over at Cut
I'm like, I don't know.
when I walked by.
I was just confused. And went
Is this
check,
after?
and I won.
It was
Yes.
immediately after.
But
I was on my way into the booth.
Does he know you've seen it?
And he had
knows-
just been on his
he
way
might have
out
thought I saw both
of
his
the
cards,
tournament
but it
area.
was all planned. So like I didn't say anything. It was obvious I saw something, but I just didn't say anything because I didn't want him to know what I saw or didn't see. Obviously, like the whole table saw. I was just like, yeah, we just check this down. We'll like be okay with that. Like we'll just whatever.
Like Lucas
What
Greenwood's going to be
crazy hand with
getting out of dodge on the
what was
8th.
that guy's name? Kirill krill grass mob or something.
What are
where,
your
like,
plans immediately following this? Are you going to stick around a little bit?
There was some like WP
No.
final table like 20
You're
years
out.
ago.
I'm out.
Where, like,
Where are you
some guy,
going?
Like, accidentally exposed his
To
hand
Montenegro.
and, like,
Oh, nice.
they were, like,
I
heads
haven't
up
been, but I
between
hear
hands and some,
lovely
like, big
things.
WPT
But do you feel like
final table, and someone
Montenegro
accidentally
has
exposed
like
the
some
card,
Monte
and somebody,
Carlo
like, made,
vibes,
like,
like
a
just
huge,
chill,
like,
not a lot to do,
rebel
kind of
call
small?
With, like, Jack High, or, like,
I've never been.
The guy saw the other guy had, like, Jack High, and,
I've
like,
heard nothing
like, bet
but
the pot,
amazing
and then the guy,
things.
like, team called Jack High, or whatever one was right.
I don't remember this.
Like, I swear someone, my brain just can't, like, I forget the exact action, but it was definitely something stupid like that. Where, like,
I think
was,
it should be
huge pot.
illegal
It was, like,
to
one of those,
retell
like,
a
giant,
hand
like,
history
10K WPTs with, like,
if you
I think-
don't remember
Yeah, and the guy just like,
the hand history.
I agree.
Like, you can't try and hype up a story about a crazy hand without knowing the action. I'm sorry, Lucas. I'm a big fan, but that should be the rule.
No, I tend to agree. Nothing is worse than someone kind of like stumbling through a hand history as well. It's like we only have so much time
In our lives.
every day when I walk down these stairs here.
The ancient
And I
yeah.
happen to run into players going on a break, whether it's, you know, from Triton or WSOP. All I hear is,
in the small blind,
well,
and he turns to the guy in the big blind.
I
and
have
says,
more ace
"I think I
X's
saw
than
an
they
ace in
do.
your hand."
I'm just
And
like,
the guy looks at his cards and he's like, "I don't have an ace."
I'm
And
just
then
trying to
he
get
just
to
goes
work,
all in.
guys.
that's an incredible move. I mean,
It's a
like,
very
it's
good move.
It's such a
But that's pre-flop? Or-
Yeah.
It's such a scumbag move, but you almost respect it.
And what happened? The guy called? Or?
No, the guy
Scumbag call out. We don't know who, though.
Men the master, I believe.
Scumbag alert.
Lucas was saying it's a scumbag move.
Like, he definitely hadn't seen anything. He's just like, this was the plan.
In your neck
He's
of the
gonna say, I think I
woods.
saw an ace.
Got
And
to
then he
keep your
finds
eye
out
out
and then he's
for
got an ace.
angles.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out the West Coast.
I mean, I actually am super grateful that I cut my teeth at Commerce because
100%.
I learned every trick in the book. I knew how to watch out and protect myself
man.
from set angles. You know, I learned the
Just
hard way a
like-
few times, of
Pretty
course.
good.
It cost
Is
me
it
a
the
little
first
money,
time
but
you've done
Yeah.
so early
Yeah.
on in my career, I've been able to retain that wealth of
I went to
lessons.
It's clever.
went to AC
Online kids.
the moment I turned 21. I just turned pro, and
was
yeah,
about
learned
to
a
say
couple
that.
of tricks there as well. The old like checking when it's not on you, and then
I bet Steve
yeah, there's some fun ones that I
Who the
remember.
other person in the hand was, which WPT
Yuri with a couple
final
of red
table
sevens.
it was, and remembers the action a lot more precisely than I do.
I remember a hand, like,
About 10k pot size
Uh,
bet. I do apologize.
I think like it was a televised cash game with a bunch of like recreational
Fatal
players.
with the needle.
Probably seen that where I think a guy like limps, and then this guy raises like ace jack offsuit, and the guy
9-7.
calls, but he doesn't know, so he shows his cards
Shows his
pre-flop.
cards, yeah.
9-8.
Then the board comes like
9-7.
ace 7 deuce, and he's playing with his like
Cards face up,
exposed
yeah.
card.
What means?
And then the guy has sevens, ace 7 deuce.
It's just a brand of a friend. He's Taylor as well. There's
So he bets. The guy has ace jack. He's like, oh, call.
I had a hand a bit like that in Monaco this year, where I was playing against a guy who's like,
No, wait.
oh, there's more. Okay,
Yes.
continue.
So the turn is like, it's like not ace 7 deuce. The turn is a deuce. The guy bets again. The guy calls, and the river is an ace. The guy checks. The other guy says all in, and he calls.
Oh no. Oh no, why?
You haven't seen that?
I don't think so. Oh no.
Do apologize to all the
And then
viewers
he's
out
like, okay, GG, man. It's like, then he leaves the table. Like,
Wow, what an absolute
The guy
whale.
with the sevens or the guy with the ace jack left?
No,
Such a whale, Maria.
I mean, nothing else has made sense so
Oh.
far. It could have been the guy with the ace jack. Just
Seat
said something
open.
leaves.
Seat open in
I
the
thought I'd
booth.
get a little stretch in during that story. And, you know,
Just launched her headset.
just trying to touch the toes. Pleasantly surprised I still can after all these years of
After all
sitting
these years.
at a
Hey,
poker
listen,
table.
sitting is the new smoking, so I don't, you know, you get after it. Get those stretches in. Few big bust
But
outs
it's a
on
weird
outer
situation,
tables.
like,
Linus
if the
Love,
guy knows your hand,
Vogelsang,
like,
Stanley
what,
Choi.
What can you? What do you do? Like, you have to play balanced or something? Like,
yeah. Randomized.
You can never bet if your opponent knows your hand.
Yeah, it's an
you
interesting
can call.
conversation,
You can call,
of course.
but you cannot bet. Makes no sense because he knows what you have.
Knowing someone's hand
can bluff
after it
pretty hard, I
gets
guess.
exposed.
So he knows what you have.
You had any weird experiences like that before?
Not for me personally.
say
I've
you
seen it
flop
happen
Right.
at the table that I was at, and
Yeah.
always causes a very
or an
interesting
ace,
dynamic.
Like, flop top pair or something like this hand. These guys are just like betting into you, and you're like,
It's not easy.
Not a great run out for either holding. You wonder if Holtz
I mean,
feels like
you can put
he's
it in
got
Geo Solver and
enough
just get the
showdown
strategy.
here,
Just give one guy exactly ace
or
jack
if
as
he
his range. And you
wants
just
to
get
turn his hand
up.
into a bluff, maybe trying to shed some of the Jack X, but Greenwood not too thrilled that he wasn't able to win that pot when it goes check.
I had that situation come up in Monaco this year where, like, we get to the river and the other guy's first action just turns his hand over for no reason. And then I tried to bluff him.
didn't
Fair
work.
enough,
Didn't
Mike.
work. Never seen
Hey.
someone call faster.
I don't feel like it ever works. I feel like
Yeah, I mean,
I've seen it a few times. It never worked.
he turned his hand over and there was a bunch of confusion. They called the floor and they're like, yeah, your hand's face up and now he can act. And I sat there and, you know, diligently randomized and rolled a bluff. And
But let's be honest. Did you want to bluff or did you want to?
That's how he randomized. If he wants to bluff, he
I
bluffs.
really didn't want to bluff.
No?
No. I was like, this is definitely not going to work. Let's give it a 50.
I mean, let's
You
be
randomize a
honest.
bluff
Are we
against a
that
guy with
surprised
exposed cards?
that Ike
Well, how
went
else are you
for
gonna
it, of
decide
all
whether or not to
people?
bluff? It doesn't even matter what your cards are.
What, Prince of Darkness? You're
What
surprised.
hand did he have? He had pocket queens and I had pocket jacks, and there was an ace on the board, if I remember right.
There was the,
Don't bluff people with pocket queens. That's, I think, a generally good rule of thumb.
do you remember
I think that's a
the,
good general rule.
It was a scary
See,
board.
that's
It
how
was
you
like-
decide things.
A quick dealer change. We got to see the man behind the app. First land of poker. You can revolutionize your live poker journey with the Flop app. The new functions of Flop aims to transform the live poker experience, and of course, for the operators and managers, Flop PM benefiting poker rooms operations by increasing player traffic and profitability through AI solutions. Check out more on the firstlanderpoker.com. See the founder, Patrick, spending a day, a bit of retail therapy,
No, I
out
mean,
shopping, you know.
it sounds like he was, you know, programming. He was, you know, developing the app.
Do you think it would be a better or worse
writing
player
some
if you follow
code.
your
He
gut
looks
more
like he
often?
knows how to do that.
Do you think it would be a better or worse player if you follow your gut more often?
Worse. I think I follow my gut about the right amount of the time.
Always a fascinating discussion.
There's some like, I forget what he was, I guess he
I
must
go
have
for
been.
things that I think aren't going to work, and then it does pretty often.
Oh, yeah. I think he,
Do you deviate and listen to your gut?
With this guy in a huge far.
Definitely
and he's
in
tanking, and the other guy
live
thinks he's checked, and
tournaments,
he's like,
especially
"I'm all
depending on the
in."
field.
And then he's like,
you know,
"No,
I
I'm
think
all
that
in." With the bluff.
there's
and gets
definitely
the other
something
guy
to be said
fooled.
about deviating in certain
Like he had nothing out of
populations.
position, but the other guy thought he checked and went all in, and then he was like, "No,
I think early on, if I trusted my gut more, actually, I feel like I would have done better.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
This was like a
What about you?
2000 and like, I don't know, 2005.
Yeah, always have been more
The other guy was buffing?
intuitive player, which is why I'm in here.
Like real
And the GTO Wizards are out there.
I think he just like broke the other guy's brain. I think the other guy was just like, wait, what is like happening here?
It sucks when they break your brain.
What the fuck?
Like,
That's the face.
Now we just know the answer to the question, how do you make a poker player laugh? Just show them the 30-second clip, the conversations these guys have been having. There's your answer. 4-liner on board now. Fedor to turn this hand into a bluff.
Yeah, Holtz knows that there's going to be some ace highs out there checking through to the river that he's not going to be able to beat at showdown, but also wondering what he can rep as played credibly if that he's trying to get those particular hands to fold and just ends up checking.
You win.
Four strike. Are gonna be good at showdown.
So I had yesterday. I opened like under the gun. Doug Polk calls on the button. Like 70 blinds effective. And then Andrew Robble squeezes from the big blind. 9 blinds. Doug calls. Flop is, I fold. Flop is queen 10.
He squeezes 9 bigs for the big one?
Andrew Robble squeezed the big blind.
To 9 bigs.
Yes. I fold. Doug Polk calls. Flop is king 10, queen 10 X. Rainbow. Robble bets.
7.
Third. Doug Polk calls. The turn is a low card with open ups backdoor flush draw. Doug Polk checks. Snap checks in position. It's like, then it's like, oh. It's like, oh, I don't know, I just thought he was out of position or something, and he checked first, like last you act. And the Robin moves all in.
Doug fold?
No, he calls, like, he has like a pair with a flush draw. But he like...
And your rebel had? Good hand?
Top pair. He's like, oh, don't know what happened, guys. Just,
Sure. The good old check in position trick. I mean, I don't think he did it on purpose, but it can work.
About 18,500.
See if
It's
that.
been like many years since I saw
Not
that
a small
happening,
bet.
like as an angle.
See if that hand history makes it onto Doug Polk's channel.
You don't get punished.
You get
Yeah.
punished a little.
Huh?
You get punished a little. If they check, it's binding.
Yeah, but in terms of if you know, like, if you have 10x that you know you will always check or almost always check, and they might bluff more because of.
True. I mean, yeah,
I mean more punishment in terms of you're not getting
there's no
a penalty.
Yeah.
Aren't you gonna get one if you keep on doing it?
If you keep on doing, generally, if you keep on angling people, generally you get.
I think that's a good thing.
I think that's a good thing. Yes.
I want to see Doug make a video out of that.
You know, there's few
it's
things that Doug shies away from on his
It
YouTube
might be a
channel.
good angle, but you need to like have a very good understanding of what the guy
Kings for
thinks
Hrabic
that
after
might be,
Zaleski
you know, and
opened
he's
from the
gonna bluff more,
hijack
or he's
with
gonna
6-5 suited.
Bluff less. What do you think?
Oh my! I'm sorry.
You have 10 pounds for
I do not know how that happened.
I have 0 pounds.
Cashless.
Sorry, guys.
Playing 125k. Someone's got their priorities straight.
Did I ruin your hand? 7-8 suited.
Pedro.
A little bit.
Ah, you had diamonds, huh?
Oh, whatever. Ike, 20.
5-6 of spades. Blocked both of my straights.
Sorry, bro.
You will lose, you know. Like
Well, I'm probably should be like I should be happy. Probably get
And like
even if it's on the house.
You had ace king and now you're sad. Be happy.
Exactly.
It would have gotten you.
So there we go here. Players will be going on at dinner break. At the end of this hand, we're going to be splicing the delay.
Huh?
We're going on a very short commercial break. Don't go too far.
No,
Come back with some fresh faces.
I think that was a good thing.
Some new tables. Going to be taking center stage. Akita Badziakuski, Henrik Hecklin, Seth Davies,
If it had been an ace or a king,
Phil
it might have
Ivey,
made me not fold.
as requested by Maria.
Thank you.
KCG, Smith, Karikat, Sajiev, Brian Kim as Rabbits comes with the raise and take. Checkouts brought to you by Poker Stake. Alex Kulev, the massive chip leader heading into dinner break. I mean, runaway chip leader against the field. 105 runners in this one now. Prize pool crossing the 13 million mark. 80 players left as we bring the cameras back to the break desk. Maria Ho alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Maria, not much to talk about there. A lot of chatter at the table. We got to just listen from the sidelines and watch these GTO Wizards battle it out against one another with some fun stories being shared. I'm going to throw it to commercials straight away when we come back to fresh tables, including Phil Ivey in the mix in this 125k mate. Don't go too far. We'll see you very shortly.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high. Jump, 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 jump! No
Reviewing your play and learning from your mistakes is a key part of mastering any skill. At GTO Wizard, you can upload your hand histories and compare your play against the optimal strategy. You can upload a single hand or an entire database. Sort by your biggest mistakes. Replay the hand to learn how to improve one hand at a time. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the JW Marriott Grosvenor House. Here is day one coverage of the $125,000 buy-in. Is of course event number 9, the main event, event number 11 rather. So we welcome you back to the break desk. And Maria, I unfortunately successfully bluffed everyone by saying that Phil Ivey was going to be in the mix because he was on the app.
How dare you?
Before dinner break, but they've absolutely done me. As he's been, no, he's back in. He was gone.
I was going to say,
now he's back.
GG to all of the viewers, but please come back if you haven't already clicked off yet. No, Phil Ivey, he is here.
50 bigs jumping in on table 9. And it's, we got a fun couple of tables here for this penultimate frame on the evening. As I look at the app, we've got Ivy alongside Kerry Katz, Smith, Hajiev, Lunlun, Lefrancois, and Carl Chappé-Catian. That one certainly could lead to some monster hands being played out, especially with that lineup, as all of them, they're not the shyest of characters when it comes to playing big pots. And then on table 5, waiting for a couple of players to be brought over to the main stage, we've got you, Baziakuski, Henrik Hecklund, who knows just what it takes to take down a main event as he did back in Madrid of last year. And so you, Brian Kim, and Seth Davies recently cashing that 250k. Alex Kulev atop of the chip counts. And I guess, Maria, we're expecting to see kind of similar approach to this frame as we did in the first few frames.
Pretty relaxed atmosphere so far, very talkative. A function probably of them being so deep and, again, the familiarity of all of these players, right? They've played against each other very often. And this type of environment, although the stakes are high, it really does foster a place where people can have a little bit of fun while playing for a lot of money at the same time.
Yeah, and I think the fun is really necessary to keep the energy up, right? You know, we're at event number 11. These guys have been grinding, a lot of them since the very start, traveling from the west, the east to get here in London. And yeah, don't get shocked when I hear the players having some banter. It makes entertaining TV for us here at the break desk as we head down to the main stage once more. Penultimate frame of the evening. Dan Smith leading the red table, Mikita Kaziakuski leading the blue table, and then over on the gold feature table, Nacho Barbero. The mystery card. Gonna just fold. No shenanigans this time round from the Great Dane.
Brian apparently, you know, getting out there, getting active, playing some tennis in the mornings before heading on in here.
Has he been in the mix playing tennis?
Yeah, that's what I hear. I mean, I haven't been playing tennis with them. I just heard that he's been playing tennis.
Can you play tennis?
Not really. I want to think my hand-eye coordination is better than it actually is. Like, I can be competent in probably all sports, but on a competitive level, I feel like nobody really wants to play with me. Like, I'm one of those people that, you know, they have to be like, all right, well, Maria's not going to be the most athletic one of the bunch, so we'll take it easy on her.
I mean, I love the self-awareness, so, you know.
I mean, yeah, I'm not going to be betting anybody for any significant amount of money that I could outperform them in most sport activities.
Perhaps we get to play some badminton or something. Davies with the raise and take on the button. Would have loved some action out of the blinds. Couple of queens as we head over to the red feature table. It's Pascal, Francois. Just doubled up.
You're there, I think, no?
You're here, courtesy of Dan Smith.
Unless you want to change your seat. He's like, I don't want to be out of position against Ivy, right? I just want to...
I have a good break, huh? I don't know you, but I have a good...
Whiskey?
No.
No?
Rin Hajiev, winner of the 200k Luxon Invitational back in Cyprus earlier this year.
Raise? Raise 8,500. Plus.
KCG, Triton champion. Didn't join us in Cyprus. Has been loving being back in the saddle here.
Okay, so we're
London.
sure that that's Ivy and not a hologram, right? Are we absolutely positive? Okay. I don't want to, you know, the false advertising these days. You know,
It's
AI.
not me. I blame the app. Just blame the app. 7.5 million in Triton earnings has Ivy. 3 titles, 14 cashes. Rocking up late. Let's jump in the saddle on this one.
10,000.
No connection for cats on this flop. But cats,
Hang on a minute.
that is a little bit of a light float out of position, but does end up
Wow.
turning a pair of queens.
Check.
See if Lunlund can find the double barrel here with the king.
Does have the range advantage and can pretty easily target some jack X's, some of the weak pairs. that aren't able to handle the second barrel. And it becomes a bit of a problem as you see cats making the quick fold, you know, hoping to turn more of the straight and flush draw possibilities, but the pair just wasn't comfortable enough for him to continue.
Nice awareness there from Lunlun. Star-studded top 10. Alex Kulev, Mikita Badziakuski, Matteo Seibinger, Bruno Volkmann, Anton Morgenstern, Nacho Barbero, Eric Seidel, Doug Polk, Danny Tang, Orpin, Kisachoglu. 107 runners now. Prize pool nearing 15 million.
Raise to 9,000.
Rockets for Ivy.
Numero uno. Dan Smith, a defendable one, but also has options to get after it pre. Just defend.
One check.
Under the watchful eye of the owl, of course.
Uh-oh. 9 high board. Be disastrous for Dan Smith. The 9-3 deuce, 2 diamonds. 24k in the middle, and Ivy gonna get to work immediately with a small c-bet. Makes sense on this board texture. That ace of diamonds in hand.
Yeah, you wonder if Smith is just going to go for the check raise here against a button open. You know, perhaps try to fold out the overcard equity.
Raise. Raise
there you
go. 25,000.
Music to Ivy's ears.
See, depending on the run out, if Ivy can get the lot. 175.
5 seconds. Call.
He's going to make the call. Brick on the turn would be a disaster for Smith. How about the king of spades?
Oh, wow.
For top 2.
Now disaster for Ivy. And this is going to be quite hidden, of course. Ivy still going to feel quite comfortable having aces on this turn card.
5 seconds.
Especially because Dan could certainly have some of the straight draws, some of the gutters. You know, perhaps a hand like 6-4, 6-5. Going for that check raise on the flop. Some of those will shut down on this particular turn card. But still, again, not much reason for Ivy to be concerned. Just calls.
Now if you're looking for a deuce, 3, or an ace, doesn't find it, and this could be showers. 1, 3, 8 in the middle. 1, 2, 4 behind.
Yep. This trip I've been only losing pots to you, so. Doing good against anybody else.
Maybe it's time to get you home.
Yeah. So please. Maybe it's not a good sign, Yomar.
All of it. Ivy snap calls with the aces, and he's going to get shown the king 9. And Smith
good game.
Sees that he got lucky on the turn.
No. Say it ain't. No, not so soon.
Unbelievable.
We've really put the viewers on an emotional roller coaster, though. First,
It put me on an
going to
emotional roller
break,
coaster.
we said Ivy was going to be here. Coming back from break, you told him, no, maybe he's not going to be here. And then he's going to be here. And in fact, he is here, but only for a couple of hands. That's it.
Dan Smith acknowledging Talal Shakurchi's good run as he's joined the feature table on his second bullet in this main event. Blind, 17 bigs. Davies with a couple of sixes.
Raise 10,000.
The 2.5x. Winfried Yu, long-time supporter of the Triton Super High Roller Series.
This table a little quieter than the one that we had before the break. But you know, post-dinner lull for some players. Although none of these players seem like they're eating too heavy on their dinner break, you know.
I feel like just today in general, everyone's like, you know, 250k is over. They're all playing a 3-day event, just trying to conserve energy. This event number 11. Still 5 days left for those of the players that plan to play a full schedule.
Winfried with the limp allows Makita to see a flop with the suited 10-3.
Going to get busy immediately. It's being checked too. Winfried pitches it. Into 15 bigs now.
Thanks, bro.
Phil Ivey, Boss Paul, Dao Min Fu, Stanley Choi, Linus Love, all with the option to re-enter should they choose to do so. It will cost them 125,000 in exchange for 250,000 in chips.
Raise 8,500 plus.
Winfried gonna stay patient with the threes and good timing too, because Kim's got the goods.
Mediocre Dane. He won't let us call him the Great Dane.
I mean, I think Gus would have a problem with it as well.
I don't know. Eric's got quite the resume. I like to call him the Great Dane of the modern generation, the Great Dane of Triton.
But don't you feel like it's just better to come up with a totally new nickname, you know?
I don't think I have that authority.
I think you have the creativity.
I'm not Joe Stapleton. I'm not on that level. I need a few more reps under my belt before I can start trying to come up with nicknames. Yeah, I tried coming up with a Brewdog and you shut me down immediately.
You're right. You need some positive reinforcement. Maybe if it was a little bit better than Brewdog, you would have gotten it. Like, you want me to be honest, right? I think that it would be bad to start our friendship off on a lie and have me tell you that I think that's a good nickname.
That's a weird word to use. Have to actually be friends in order to be in a friendship. Kim knuckling down the jacks all the way to the river. Hecklin shows the king 4. Been a rough trip for Kim. Of course, professional poker player knows this should all balance out, allegedly. That's what we've been told. It should all balance out over the long sample. So many crossbars for Kim. Had 2 final tables in Vietnam. 2 final tables in Cyprus. 1 final table here already at the start of the series. Came 4th in the 25k. That's bricked everything since.
Yeah, got a bit unlucky running the nut flush into Paul's boat.
Yeah, that was rough.
Never fun to hit what you think is your gin card when you're already drawing dead in the Invitational.
Battle of the Deuce X. 3.75 from Hanson with the 8 deuce. I like it. Turning up the heat. Bottom of range. I missed what happened to James Chen earlier on today. I believe the first elimination of the FT. Do you know?
He got it in with ace-queen. He 4-bet shoved ace-queen into Bryn's ace-king when he was second from the bottom in chips.
Fitzhugh just kind of flat. Talking of ace-king. Hecklin on the button. The diamond variety.
You know, maybe this is the collision that you're hoping for. Maybe Davies has queens here, if you're lucky. Opening under the gun.
The gun open. King of diamonds, ace of diamonds busy in Hecklin's hand would make sense. Also be ace queen O. That would require one of the 2 remaining aces in the deck. Davies comes with pitches in.
Okay, not that good, clearly.
King queen off.
Perhaps, maybe some queen jack.
Nah, come on. Queen jack suits in there.
No, queen jack offsuit. I mean, it's
Queen
light.
jack
It's a light open.
offsuit.
It's a light open, but
Disrespect.
please, we've seen Fedor open from under the gun +1 with ace-8 off. Telling me it's not in there.
Yeah, but that was before he turned 30.
Also, they are 6-handed as well right now. Oh yes, 30, the more responsible
He
version.
did say, I mean, he said in his interview, you know, he feels really calm and really patient. I think it's an age thing. I mean, look, you would know. It's impossible for me to say. I'm just 28 years old. I can't speak from experience, but it checks out. Story checks out. Kuski bubbled the 200k, stone bubbled the 200k, and then soft bubbled the 250k. 2 second-place finishes in Cyprus. Looking to close the gap on Jason Kuhn, but is unable to close out a tournament at a Triton event since Madrid of last year. Knocked on the door on so many occasions. The third in the 100k short deck main in Madrid. 2 top 4 places in September of last year in Cyprus. 2 top 6 finishes in Vietnam. And then 3 top 5 finishes in Cyprus of this year, including 2 runner-up finishes, which is pretty brutal. You think of the variance involved. Jason on 8 titles, Makita on 4, a couple of flips. Had they gone either way. Could have been tied.
You see Benefield back in the mix after busting his first bullet.
9,000.
Raise 9,000.
Yeah, Benefield busting at the hands of the chip leader, Alex Kulev. Pick up the blinds in the big blind ante. First time I've ever had the pleasure of calling the action on the American. Last joined us in 2019 in London, where took down a short deck event, 25k short deck for £650,000, then went on to cash the short deck main, then comes second in the 50k short deck. So looking forward to seeing him in the short deck streets. Clearly knows how to hold his own in that game. In fact, seems to be the part of the series that he turns up for. Jeju 2019, 3 events played, all 3 of them short deck events. Similar story in Montenegro 2019.
Yeah, Benefield actually made the World Series of Poker main event final table in 2013. Feels like he took a few years off from poker, but clearly we all know there's some out there that have gone but never really left. Benefield defending from the big blind against the pocket aces of Kim here, who flops top set.
I don't like top set.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
You'd rather have middle or bottom for the
Well,
obvious
you know,
reasons.
bottom,
You want
though.
action.
Well, bottom is how you get set undersetted, but middle set.
Raise 8.5. Pass. Pass.
Back in the mix. 10-9 of spades. This is what I'm talking about. You know, sick of people folding suited connectors. David's here to see a flop. He knows the powerhouse.
I was going to say, who's folding suited connectors?
I mean, look,
sure haven't seen it.
I've seen 8-9 suited. There we go, look. Top pair, running quad draw, running straight flush draw.
I love the running quad draw call out.
I mean, he's got running quads opportunities, you know.
Wait, what? Is that Seth Davies eating carbs? Do my eyes deceive me?
What's he going for? Pasta. Actually, it's a pretty good time to start consuming carbs. I mean, I rate it. It's like, what, 10 p.m.? 10:30. Slowly releasing. Make him sleepy. And then, you know, bags for day 2. Go straight to bed. Gets a good night's sleep. Running straight flush. I'm just saying, you know.
So many possibilities.
You've got to see the backdoors in this game. Backdoors are life. Be a very boring game if you just sit around hoping to flop stuff. Okay, with the turn barrel. Never lucky. It's a bad card for Kim. Jack 10, Jack 8, Jack X of diamonds. Now getting there. Diamonds and spades do break. See if he wants to empty the clip or just wave the white flag on this one. It's an interesting one, right? Like we just have 0 showdown even though we have ace high.
Yeah, you're only really beating, you know, 8x diamonds.
Does give up.
For the best. Would
Yeah.
have gotten called on the end.
I think so. The second bullet, heading back up to starting stack, is David Benefield. Can I bet money on this man winning like
What are you doing? Yes.
a short deck event?
Where have you been?
Anyone want to give me action?
Got married, had a kid, moved back to Texas to be closer to family.
You have not go Asia since pandemic.
What's that?
Haven't go Asia since pandemic time. Didn't come out to play much.
No, I stopped. This is actually the first day I've played poker in like 4 years. I just haven't played at all really.
I just came back out to play last year. I've been in Hong Kong for 3 years.
What have you been up to?
Not much, and then we just opened up a new casino and resort in Vietnam.
Oh, cool.
And so they invite me to help to join the team. So from technically last August until now, we built new brand, Poker Dream.
Okay.
The poker room there, and then we are gonna start purchase a poker room in Taiwan and a production company.
Okay. Cool.
Like
is poker big in Taiwan? Is that like becoming a thing, or has it been a
poker is
thing?
big in Taiwan. It's crazy in China when the tournaments.
Yeah.
They have
found
like
it. Thank you.
every major tournaments is like 3,000, 4,000 people in the main.
Damn.
It's like 3 times what happens in Macau before.
Is that yours?
No.
Oh.
Can confirm.
I don't know
Poker
what that
boom
is.
in Asia.
I asked for a large bottle of sparkling water, but that's already open. Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks.
It's like 3, 4 times where Macau was. So many people in China during pandemic did not go out and learn the game, and all these clubs running tournaments. So no, I didn't order any.
No, I just got mine. Just came.
Certainly
was
seeing
like
a mini boom post-pandemic.
Build up, but they are pretty mass market, very small.
Okay.
Yeah,
Vietnam is
Japan, Taiwan, you hear him talking about Korea.
WPT tournaments, the main event got over
Vietnam.
700 people, and my first event has over 1,200 people go by Vietnam.
Raise 9,000.
Fun fact, me and Winfred go way back. We played on Team China for World Team Poker. It was
see how
me,
it goes.
Winfred, Johnny Chan
I
was our
can see
captain,
those
and Chao Jiang.
hustlers, bike, they have a lot of
And
viewers
Rich
on
Zhu.
their TV cash games.
Yeah.
Even though they are not really crazy big, like Triton.
Yep.
But people's interests are there.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's like, if I want to rebuild the Asia market, I got to be somewhere in Asia and have Asia players that they familiar with, or they usually play around the local mass market. They say, hey, that's my friend. It's like, you know, to build the interest of poker. And again, because besides China, a lot of places people cannot go out to play. Only home games, no tournaments, cannot go Macau. So a lot of younger guys lost interest, and some of the VIPs only playing within their small circle.
Yeah.
Right? So that's not good for the whole industry. But I guess how's Vegas this year? I didn't go. You didn't go? You didn't play? Huh?
Bro, I haven't.
I thought you were in Texas, so it's close by.
I've been to visit like Jason and but I'm just not spending any time gambling with cards these days.
No.
But I mean, by all accounts, it seems like poker's kind of booming right now. You know, it seems like they're getting pretty good numbers.
They
for just about
got
everything.
great numbers. Like, you know, Venetian running my old poker room themselves. Before I only got 10 tables, now they got 18 tables. And full, and during holidays or weekends, they got 300 people lining up for the game. But definitely Macau got no big players because it's very difficult to
get money in and out.
Yeah. Especially in the past, like 15 years, they're all depending on China players. Now China players are very difficult to move their money to go to Macau, or scared to go to Macau.
Sounds like David's been enjoying retirement. Winfried trying to grow the game alongside Boss Paul, Richard, Michael Soiser and the APT crew, doing their best to continue growing poker in the East. As Bats now takes a stab. Let's check two. Davies with King, Jack high. Did continue on the flop. He's going to pitch it. It's up to 700k now. It's up to fourth in chips. Marie and I always do our best to not talk over the players when they are engaging in conversation. At least on a day one. Once it gets to the final table, you know.
Nice to see some old friends start playing again.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I haven't seen, few guys I haven't seen, I still talk to. Like, he didn't play much, like, and I see London always have old friends coming back out.
London's an easy sell for a visit.
Yeah. I didn't see Sam Trickett. I was surprised I didn't see him in London.
I haven't seen him in a really long time.
Yeah. Like Gus Hansen, I haven't seen. But Tom came over. Tom Dwan came over. Andrew Panting shows up. Andrew Roble here. Old friends here.
Leave enjoying retirement as a family. Same as David Benefield by the sounds of it. David opening things up on the hijack 10-9 of spades. Heckler flatting on the button does open the door for a big blind squeeze from Kim. Jack of clubs. And squeeze he does. 48k to go.
Okay, I tried.
Red sevens for double H. Well, good things can happen. Closing the action. In position. It's going to flick in the call.
Yeah, about 60 bigs effective here for Kim. Heckling. Looking for favorable flops. I think against the value part of Brian's 3-betting range, this doesn't rate to be great for sevens. But Kim will also have, of course, ace queen, ace jack, those that haven't connected with the board but will still retain the betting lead on this type of texture. So Heckler might call one, see what develops.
Kim continuing small and wide. Hecklin just opting to get out of dodge on the flop. Against the c-bet, nice little pick up there for Kim, chipping up nicely back north of starting to 116 runners now.
You have any delivered to Blacktail?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I should say entries. Want to lay me a line on total number of entries in this one? Late reg ending the start of day 2, and talking of late regging or qualifying into a GG event, you can do so. A GG event, a Triton event, you can do so over on GG Poker, featuring GG Millions leaderboard, and of course the World Series of Poker Online 2023, the most prestigious online poker series at the world's biggest poker room. A chance to win WSOP bracelets. You can become the next WSOP online champion for as little as $1. And would love to have some random viewer come up to me at the next stop, tell me that they qualified into Triton, just 25 bucks. It's been done before. It's going to happen again.
You think this random viewer will be like, hey, you know what? I'm just going to give you a free roll because had I not heard your promo read, I would not have known.
Typically, you don't scrounge for free equity. I'm, doing all right. But would love for someone from the Twitch chat or YouTube chat to qualify and say, hey, man, been enjoying the coverage, been enjoying the show. Now it's my turn to sit down in the hot seat and entertain the poker fans around the world. Bad shades on, ace-9. Davies defending the big, as on you with the best of him, the 4s, but 3 overs on the King 7-5 rainbow. These multi-way spots, so difficult to navigate, one of the most intricate parts of the game tree. And Sanson does manage to find the bet on the flop, shy of half pot. Stab gets it done. I'm waiting to see if Ivy re-enters or comes back tomorrow, start of day 2. Nick Shulman working a very healthy 500k stack, 539,000. Average stack is 88 bigs. As things stand, I think it's been a Pretty plain sailing day.
Yeah, at this stage, players just so deep. Not going to see any big pre-flop collisions, you know, when average stack is 88 big blinds. Not going to be too many hands willing to get in all those chips pre.
Raise 52,000.
Seth with the small blind violence. Happy to play for all of Winfried Hughes 10 bigs.
What?
Not to state the obvious, but
straddle?
this is a star-studded field.
All right. You do for me?
I mean, if
counts as a
you
raise.
allow me, I will.
No, I'd maybe limp under the gun. I better look. It was 125k. I can't be straddling.
Gary Cat's trying to straddle.
Let's say I have a big hand, then it would work out nicely.
125k. How about fives?
Very playable.
I'll do the limp under the gun.
Cool. Thank you.
You know, 1 in 6 times, this is actually a really big hand. Just warning you.
One in 6 times.
Okay, what can I say?
Uh-oh.
Deal with it.
I think he's going to raise this hand. He's going to look at the clock, and he's going to raise. There he goes. He looked at the clock. And now
Cat's just trying to goad.
He's going to bet 20.
Talau, fresh off that 4 million score.
Race.
Raise 13,000.
Oregon.
Not that big.
I was off.
Huh.
You said 20?
Yeah. I did say look at the clock and then raise.
Randomizing.
Yeah, he threw me off. I thought he'd raise more. I forgot it was only, I was thinking it was 5 though. That's why I was a little high.
It's KCG thinking. Gets out of there.
You priced me in. I feel.
He priced you in, you priced me in.
All right. 2 old guys priced in.
Yeah. You got us both hooked. Just have to reel us in there.
Shikurchi Murchi.
I'm gonna give you one last free card. That's it. Don't ask for
A
more.
little piece.
See, he's definitely gonna bet small here. Probably like.
What if Kerry?
I was going to say, does Kerry want to come in the booth
Yeah.
real quick and just break down these hands for us? I do agree that Loon will find
15?
the continue here
15.
as
All right.
Cat's predicted. Does
Problem is if
go
I call this,
smallish.
then you're gonna bet the turn, and then I'm gonna have to fold. So, all right, I give up.
I'm a bigger mug than you, so I'll pay
Well,
off.
with Cat's getting out of the way, it does leave Shikurchi with the best hand still. But that's going to be one tough turn card to continue on for Shikurchi.
This is a bet. This one will be.
Pretty natural continuation for Loon, I think, on this particular texture.
Just calculating the math.
Check.
Oh my God.
Go and check,
Boy.
check. Bricks out for Lunlun. It's going to be funny if it gets to showdown. Kerry folding the best hand.
Yeah, with a bet line, I think it could have worked, but now, obviously, checking turn, checks river. And Kerry will see that he folded the best hand.
So, by the way, great fold again, and heads up, you folded trips to.
Oh, king.
Yeah.
I had the worst. I had the nut low king, but yeah.
But yeah, took it so you didn't even use time banks. Just was.
I didn't use it. I've never used one in that.
Just every time, every hand he's-
Really?
every time he's
Wow.
over,
So sick. I have like
Talal.
2 left in this one already.
Even more of a boss than I thought.
But yeah, that was
Never
that
used
was
time
the
bank
longer
before.
most.
Yeah.
But yeah,
5-4 is
close.
actually more attractive.
Still, I don't think you still
Right,
use
you
the
have a
time
2-pair
bank.
girl.
You still
No, no. But it was close. I mean, that was probably the closest I came.
But you have to play it.
It's,
Look at that crap Talau place. Oh my God. I had you so dominated.
your hand then?
I had 5s.
Thank you.
5s. You're not serious.
Pass.
Okay.
Well, I knew you had one of my outs. I had to fold.
Pass.
Oh
Raise
man.
10,000. Pass.
Must be nice for Talal to have a stop here in London with so many high roller buy-ins just down the street from where he lives.
Yeah, just 20 minutes away, I believe. Heard him saying. He's only come to join us for 200k, the 250k, and the 125 main. And it's back to work on Tuesday morning.
All right, I'm going to join the party.
I had one of your outs. The way I look at it,
You had 5 outs.
You had 2 of my outs.
Yeah, I did.
Necessarily
That-
a
yeah,
boring
we needed
flop
that
here.
flop
Couple
to
of
allow.
gut shots as well as top pair king kicker.
Yeah, I'm checking
Francois.
out where he goes. Last hand, Kyle. This is the flop we needed.
Pascal finding the bet multi-way.
Yeah, certainly a hand that is quite vulnerable, could use protection.
KCG with players behind, always tempting to chase gut shots, but this stack depth does stay disciplined. Shikachi
Always
beating him
with
to
the
the
quick
pot.
call.
He already knows what he's going to do. Carl would have turned straight.
Look at his
Oh
face.
no.
You gotta be careful though, just with the hand still going on sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's been a rough couple of days. He saw that he was thinking about calling on the flop. Ultimately made the right fold, but then gets showered by the poker gods immediately on the turn. Chance for Talal to potentially take this away from Pascal.
But 26,000.
That feels like value sizing and not turning his sixes into a bluff sizing. But it is about a third of passes remaining stack to call.
Not an easy spot. Multi-weight. Shikachi check called flop. Turn went check check. 2 straights available, any 7, any 3.
Yeah, Shakurchi could have even, you know,
I
flopped
think I heard
it,
it
calling
once, but this
pre
guy
with a
is-
hand
I
like
heard him speaking
7-6
Russian,
suited.
So maybe he just got
But
some other
Oh,
few
nice
passes,
little pick
like,
off there.
run
just
from Russia.
the right price. When all else fails, and it's not for your tournament life, you flick it in. Sometimes you're wrong, sometimes you're right, but
Must be somewhere
you will
in the
sleep
ocean.
better.
You know who's going to sleep better tonight?
You.
Me.
Sounds like an
And
ocean,
you,
like
hopefully.
middle of the ocean country.
It would be the dream, Henry.
It's an
I
island.
want one of those owls.
Vanuatu Island.
I just want one
Southwest,
reasonably
Pacific
early
Ocean.
night where I can turn in.
You've had plenty of those, and you've decided
By
to.
Australia, by the way.
No, not
Well,
the side.
I put 2 out there.
It's,
You
it's
grabbed my
not
small blind.
within my control. My inability.
I think you took my small blind. No, I put 2 out there.
I'm 100% sure you put your small blind, but to give me two.
Yeah, you got to put 2 out for my small blind. Like I put 2 out, and then
5K.
somehow it got pulled into the ante.
Yeah, but I put it close to you, and I think you put it back.
Oh, okay. All right, you can. All right.
Literally two.
All right. Well, at least someone's paying attention. I'm not. So I'll take your word for it.
You know, my new aspiration and goal in life is to be Kerry Katz rich enough to
Raise 10,000.
just, you know, not pay attention in a 125k.
Plus.
Same hand as last time. Actually, no. Last time was a 3.
Just keep discipline when you got chips. I like it. It's impressive. Not spewing at all.
Thank you.
Oh.
Lines are
Not playing your stack?
5 these 10 please.
I'm gonna borrow him for a second.
No.
Yes, he's gonna look. He's gonna look over my button. Make sure. It's guaranteed raise if he's on my button. I wouldn't open light this time, guys.
Seems like Kerry's also a fan of Dan Smith's.
Won't stop him.
Good omens.
That's all he does.
Claiming it for this hand. That doesn't deter Shakurchi from
wow.
opening from under the gun. Certainly not one that strikes me as superstitious.
Big laydown, just for you, Talal.
Shakurchi coming in a bit hot after his second place finish.
Huh?
It's a 980 UTG Open.
Some history between Hajiev and Shakurchi, as Ramin was saying. The only big pots he's lost this series have been
See if you go on a bad streak after
the
that.
hands of Talal. Perhaps going to find a way to win this one as well. Queen 10 deuce. Inside straight draw for Shakurchi. Just plays so quickly.
How many of the 14 Triton series have you played?
Wow, I didn't even know we'd have
100%
40.
C-bet Talal from you. Okay. Against me then. Against me particularly.
No. It's not 100%.
But close. 99.9.
He just has the board solved. I can ask Luca. Producer James Dempsey with the golden idea of just counting through bosses over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Kerry Katz said 14, and he strikes me as a man that would know.
Yeah, I would bet that Kerry's right. He definitely knows what he's talking about. He seems like a very precise person.
5 seconds. 4.
Do you want to bet?
If Kerry's right or wrong,
Yeah.
I'll just take... I mean, I feel like the way that you said it makes me feel like Kerry's wrong, but I will still take Kerry's side. And I think we heard producer James also say that Boss didn't play one of them.
Oh, well, if we're going by Boss's Triton track record, Kerry would be right, as Boss has results from 14 different places first.
Okay, bet over. I was right to put my money on Kerry, and I don't even know what the bet was for, but I just feel like it's a moral victory, and I'll take it.
I agree. I think you should take it. Philippines 2016 is... We head to this fireworks flop. Single raise pot. Kim opening under the gun. Seth Davies flatting +1. Bads joining as the third musketeer on the button with ace 8 of clubs. Has to be somewhat concerned Well, his kicker issues, especially against these positions. So we see him make the call, and perhaps this three-way affair will turn heads up.
Nice fold from the jacks. I think he understands that Davies wouldn't likely be betting a 10x in between the two players there.
Seth Davies.
Drills it.
Sharks just drilling the Mamacita on the turn. Shout out Patrick Leonard. So now value to be had from the Broadway straight. $67.5 in the middle. Gonna knuckle it on over. Action on Baz now. Unblocking diamonds. Doesn't want to give a free card to a hand like Queen Jack, King Queen. Diamonds that stabbed. Well, how on earth has this check through on the turn? Pad's just showing why he's one of the best. I mean, bravo, sir. I think I'm getting showered for a lot more than a measly bet of 11k on the flop. Obviously, opportunities for more money to go in on this deuce of clubs, but still by keeping the pot small on the turn.
Wow. Well, what do you think? You think Bads could actually find the check back now that Seth continues to check, or he's good but not that good? I think it would be crazy to check back here.
I mean, if Bads checks in, then I just want to retire.
You're just going to quit, right?
You know? I was sweating.
You were.
I was sweating.
You're like, well, I guess this could be my swan song, guys. Wasn't expecting it to come so soon, but
against this sizing, Marriott options on the table for Seth. All of the options.
yeah, this is what he wanted on the turn, was for Bads to put more chips in. And now has him doing it on the river.
I want a close-up cam of Makita's face as Seth check raises.
Oh,
you see the head shake.
Even the back of the head.
Straight away, glasses off. Knew it was coming.
I've seen a lot of hands that Bads has played where he gets put in the spot, and yeah, he's able to pitch it. It's annoying because
it is annoying.
You would have loved to see showdown. Even Brian. Well, Brian knowing that he had two jacks, right?
That was a fantastic hand of poker.
Yeah, but that's all it takes, basically, isn't it?
Looks like Carl.
Well, you got it. You'll have a check.
might
Look, if you
have
bust the 300k, you have a nice
lost
25k.
his patience now.
Or
Going
50k,
all in.
you know, 2 days before.
Or maybe you have like
Pascal
one
saying bon
rebuy
chance.
in the first
Mr.
4 levels.
KCG.
Something like that would be good.
I like
All in?
like if you get in 200 blinds.
Oh, he sees the jam.
It's king.
For the good, yeah, it's good news. We'll take it.
What puts some people off is rebuys very late, you know.
Pair? You have a pair?
25 blind.
Shot there.
Shot deck. Fist bump exchange between the two
It
friends.
looks like a short deck hand.
I'm guessing the ace king is yours.
Yeah.
Just
I think the jack 10 is going to win. Nope.
Strong read.
Oh, that one.
Carry on
Diamonds
that ball.
and a straight draw.
I feel a rebuy coming.
9 of diamonds for a sweat.
Double cutter.
Drum roll.
Oh no.
I know you're a nice guy.
King or a 9 needed. Doesn't find it.
One more.
Run it twice. Why not?
Deal.
Bon chance. You coming back?
Game.
Or maybe tomorrow?
For sure.
I eat a little bit.
Yeah.
And then come back. Yeah. See you later.
So obvious as to why he has so many fans since joining us in Cyprus. One of the nicest guys
Me?
at the series. Always sporting a smile.
Keep the change.
Super
He's
friendly.
always trying it on. You've got to keep an eye on him. It's like, he tries every trick in the book.
I'll do 6.
If you want it.
Sure.
So some big names potentially gonna have to re-enter. Linus Love, Alex Boyka, Daumin, Fufil, Ivy, Eric Wasserson, Ferdinand Putra, Cecilia Jiang, KCG.
顶住.
Raise 12,000.
All on the outside looking in at the moment. 117 runners now. Looking very likely that we get up to 130, 135 or so. Just another day in the office of a Triton 125k main.
Check. Check. Bet 25,000.
Yes. Aggressive fold. Thank you, sir.
Talal betting 25k against someone he's had a lot of history with. Turning a pair with the flush draw. Does he want to go double, try to get some King X to fold?
They've got history. The moment Talal sat down, Giev said that all of the big pots of the series that he's lost been at the hands of Shakurchi. We'll win this one at Showdown. Should it get there?
Check, shouldn't be.
This one's going to check through. So it'll pick up there
Yeah, that wins.
for Giev. Closing in on the 600,000 chip mark now. So he moves up into the top 10 chip counts.
Thank you.
How much? 3?
You fully charged yet over
Yeah,
there?
small. Take Dan.
I'm at 31%.
Is
Is my
that it?
charge
What
still?
is
I know. I
going
think
on?
it's
Got chips again.
the charger. I don't know.
No, not this time.
Weird. Well,
There you go. Get him far away.
That's not going to work, is it?
yeah, you can. We'll just have to do the old switcheroo for a little bit. It's all good.
Unbelievable.
Oh, I'm getting a walk. This is
You've had
exciting.
it for 2 hours.
Look at this. Look at this. A walk. Yes.
You're the small blind.
Oh, never mind.
So don't take
Not quite. Not quite. You could give the walk, but you're not going to get one from
For the
the small
record,
blind.
Terry, I wouldn't have give you a walk. Owl says to check. I'm just saying.
Well, you didn't like that seat, then?
You didn't like me there.
I think the owl's going to raise.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Finally, one from you. I finally won a hand from you.
Hammer's already got it.
Right, I had a pair and 2 hearts.
Oh, okay.
I should have maybe got more money in on the turn.
I don't think I was folding the turn.
On the turn?
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
I mean, it's a good hand to keep betting with. I mean, you know, I've got absolute ton of out. Yeah.
Quite surprised you didn't bet.
Did you know you were the small blind?
I forgot. I thought I was in the blind for some reason.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, because the previous hand was big blind only. It was weird. I was worried you were just gonna like table your hand and be like, "Oh, I win."
1 million chips.
So was I slow enough to avoid the big blind? Always worse.
No, you could have been the button.
I thought it was always moving to worst position, and this is just the worst position.
He's brought us a chip reload. That's good.
You couldn't have come in to the blind here.
Because you couldn't come in between button and one.
Yeah, yeah. This is just the luckiest move situation.
Sometimes good things happen to bad people.
Well put.
Yeah, sometimes good things happen to people that lie to production and say they were a dolphin
Feels like
trainer
one of those
and
moments.
had us thinking that he was for
This
the
is where I get
longest time.
stacked.
And every time he was on a feature, we would just mention it. And, you know,
I'm just gonna get out of the way.
took us a while to figure it out.
What?
Great bit.
One of the
Was a
worst
scuba
I've ever
diver
gotten.
instructor
He's got
for
some
a
bad ones on there too.
decent amount of time, but I'm glad that you all got
It wasn't a beat.
just taken along for the ride with the dolphin trainer thing.
He bluffed me out in a big moment.
48.
Ah, Jeff.
Right, 48,000.
A bit out of line from the big. Welcome to the table, JJ. These two are incredibly deep. It's a 9.5 big blind squeeze.
Well, it's going to get through Jaffe. Carry, though.
CK on the
I'll
button.
put you on the ace-5 suited again.
Ooh.
Oh, that was
Far
good.
off as it comes, 10-10 deuce.
Oh, thank you.
What a
Appreciate it.
flop for Cats. 115 in the middle.
Which ones do you pass?
Because I rebought, I guess.
That's mine. The other ones aren't mine.
Okay.
That was the guy sitting there before. So
I feel like
Okay. So when I rebought.
this night.
Okay. All right.
With the level going up.
Yeah. I might need them later.
But 37,000.
It's pretty good, huh, chicken?
It was good. It's weird though. I feel like I always get. Maybe I'm making this up, but it's like a bigger piece. It's like maybe just a very small thigh or something.
Spade ball.
Yeah, it's good. The sauce is fire.
Yeah.
Cheers wants
Straight
to
butter.
Yeah, the same
continue
sauce with
firing.
the-
Feels like the
the
type
fish,
of
the
turn
sea
that
bass. With capers.
we just shut down now.
Similar.
Yeah,
They're both butter
sauce.
sauces.
Okay, okay.
This one is more rich in my opinion.
Okay.
The other one's like more clarified butter.
Yeah, right.
What's going on, Maria? Talk to me. Come on. It's okay. You're in a safe space here.
Yeah, just, you know, us and like 10,000 of our closest friends.
How's the sea bass?
Good, I think. That's my go-to.
Is that it?
I haven't had it
10,000?
before, but
Yeah.
they gave me the sauce.
We must be
Rounding
at
up.
least 3K likes if we're at 10,000. Must be.
Twitch. Haven't checked it out there.
Shout out Twitch.
I got it once.
Shout out YouTube.
What?
Let us know as always whereabouts in the world you're tuning in from as
For a long
Cats ponders over this
Pretty much.
decision.
I think the first time I got it, like, it was a hand that I got to my own.
130k back, 189 in the middle. Feels like a one-way ticket to All In Town.
There, all in.
Count?
No, you can't really be thinking about it with ace high. I mean, I guess sometimes Carrie can have some, you know, queen jack continues, maybe queen jack of diamonds or some type of hand with the backdoor flush draw and a couple of overs, backdoor straight potential that you could be beating, but 7 of spades just does not feel like a great bluff card for Carrie.
You did just say there's 10,000 viewers and a bit of TV time to save face.
Such a bad time.
Before making the fold. Carrie complaining.
Yeah.
Wants more
While
action.
Scooping a pot.
If your dad's watching, you'll have to explain that I was joking.
No, he was serious about you being a nice guy.
Well, now that I made the remark, he's
yeah,
like,
yeah,
oh,
yeah.
is Dan mad at
takes
you?
it all back. Yeah.
How dare you do it?
Good point.
To the 10,000 people out there. Across the board, YouTube, Twitch, Triton Poker Plus app. These are your chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. And as always, if you haven't already taken a couple seconds out of your day to click that like button, it is greatly appreciated. Both myself and Maria have contractual obligations to ask you to click the like button, otherwise we are potentially not going to be invited back. And you know, 125,000 reasons to click that like button. 125k buy-in. It is, of course, the Triton Super High Roller Series main event. 118 runners in this one, with young Bulgarian Alex Kulev leading the pack. Already 15 million in the prize pool. Looking likely to be another $4 million payday or so for first.
Raise 11,000.
I believe we smashed the original target of 180k subs by the end of the series earlier on today, crossing the 182,000 subscriber mark. So once again, if you haven't joined that family, click the subscribe button, click the follow button on Twitch. And Maria might.
Big if.
Big old if. Might join us again.
I think they're going to have everyone, you know, take a survey and be like, what
Sounds
say
about right.
you?
What say them? What say me?
Yeah, what say you, Henry?
You already know.
Right. I should have known when you were like, oh, friends? Yeah, if we were friends.
Very sus.
Okay. Don't know if I have enough time to win you over, Henry, but we'll see.
We'll see what your short deck game's like. Very sus. Tell you what's not sus. That man right there. Looks sus though. You know, if I saw Pascal Lefrancois' still shot on the front of a bank
Yeah, for sure.
with like a wanted sign, I'd be like, yeah, that looks like the guy
12,000?
that I would
Yeah.
expect to rob a bank.
Like some Point Break vibes.
True legend of the game, of course, is Canadian Pascal Lefrancois, Dan Smith. Take a stab in position. 2 overs, backdoor clubs. A lot of good things can happen, of course, by betting out here. 6s of Hijiev. To keep him honest for at least one street, and another undercard to the 6s, perhaps going to keep Smith honest for another street, should Smith continue to tell the tale. He started setting up on the flop. Not picking up any equity, however. Just the 2 overs. Having the 10 feels bad as well. Blocking hands like 10-9, Jack 10. Does knuckle back. Clean run out for number 1 on Azerbaijan's all-time money list. But I mean, Hajiev, 67k in the middle. Someone's plowing away there. Is that JJ? He's getting some late night protein in.
Yeah, dolphin trainers really need to.
Scuba diver instructor.
Just feels like so much showdown for Hajiev to check all the way over to Smith on every street, that perhaps firing here would be ill-advised, but also not feeling great about the prospect of winning with Queen High. You could hear it in his voice. It's just one of those. It's just one of them ones. There's some more obvious, you can't win if you don't bet spots, and that one, just gonna knuckle. When you get back for the night, Henry, are you able to sleep right away, or is your brain going?
I feel like today is the day where I'm at that threshold now, the tipping point, if you will, where I'm hoping that I just fall asleep. But I know what you mean. Normally it takes a while. And it's often the most asked question after streams. You know, you feel tired talking non-stop, and then the stream finishes, and all of a sudden you're like, right, let's go run 10K, you know? You just get that energy.
I do have a whole routine which prevents me from going to bed. Like,
You mean like a nighttime routine?
Yeah, like I like to shower after my day. Like I don't like crawling into bed, you know.
You're saying it as if that's like a you thing?
No.
Doesn't everyone shower before bed?
What? No, not everyone. I feel like people either shower in the morning or at night.
You
but
do
not,
both?
I do both.
Yeah, of course. Like, that is the only
You're
answer.
saying that that's like a normal human? Are we sure? I don't know.
It's the same as,
Especially
you know...
within poker, you think that that's normal?
All right, sock, shoe, or sock, shoe, shoe?
Sock, shoe, shoe.
You're an absolute sociopath. We've lost it, chat. What's the chat saying?
It's actually, it is getting to that point. Like, but there's always, you know, maybe we haven't worked together before, and certainly this is my first time here with Triton, but I've worked plenty of other long series and broadcasts, and there's always a point where, you know, you put us on the night shift. That, and there's also a point where you put us on the night shift, and you can't really guarantee what's going to come out of our mouth, you know, and just a little bit delirious. Bad day for both of us to be that way, though. You know, usually maybe one of us can pick up the other one's slack.
I feel like there's clearly someone you've worked with in the past that hasn't showered at least once a day that maybe you want to have a talk to.
I'm getting
I don't know who it is.
A lot of validation in chat. First of all, people saying showering both in the morning and night, not a thing.
Wait, what? Not a thing?
Some people, a lot of people
Wait,
saying
hang on.
sock,
Okay.
sock, shoe, shoe, and not sock, shoe.
Let's just settle this here. You are a West Coast girl. You live in Cali, humid and hot. I live in Thailand.
12,000.
Good luck walking around in Thailand for more than 30 minutes without sweating your absolute brains
But
out.
when you're in London, you still do that just because that's the routine that you're in,
Yeah.
because the weather doesn't quite call for it.
No, but it's raining. That's a fun turn card. There is a 125k tournament going on here. Top for both. But no.
Oh, you know it's bad when, like, I'm getting the vibes that you're trying to reel me in the way that Randy has to do to Ollie.
Wait, what?
Yikes.
It's normally the other way round.
Yikes. All right, well, we could put this conversation to bed, but the whole point being,
Showering twice a day is healthy.
I go back, I shower, you know, skincare, guys. Very necessary.
Ever glowing is Maria Ho.
55,000.
It's one of my favorite types of hands where they're chopping. May the best man win in order to get the other player off of a chop. 178 in the middle. 4-liner on board now, both hearts and diamonds bricking.
I've never seen chat so united in thinking that you are completely wrong in the sock shoe part of your routine.
It always gets chat riled up. Ace 10. Snap.
Choppity chop. Oh, I cracked your aces.
I was not really considering the possibility that we were going to chop.
Yeah, I should have bluffed the river.
Bluffed the river?
Yeah, I got it for sure.
You lead, it looks strong.
Yeah, that's definitely one of those things that gets chat riled up. Is the sock shoe thing.
Wait, so is it a bit or is it really what
No,
you
it's
do,
legit
though?
what I do. And
That's
Matt
so
Berkey,
weird.
My hand had too much
the moment I told him that I do sock
Grow
shoe,
up,
sock show, he's like,
Henry.
yeah.
I don't think you
Grow
want
up.
to
Grow up.
You're just going to win a lot. Raise.
Winfred.
Hang on.
Time to go.
All right, yeah, it's fine. If
No,
I grow
you-
up anymore,
Really? You want to bring it back?
we'll leave it.
Effectively committed here. 7 bigs. Raises to 28.5. Leaving 1 big blind back. Gets the call out of bads with the 10s, and Anson with a decision on about 30 bigs from the small and shoves. I imagine Bads is going to look this up, though. Winfred wondering. Not happy with this amount of action.
Oh, hello, little
But-
three-way all in.
Yeah, it's going to be happy that he does have an overcard.
I've got the key card, okay?
The card.
The key card.
Winfred looking for an
Almost
ace. Bad's looking to hold. Anson looking for some paint.
Picture. Kind of reasonable shape.
No side. Picture. No side. Oh, the wrong no side.
No side, but not your.
So far, so good for the 2 10s.
兩隻八最唔好啦，對我對你好。
Looking even better now. 6 outs once for Anson, 3 outs once for Winfred. Can Makita find the hold? Yes, he can. Double elimination.
We'll see you again, huh?
Bad's up to 827k now, and with that, moving up to 5th in chips. Still in the hunt for that elusive 5th title.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Are we dealing 500? No.
See open, 75.
Still dealing with 5 players, okay? Yes. See open. Yep, got see open. Fold.
To 122 runners now.
Raise 12,000.
So many people with the option to re-enter.
Bad's right back at it. Jack 10.
Fold. Fold.
Three-way to the flop.
I was about to say an uneventful turn card, but the 8 of hearts giving Seth the best of it. He's drawing live only to the 3 outs, dominated by bads.
Bad's probably feeling like, yeah, he doesn't want to let this get checked through one more time and won't be able to win with Jack High because it looks like Henrik has some ace highs here if he was able to check back the flop. You know, Bads could certainly have some check raises on the flop. So credible that he actually is still uncapped even with taking this line because, you know, Hecklin was in position on the flop.
Yeah, Shark's not going to be going anywhere.
Hello. Long time no see.
Who have we got rocking over here?
Four.
6 of clubs. On the river. Is that Winfried you back at the feature?
Yeah, I like it. We have got a one and a half year old, another one coming. How old's yours? Like 5 now?
4 and 2.
4 and 2. Okay.
Almost 4 and almost 2.
Okay. Where are you spending most of your time these days? Yeah.
Feels like a disastrous river for Bads to keep firing on. Clubs getting there. Let's do some of the straight draws.
I had a return flight from a vacation connecting through London and decided to stick around and play a little poker. See some old friends.
Right. 42.
Oh, such a gangster.
Wow. Bads just trying to put max pressure on, you know, perhaps some deuce X's that decided to stick around for the turn bet, some turned 8X's like the ones that Davies has, you know, maybe even.
When's the last time you played a tournament?
4 years ago.
4s, 3s, 7s.
Yeah. What's that? London, 4 years ago. Yeah. Jeju just before.
Seth with nothing but a bluff catcher.
Doesn't feel different. I just feel a lot worse relative to everyone else.
Flop check through 3 ways.
And Baz also took a sizing where, you know, again, somewhat uncapped in terms of able to have overpairs here when checked to Hecklin on the flop. But Davies comes up with the call. But Baz certainly taking a sizing where he doesn't need to have flushes there on the river. He can have, you know, better 2 pairs.
Nice little pickup there for Seth Davies. I said 130 runners. I mean, looking at the amount of people that are yet to re-enter, that I know are going to re-enter, we could really smash that 130 target. Currently at 1, 2, 3.
Do you even still play any poker?
With about
I played
20
literally
people
0 since 4 years ago.
Strong.
showered.
Usually
Speaking
that's how you
of
That's my hope. It's like
showered,
beginner's luck
it's
all over again.
twice a day, people.
Twice a day.
I mean, some of these players getting showered multiple times a day. Oh, we're at a crossroads, Henry. It's too late for caffeine. But
Is it?
on the struggle bus a little bit for me.
It's not even midnight.
I definitely am one of those that if I drink a fully caffeinated beverage after noon or so, then GG sleep.
What was it that Hube says? No coffee past 1 p.m. or so.
Yeah.
Midday if you're trying to get to bed by 10.
Yeah, when I had a coffee at like 7 p.m. tonight, it was a decaf, so.
I respect it. 1-2-4 now. Amount of entry is slowly creeping up. Mike and Yong only just joining the feature table. Just talking to David Benefield as two old friends from way back in the day, the Macau days, the Jeju days, the Montenegro days. Have battled aplenty in the past, and David Benefield's been retired to the extent that a poker player can retire. Typically still means, you know, sports betting and buying action, but perhaps not playing as much. Heckland somehow finds the continue multi-way with the Jack-10, Jack of clubs. Davies, that 7 of diamonds wrapped around the 6-5 as well as the backdoor flush.
He's gonna get aggressive with it, which is just gonna put Heckland's stab in a really tough spot. Taking control of the pot with the check raise and results in a nice pickup.
Showers. Seth Davies with a really strong frame.
Kulev
Go on.
still managing to be at the top stack in the room, chipping up and up. You know, sometimes when you are playing this deep and you find yourself the chip leader early on, might lead you to get a little out of line, a little frisky, feel like you have some chips to spare, but whatever Kulev is doing so far is working for him.
See you guys.
Bye-bye. Oh, take him, yeah. Actually, I got position. Keep him here.
I mean, that table that he was at,
Nice playing again.
I got position.
the toughest tables
Probably better to have him here.
I've seen in a long time.
Him being here would be good for the over-under bet.
Him having chips is good for the over-under bet.
Yeah. He's the threat to just knock out 6 people.
I think you favor it now.
Cycle.
But he has the same bet. I told you about the bet.
I don't have a side, just I made the line. But coincidentally, we both said over.
You have over 150, yes?
Yeah.
And he has over 150.
Yeah, I
too.
created line 150.
I think you guys are favored.
Ivy said, okay, let's
this
bet
one going
small
there
and have
after?
5,000.
All right. Just got totally opposite.
I said let's bet small.
1,000. If I bet 5K and they just got 120, I would feel so dumb.
Oh, go on, Pascal. Make him C5. See if Shakurchi wants to spin the wheel. I mean,
You know, Shakurchi, it does feel like he's feeling some type of way today after finishing second. Playing, you know,
cash for
9-8 off
4.6 million.
from under the gun.
21 bigs. That's 35%.
Yeah, go on and spin it, he says.
I had a 10, king 10 of diamonds.
Thanks for that.
Thanks for that, GF.
Talal gambling it up.
You didn't have any jacks for it.
King 10 of diamonds and a jack.
25 bigs.
You see, jack was clean.
Spin. Perhaps going to work out here for Talal. That was a till. The Queen of Hearts rolled off on the turn.
It's a shame that jack is dead.
My fault.
9 on an 8.
Francois
One more.
takes the lead.
What's the damage?
And holds out. Back up to starting stack. Shakurchi in spin mode.
This is my second. Probably
You won
3
the.
or 4.
You won the one. You finished second from the second bullet, yeah, in the invitation.
Well, he just won about 40 bullets, or no, about 30 bullets. He's all right. Or 40.
I'll try not
40
to blow
bullets.
them all in next tournament.
I mean, you don't know what how much the backers had though.
Oh, yeah, Talal's backers.
You know, instead of firing
One
4 bullets,
heads up that I for
Talal,
sure
are you
knew there
married?
will be no deal. Was bring
you
it
should
against
invest in
Talal.
Shakurchi
She
Merchie
gets it all.
and co.
Or she gets half.
I should have seen that one coming.
I said that one heads up for sure there will be
Is
no
it,
deal. It's Talal against Brinkley. I know that
Yeah.
you'll not even speak about that deal.
Oh, small big on me.
Especially
Brent's
after
too
we
greedy and Talal's
talked
too
about,
rich.
yeah.
Make a deal.
No way we're going to
No way you can agree a
There
deal.
was a stretch where my only chops when you and I got heads up at Aria and you were like, I don't want to. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that was nice because I actually had something I needed to do.
Yeah. I meant for like years. You and I chop, I think, 2-3 times. My only chops ever.
Oh, chop the tournaments with him?
Yeah. He creates the tournaments. I mean, you know, you start the tournament, you decide when the tournament ends.
I made it worth your while. Check to the Psycho Bunny.
One of them, he's like, my wife's mad. We've been playing too much. And I'm like, okay, I understand.
There's a fun flop, courtesy of the dealer. 886. 2 pair for Kerry, open ender for Ponakovs. The Mad Bunny, dubs by Kerry Katz himself. As Kerry now boats up. There's some players like to get the experience to play for it all. Others don't mind chopping when the opportunity's presented.
It's really, for me, about, you know, who I get heads up against, you know, whether I deem myself to be luckier than them. Okay. You know,
Luckier.
I won't be playing any, you know.
You won't be playing heads up anytime soon. Yeah,
What?
Yeah,
What? Why you gotta be so mean?
Kerry clicking it back. Ponakov's making the call and gets there in the form of the straight. Could be trouble depending on how this one plays out. 35 in the middle. It's going to lead out 20k into 35k. Don't expect to see Kerry raise this.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely doesn't love it. Could be up against, of course.
42.5.
Some 8x. Wow.
42.5.
Balls. Yeah. I mean, not a lot of people would find this raised here.
Bravo.
Draw some concern from Kwanakovs.
5 seconds.
Let's it go. Well done, Kerry, for finding the raise on the river there. Chipping up nicely towards the end of play in that frame, and with that, heading into the final scheduled break of the evening, it is still the Bulgarian Alex Kulev leading the field, the only player with more than 1 million in chips. But Juan Pardo and Jonathan Jaffe have Kulev in sight as they round out the top 3. Ramin Hadjiyev is going to be chip leader at this feature as we look to mix things up. Perhaps going to keep these tables, perhaps going to pull over 2 more. We'll find out on the flip side of the break. Talal Shakurji, the little spin there towards the end, just flicking it in with the Jack 10 as we welcome you back to the break desk. Maria Ho alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Maria, a lot of banter between some of the players. It just seems as the evening winds down, they're looking to just kind of chill out and play some poker and have some fun in 125k.
Yeah, perhaps keep themselves awake a little bit with the chatter, you know, get them involved. And it's a way for when you're not playing in a hand and you're not directly involved in the pot, that you can still stay alert and aware of what's going on around you. And as you mentioned, this being, you know, more than halfway through the series, players probably just needing a little bit of downtime. And when you're that deep, you know, you can certainly find the spots to have a little table chat.
Well, don't go too far. Last break of the evening before we head into the final 2 levels of play here in event number 11, the 125k main event at the Triton Super High Roller Series. We'll see you very shortly.
GG Poker. So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Do know that GTO Wizard has flop reports that show the correct strategy across all possible flops. In this cutoff versus big blind spot, cutoff is supposed to c-bet more than 80% of the time, and we can even group these together and filter these reports. They're a great way to improve your strategy. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
all of it. Ivy snap calls with the aces, and he's going to get shown the king nine. And Smith
Good game.
sees that he got lucky on the turn.
No. Say it ain't. Oh, not so soon.
Unbelievable.
We've really put the viewers on an emotional roller coaster, though. First,
They put me on an
going to
emotional roller
break,
coaster.
we said Ivy was going to be here. Coming back from break, you told him, no, maybe he's not going to be here. And then he's going to be here. And in fact, he is here, but only for a couple.
Raise 8.5. Pass. Pass.
Back in the mix. 10-9 of spades. This is what I'm talking about. You know, sick of people folding suited connectors. David's here to see a flop. He knows the powerhouse.
I was going to say, who's folding suited connectors?
I mean,
I
look,
sure haven't seen it.
I've seen 8-9 suited. There we go, look. Top pair, running quad draw, running straight flush draw.
I love the running quad draw call out.
I mean, he's got running quads opportunities, you know.
Wait, what? Is that Seth Davies eating carbs? Do my eyes deceive me?
What's he going for? The pasta. Actually, it's a pretty good time to start consuming carbs. I mean, I rate it. It's like, what, 10 p.m.? 10:30. Slowly releasing. Make him sleepy. And then, you know, bags for day 2. Go straight to bed. Gets a good night's sleep. Running straight flush. I'm just saying, you know.
So many possibilities.
You've got to see the backdoors in this game. Backdoors are life. Be a very boring game if you just sit around hoping to flop stuff. Okay, with the turn barrel. Never lucky. It's a bad card for Kim. Jack 10, Jack 8, Jack X of diamonds. Now getting there. Diamonds and spades do brick. See if he wants to empty the clip or just wave the white flag on this one. It's an interesting one, right? Like we just have 0 showdown even though we have ace high.
Yeah, you're only really beating, you know, 8x diamonds.
Does give up.
For the best. Would have
Yeah.
gotten called on the end.
I think so. The second bullet heading back up to.
I had you so dominated.
your hand then?
I had 5s.
Thank you.
5s? You're not serious.
Pass.
Okay.
Well, I knew you had one of my outs. I had to fold.
Pass.
Oh
Raise
man.
10,000. Pass.
Must be nice for Talal to have a stop here in London with so many high roller buy-ins just down the street from where he lives.
Yeah, just 20 minutes away, I believe. Heard him saying. He's only come to join us for the 200k, the 250k, and the 125 main. And it's back to work on Tuesday morning.
All right, I'm gonna join the party.
I had one of your outs. The way I look at it,
You had 5 outs.
You had 2 of my outs.
Yeah, I did.
Necessarily
That-
a boring
yeah, we
flop
needed that
here.
flop to
Couple of
allow.
gut shots as well as top pair king kicker.
Yeah, I'm checking out
Francois.
where he goes. Last hand, Kyle. This is the flop we needed.
Pascal finding the bet multi-way.
Yeah, certainly a hand that is quite vulnerable, could use protection.
KCG with players behind. Always tempting to chase gut shots, but this stack depth does stay disciplined. Shikaji
Always
beating him
with
to
the
the
quick
pot.
call.
He already knows what he's going to do. Carl would have turned the straight.
Look at his
oh,
face.
No.
You gotta be careful though, just with the hand still going on sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's been a rough couple of days. You saw that he was thinking about calling on the flop. Ultimately made the right fold, but then gets showered by the poker gods immediately on the turn. Chance for Talau to potentially take this away from Pascal.
But 26 now.
That feels like value sizing and not turning his.
A very warm welcome back to the JW Marriott here at the Grosvenor House. The final frame of day one of the 125k main event. It is event number 11. And normally this stage of the series, you know, this is the highest stake tournament, but with that 250k Luxon Invitational that wrapped up earlier today, bring Kenny walking away as the champion, heading home with 6.8 million and regaining pole position on top of the all-time money list. So records being broke here, history being made, but now our attention turned to the end of this day one with late reg still open, the opportunity for stacks to go flying in because you can re-enter for 125k.
Yeah, and speaking of that 250k, we got the runner-up finisher Talal Shakurchi in the mix, clearly trying to build up a big stack or re-entering, so he's been flicking it in. And as you also mentioned earlier, there's plenty of people that you see who've already busted that will certainly be re-entering, and whether that's, you know, at the end of the night or tomorrow remains to be seen, but clearly still going to be some stacks that are ready to be in play at all times.
Yeah, it feels like a few of those names that we were looking at that have already exited this tournament, perhaps getting an early night because, you know, Ivy busted about an hour ago, Linus Love busted about an hour and a half ago, so perhaps, you know, maybe a little nightcap, a whiskey lounge or something before coming back tomorrow to battle it out in day two because late reg is still open, but currently up to 126 runners in this, so over 15 million in the prize pool with late reg open till the end of the day, or beginning of tomorrow rather, and it's the Bulgarian Alex Kolev leading the field with Tanchuan on his heels, the second player looking to cross the million chip mark, and he's going to be at the main stage, table 7, alongside Ivinger, Lee, Masashi, Jan, Soiser, and Seidel. So plenty of big names still to entertain us as the final two levels of play look to get started as we throw it down to the main stage. Blue table, red table, outer table. Outer table does look interesting. Chidwick, Perez, Petrangelo, Zhang, Shulman, Barbero, Kulev. For now, our attention on the blue feature table, Tan, Seidel, Ivinger, Jan, Sashi, Soiser, and Kiat Lee. Tanchuan lead in the pack. 163 bigs.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Actually, you know, it's like in trend, you know, the bucket hat. 30 to blind.
It's like one it's supposed to be bad luck. That's what I've heard.
You said bad luck, right?
Yeah.
You said it's nice, but it's also bad luck. That's what you said. Why is it bad luck?
I don't know. That's what Associate was saying.
Wrong good, bad good.
She was wearing it as well, right?
Yeah, and she went for 2 bullets, so it's probably true.
I think it depends on the specific cap of who. You know,
Run good, run bad.
Different
superstitions being expressed. Seidel, a couple of 7s. 5th in chips overall. Yeah, and with the bucket hat. I told you the bucket hat's become a thing. Everyone thinks they're Nick Schulman.
Okay, perhaps the bucket hat was in the player's gift bag, though, because it feels
no,
like everybody's rocking it.
Perhaps. It is also on sale upstairs.
But you know when something becomes so trendy that it's not, because then everybody's showing up with it? Is this what's happening? Is the bucket hat in for a quick demise? Yeah.
Bingo with the squeeze out the small. Options for Seidel here. 7s, player behind. Is this perhaps a bit of a sandwich?
Yeah, you don't really mind, though, just, you know, if the player behind comes along, because you're really hoping, you know, set mining here would make your 7s the easiest to play post. So it's not a huge deal if you find yourself 3-way here.
So incredibly deep. See what Jan wants to do with red 9s. 181,000 in the middle. Does make the call. So we got a 3-way affair in a 3-bet pot. A couple of pairs against a couple of Broadway cards.
Thank you.
And there's that set that you were talking about. Seidel finding the 7 of clubs on the ace 10-7. Now, what do you do in Eibinger's shoes now?
I think you don't love the fact that you did have the under the gun pre-flop raiser coming along for your 3-bet. You know, certainly that's going to be a little concerning
water and a glass of ice,
on an ace-x board.
Sorry, no more.
You can imagine that you will put
and a
the
glass of ice,
overcaller pre on some of these pairs. But as the pre-flop 3-better, still not the worst board for the range that you're trying to represent in terms of value, and also, of course, Eibinger live drawing to the nuts.
It's going to continue, like you said, drawing to the nuts. King of clubs in hand. So incredibly deep against Seidel. Just makes the call, and that opens the door for Jan to get out of the firing line. 386, one of the biggest pots of the night so far. Wow, Jan would have turned a set with 386 in the middle. I mean, it feels like such an awkward spot, Marie. Like, you've got the king of clubs and the queen, so you're blocking, you know, ace king O, ace queen O. Had Seidel slow played a big ace.
Yeah, but you're not blocking any sets, which, you know, even Seidel could potentially not 4-bet the aces pre, and definitely can't have 10s and 7s. But Eibinger just is going to keep the foot on the gas pedal here.
The Seidel activate now to just get all the money and in case the scare card rolls off, there's now 3 to a straight?
I think so. I feel like, you know, the charade is up.
Well, there it is. All you can eat Ibinger with his hand in the cookie jar. But no hand funeral for Ibinger. Knows that it's part of the game, having a good, strong, aggressive, bluffing strategy.
Big stack, baby.
Snap marks, and we have ourselves a new chip leader. Eric Seidel taking the chip lead late.
Just trying to make an excuse so they put
day
us
one.
back down.
Michael
Seidel.
Sorza.
Maybe due for some run good after his bust out hand from the Invitational.
Do tell.
Well, he did lose aces against the jacks of Paul Poix, of course.
He also cracked aces with queens. Of
Oh,
Strava,
well,
you
who
know?
remembers that?
Oh, okay. So I see how it is. Depending on the outcome. JJ checking back. Lubavetsky gonna take this one down with the Black Snowman. Lubavetsky's a fun one to keep an eye on. Seems to just be crushing the live scene in Europe over the last few years. It's a bit fiery as well. Not one to shy away from letting his table mates know how he feels about the way they play certain hands.
A little hot under the collar.
Yeah, you know. It's like the thank you for not stacking me by butchering that hand.
Raise 12,000. Fold, fold.
Those are 10 high, the blue?
10.
Thank you.
Fold.
Jaffe.
Go on.
Jaffe just gonna call this raise from under the gun from KT.
See, you already know the nicknames. I love it.
I'm a quick learner. And, you know, especially so when their name is a little difficult to pronounce.
Thanaratrical.
Fold.
JJ
Fold.
makes the call.
Fold.
ET, big blind pot. And then some. Big flip. To move up to second overall. Jonathan looking to hold. And hold he does on the Jack 3 deuce board. Some backdoors for Strava. The King of Hearts presenting one of them in the form of Broadway. Having 2 more outs, but doesn't find it on the deuce of diamonds. And with that, Jonathan Jaffe up to 1.1 million in those 900k bounties that were pulled from earlier on in the series. Being fired in the Luxon. 200k. And this 125k main. And you often hear, you know, the pros joking about how a win at the start of the series, $1 million cash, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have a successful trip. So we see time and time again, players just losing a couple of flips in key spots and turns into a 7-figure trip. Which is, you know, the average cost of hanging out in these parts, Mayfair. Coffee does cost around £30.
Yeah, and yet, you know, I'm such a good quote-unquote friend, according to you, that I've bought you coffee. I brought you a pan au chocolat today.
It was wonderful
even
as
despite
well.
the high prices.
I do appreciate it.
You can't put a price on our friendship, even if it's one-sided, Henry. Volkman, Kings. in the small blinds. I do have to bring it back to just how incredibly
Yeah, I have some. Yeah, I have a lot of different guys.
European, I guess is the best way I could put it, that you pronounced KT's last
In
name.
Ukraine, we don't follow sports so much. We don't have
Like,
baseball,
you are
basketball.
enunciating
hat.
way too many.
But in the United States, you can probably
Way
you don't
too
wear
many
a hat of a
consonants
different team.
You know I live in Thailand, right?
Yeah, but you know, okay, well, you didn't know this, that growing up, my best friend was Thai, and I may or may not have used her ID because she was older than me as my fake ID to get into clubs.
Yeah, go Red Sox or whatever.
Like, the
different
statute
team,
of,
LA
of
Dodgers.
limitations is up on this, right? Like, I can freely speak about this now.
Clearly.
And her last name had a couple of THs in it, and it really doesn't have that harsh thoner, whatever, however you pronounce it. It's very soft. It's a...
What, the most tonal language in the world? Okay.
It was... Her last name was Putler Patanakan, and it went, the TH together was very much, it, you know, it wasn't the. But, you know, I don't know.
Good luck.
Listen, I haven't lived in Thailand. I'm just saying what I know because I had to get quizzed on several occasions by the bouncer. You know, how do you spell your last name? How do you say your full name? What's your birthday?
Did you ever get caught out?
Never.
Wow, that's strong.
I mean, we looked, you know, there was like a slight resemblance, right? And I do think that to some people, they might think that we looked more alike than we did.
That's a strong one to pull off. I tip my hat. Check through on the Jack 5 deuce, two-tone on the turn. Boss now reaching for probing chips. Tony Triton just king high. Unblocking all the flush draws, Maria. King high.
Yeah, I feel like I can see why he would be curious in this spot. But again, not a whole lot of places you could go on the river. A lot of bad river cards where you're not going to be able to find a call against another barrel. But here, shivering kings and deuces. Unlucky for Paul here.
Yeah, Tony finding the 6 outer. Backdoor clubs do get there. Boss correctly realizing the king of clubs is just a bad card for him. Knows that Tony's going to have some ace king, some king high spades. Clubs also getting there.
26,000.
Tony now going for value and immediate discomfort from Paul. This feels like such an obscure hand, Maria, because it's gone check, check, flop, probe, turn, call. The backdoor clubs do get there, but we have the jack of clubs.
Yeah, not going to expect to see this type of offsuit red combination.
Yeah, should have get the showdown. That is a disciplined fold.
Very disciplined.
That's not easy. Looks easy on TV, but given the way the hand played out. Bravo. A boss rocking another.
Yeah, that one's nice.
That looked like a custom piece, not gonna lie. I haven't seen that one in the merch store. Have to check it out when we wrap things up here today.
Yeah, I like it when, you know, the brand is not fully visible. It just looks like a little bit of a...
You got the Triton at the front of the cap, and then it's kind of...
faded.
Yeah, I like it. I'm gonna have to check that out. JJ, the massive hold with the 10s. Top of the chip counts, 183 bigs, second in chips overall. Stand corrected. Kulev's retaken the second chip spot. 3 Brazilians in the top 10. Shock.
They just keep multiplying.
Kanapong. We're still waiting on Maria to show us her skills when it comes to pronouncing
All right.
Thai names.
You know, I'm going to take a stab at it. Tanarataraku? Speak now, forever hold your peace, Henry.
I'm holding my peace. I've learned through
you've
life to
learned.
pick my battles, and that feels like a battle that I can only applaud. Maria, bravo. Believe there was an additional A in there, but nobody was listening. KT with the royal flush draw, Bruno Volkmann with spades of his own. How about this for a flop? To just get the juices pumping late in the night. Tony with top pair.
Volkmann thinks that he's got equity, but not quite.
And for KT, the royal deceptive, reaching for calling chips. Okay.
Tony could decide to come with the overcall.
Yeah, I mean, it's got top pair. We're not going anywhere. We didn't defend the king do so to then fold top pair, right? I mean, come on. What year is this? 2011. Ten of diamonds on the turn, fortunately for Volkmann. Bricks in regards to flushes. Tony knuckling once more.
And
With Bruno getting 2 callers, 5 high.
Yeah, I think he's pretty done with it. I don't think he can like this 10 rolling off very much, especially KT calling pre-flop off of 30 bigs. Certainly could have ace-jack, and especially when Volkmann has 2 spades in hand. You know, that eliminates some of the ace-4 spades, ace-5 of spades holding. So does end up getting checked around now, and surprisingly, Tony still has the best hand. Faded a lot of bad rivers.
Just want to point out the bottom pair trip draw did complete.
Yep, thank you.
Tony with options, 78k in the middle. Now chopping with everything bar ace king.
And not that Tony's going to overcall flop with a lot of 3x, but he definitely does have some 3x's here. But also, of course, king x.
Bruno looks absolutely thrilled to be here playing 125k. I mean, it's been a long week, mate. I get it. KT now in the tank with the nut 10. It looks like he's going to look him up. He's keeping Tony honest. Gets shown the king deuce. And 140k pot going Tony's way. I feel like that hand could have played out in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, I gotta say I was a little surprised to, you know, not see a little more aggression perhaps out of KT with all that equity, but Volkmann didn't know how lucky he got with the spade not coming off.
Winding down final 2 levels of play. day one of event number 11, 125k main event. Warm welcome to those of you who have only recently joined us. Sure, now news has spread far and wide. Bryn Kenny took down the 250k Luxon Invitational for 6.8 million, beating Talal Shakurchi heads up in an epic heads-up battle.
Still can't get over just how quickly that final table played out.
Yeah, that was honestly absurd. I know I've said it already, but I got here about 45 minutes after the FT started, and producer James came up to me and said they're down to 4 in real time. We hadn't even kicked things off on the delayed feed. Pretty wild.
Felt like, you know, a few people agree with Nacho that ICM is for poor people.
I guess for that final table, it makes sense.
Tony betting with the bottom end of the straight draw.
Double J against double T. With the best of it now that the board's paired. Blind v blind. Tony with a bit of a weird one, the kind of min-raise pre. Now playing an inflated pot out of position against Jonathan. Would you say in 2023, the modern game, blind v blind has really become one of, it feels like the most studied spots, just so complex, so nuanced. More often than not, this is where we see some of the biggest pots and biggest edges to be gained.
Yeah, I definitely think that it's a result of a couple of things. You know, I think back then people were probably folding their small blind too often.
Yeah.
And also perhaps, you know, people not understanding the correct ranges to open in late position caused, you know, some scenarios where they didn't get folded to the small blind enough. You know, when I first started, people were opening button like 100%, no joke.
Wait, they're not still doing that?
Well, I don't think they're supposed to, but since when do people do what they're supposed to do? We wouldn't be here if everybody did that.
It'd be pretty boring. Do you break the rules much?
Oh, boy, did I. Did I not? Did you not
That's
remember
true.
that
Yeah,
story
you know
where I
what?
just
We don't
told
need-
you
we don't need to
that
put
I
you on
used a
blast, man.
fake ID? Like, is that any indication of whether or not I was willing to break a rule or two back in my day? But actually, it's funny because I'm so straight-laced. I'm such a boring person now, but I think I got it all out of my system when I was younger. That's probably why.
I feel like the poker players that are the most aggressive, mainly the Brazilians, haven't got that out of their system yet, which is why they found so much success in poker. Because they're like, you know, I shouldn't have bluffs here, but I'm going to bluff anyway. I don't care.
Yeah,
what
it's
the
like
general
coloring
population
outside the
says.
lines.
Yeah, you know, make your own box. Boss activating once more with the ace-5 suited. Tony back up to north of starting with ace-jack of diamonds now. It's 1 seat over. Got a flat. That's the 2.5x open. Jackie out of there. As is Volkman. Note Volkman folding the king deuce off. Comes jack high, jack 10-7, top for Tony. And one of those board textures for Paul does have some backdoors. Seems content to just wave the white flag against the cutoff flat. It's just a byproduct that Tony's going to have so many suited broadways, so many Broadway cards, 6s through 10s, some gut shots. Wow. Very passive.
And might this tempt Paul? So far, no.
Well,
can't say that Tony did anything here to prevent Paul from seeing a couple of free cards to get to a chop.
Backdooring into Broadway. Now, the pensive build-up to the inevitable chop. 129 runners now. I like having some top pairs in the check back range for sure.
I do too, but you know, still, as you mentioned, just a passive line.
Yeah, the table also gonna get to see that in real time, that you check back top pair, top kicker. So perhaps not someone that can necessarily just be pounced on. He is able to have.
Yeah, that is the nice part about protecting your check back range.
Right.
Is people can't just start barreling off when you check without impunity.
Blind v blinds. KT, sub 20. Bulkman with 5s, all of it. I reckon there's a big party going on somewhere, because looking at some of the names that haven't re-entered.
Like, where they at?
Oh, where's the party at? Sean Winter, Jasiah Jiang, Eric Wasserson, Phil Ivey, Dao Minfu.
You know who won't be going to that party, though?
Me?
Yeah, and me.
You got other plans?
I wish. No, I wish I had the energy to do anything else.
Hold the phone, because it's my favorite player to commentate on. Tan Xuan can quite literally explode, activate at any minute. Getting in the mix with the 8-7 Ibinger with the flat from the hijack. Bit of a loose open from Oya Masashi with the deuces, but incredibly deep. Does invite a 5-way affair. 125k buy-in. People saying that this only happens in the $200 rebuy nightly. Look what's happening here. Ibinger with top set. Tan Xuan with a double gut shot. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Because Tan's got the backdoor hearts as well, and I think we're going to play a fun one. Ibinger is, what, 55 bigs effective against Tan. No 5s or 9s dead as well, by the way. Just saying.
Well, when you said that Xuan has the ability to be explosive, this would certainly be a decent candidate to do it with.
Yeah, thin out the field, in position. I'm just going to call this time, though. Gets a bit weird for Soiser. For a hand like this, is he just out in the weeds, playing a guessing game?
Yeah. I mean, I certainly think that without the presence of one spade,
right,
Soiser might just let that go.
Well, perhaps one of the most entertaining turn cards as Ibinger boats up. Soiser picks up the nut flush draw, but little does he know, is drawing dead.
Yeah, both opponents drawing dead to top boat. And when you have two opponents in there drawing dead, you want to give them some rope, just covering so much of the board. You know, it's not like you have 6s full here, you have 10s full, and so all of the most likely best 10x hands you're blocking, which would be the hands you're most likely to get action from. But Xuan, always ready to play a big pot even without it.
A peculiar hand. Soiser caught in the crossfire.
Oh, Ibinger's got to be loving this.
Sat there with top boat. Does he ever raise here, or is that just absurd? Like, you're just getting all the money from a 4 anyway.
Yeah, I mean, barring perhaps the fact that he doesn't want, you know, to lose action from a 4x if, let's say, the backdoor flush rolls off or something. But still, it just feels like, how strong does it look when you check raise 2 players? So he does just call.
Well, 3 ways to the river with 302,000 in the middle. And fortunately for both Tan and Soiser, they've bricked. I say fortunately. Tan was showdown, but that's 7 of hearts. I don't know, I'm seeing things, but you know, blocking both the straights, blocking full houses. We've also got a Richard M, RM on our wrist.
Right, that means
A6.
He said it in Chinese, like, no more stealing.
Tens. Yeah, lucky no spade. Fucking drawing that.
So is it happy?
Lucky for
he bricked after seeing.
If he didn't overcall, he might bluff.
Full.
他没 call 的话，你可能会偷。他妈的，掉个4顶起来不行吗？顶起来不把它打飞掉。
Almost GG. Drawing dead. The thought did cross my mind, but sneaky, sneaky.
Come TV table to fold all my hand.
Sorry?
Come TV table to fold all my hand.
Image building.
It's better. Actually, to play hands didn't work out so well.
Already before?
Hmm?
Already before?
Someone's
Full
clicked the
house?
re-entry button.
Cross.
Well, if you have
Victor
quads,
Malinowski.
fair enough, but then nice hand, I say. But no fault. If all in call, then it's
10-4, 10-5. I mean.
Hmm? Sorry.
10-5, 10. 10-4, 5. 5 out.
Ah, I see.
Masashi, queen 4.
妈的没顶起来。
Against a late position open, decides to defend. Probably would be folding those against early, middle position opens. A little something for everyone.
你叫给你咪吗？你叫给你咪啊？顶。
差点运气啊！
Love to see Japan being represented here. Triton Super High Roller Series. Game seems to be booming in that part of the world. Masashi.
这牌不算输多。
Not loving life. It's a sizable C-bet from Soizer. Ah, he's going to hit him with a check raise. Trying to fold out some of those overpairs, perhaps.
Yeah, Soiza, though, noting what he has back, I think we'll just elect to put the rest in. It'll be, you know,
All in?
nearly half his stack if he just calls. And now, with that face, Masashi does not like it. And that's a great result, to not have to see 2 more cards come off.
Sorry. We're both too polite.
Yeah, nice little pick up there.
Sorry for bumping into each other, you know. Ayo.
See the likes of Leon Sturm getting moved over to this table.
Sturm just 22 years old. Bracelet winner. Took down the 50k high roller during the summer for 1.5 million. Already being compared to the likes of Fedora's boss. Wants to see 3 in position. Is this just the late night spin up?
Yeah, and you know, when people are so deep pre-flop, they just treat some of their pre-flop ranges more like a cash game than a tournament, perhaps.
Perhaps a road to victory here. 4-set pre-flop range. 8-6, picking up the flush draw. Jonathan with just king high, but the betting lead as he does. Continues small and wide, as one would expect. Picking up even more outs now. The form of the double gut shot. Jonathan a bit stranded here with king high. No flush draw, no equity.
Yeah,
to the
it feels
straight.
that way. It feels like there's not going to be an easy path for Jaffe. And you see he's going to give up the betting lead. And I think I'd really just like to see Paul go bigger here. You know, even a hand as strong as Queen X are going to want to protect against, of course, you know, some ace highs that now have a wheel draw, and of course the two tones. So, you know, the sizing doesn't necessarily indicate that he's on a draw. Certainly there's going to be hands that need protection on this texture. And you know you can't win at showdown with 8 high, and if you don't improve, might be harder for you to represent enough value with a call on the flop, a check on the turn, and a bet on the river. So I think a lot of signs point to perhaps some betting here on the turn, but Paul checks back and rivers a pair. So
Do you think that check back is kind of, he's fearful of perhaps being denied the equity that he has if he was to stab once being checked to, and then Jonathan came over the top all of a sudden? We're playing a 70 big blind pot with 1 card to come.
sure, but I also think that it's just a function of, you know, if you're going to call pre-flop with 8-6 suited, then you might have to just spin the wheel with all your equity.
Right.
And also, Jaffe's range doesn't have to be quite as strong, because if you think about the position of, you know, cutoff open versus small blind 3-bet, then there's still just going to be, I think, enough hands you can immediately profit off of folds from.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. And now Jaffe leading on the river, just as we thought this was all boss. Well, checking back on the turn and bricking on the river. Let's open the door for JJ.
Maybe the small one's enough. I mean,
a cheap one through.
And Jonathan going for a sizing that keeps, you know, value hands that have 6x beat, right? The jacks and the 10s, but that's not going to get through, boss.
Sticky customer at the right time.
Wow.
Poor. Up to 645,000 now. Surging late in the night.
Wow.
Same meal.
Check.
Same meal the other day. Tortellini and the mushrooms. Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, let me take this.
We're just getting a bit of an insight into Paul Pua's thought process there after turn one check. Made life a lot easier for him to make the call. And of course, as always, today's event is brought to you by PokerStake, the official staking partner of Triton. It's the ultimate platform for staking professional poker players around the globe with no fees on any purchases. PokerStake is the go-to platform for anyone looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victories. Check out pokerstake.com now, stake your champion. Once again, all winnings guaranteed by PokerStake.
My pleasure.
As Ivy has clicked the re-entry button after the party died down.
Ivy.
Raise to 1,000. Pass.
Oh, Ivy straight in the mix, out of the big. Queen Jack of Diamonds going to defend with that fresh 250k stack. Completely whiffs. 10-6-5. What a boring flop for such a beautiful hand.
Wow, look at that sizing. Almost full pot on the flop. No, I get it. I would go that sizing as an IV too, just because, you know, you don't want him to outplay you.
The intimidation factor of Ivy. Ever present.
Feels like an ice cream kind of night.
No, it really doesn't. It feels like a get to bed, get a good night's sleep, because
like eat ice cream in bed.
day 2
Why
tomorrow,
is that not an
one of the
option?
longest days of the trip, playing down to the final table. 131 runners. Producer James Dempsey's buzzing to say something. No? Getting called a whale.
But this is the thing. The perfect place to do this, eating ice cream in bed, is when you're staying at a hotel. Because guess what? If you spill on the sheets, you don't have to clean it up. Am I right or am I right?
That's what she said.
I'm
That's
gonna tip housekeeping. Like, but I'm just saying, it doesn't have to be me. I've eaten so much food today, actually. Like, I'm having a binge eating day. I'll be honest.
Big lick out of the big for Volkmann. JJ flopping trips and potential trouble here for the Brazilian. Checks through, and now a turn card that could save him from losing chips. Jaffe just going to extend him as much rope as possible. He got the memo from Haxton. When you've got it, give the Brazilians a chance.
You can always count on them. They're very reliable.
Well, let's see if Volkmann wants to prove us wrong.
I think the problem, though, here is Volkmann had some showdown, now counterfeited, but had he not had showdown, he probably would have started bluffing sooner.
$35K in the middle.
18,000.
Bet 18,000.
Double delayed C-bet from Jonathan and a snap fold from Volkmann. So we're up to 132 runners. Eric Seidel leading the pack. Juan Pardo second in chips. Alex Kulevin third. Pedro Garignani in fourth.
I see that.
I do apologize. Jonathan Jaffe is now moved up to third in chips.
Our first jack.
So we head back out to the blue feature. Gonna fold all the way round. Down on the button. Who gets out of there. Seidel, tournament chip leader, squaring off against the APT co-owner, Michael Soiser, blind v blind. Comes with the 4X. Soiser defends. Fortunately for him, doesn't connect. As we head into the final level of play. Awkward one for Seidel. I mean, you 4X with kings, it comes ace, queen, queen.
Just
Knuckles in
gonna
once more.
go into bluff catching mode, it would appear.
And Soiza with a hand that has some showdown, king high.
Perhaps now can get some value after it's been checked through to the river. It's hard to think that you could be targeting king high here when you have 2 kings in your hand, but you know, maybe even get a jack high to call if you go for the right size. But it almost feels like if Seidel raised from the small blind, you know, out of range or bottom of range, he would just go ahead and c-bet that flop. So it actually looks like some traps and some value, but Soiza does make the call with king high.
Drawing dead pre-flop.
Pays him off. Not quite draw it dead, but we all know what he means. Certainly feels that way. As Seidel continues to shine here in the main event. Such an honor to be able to call the action. Seidel, after blessing our screens for so many years, truly one of the greatest of all time. First came to Triton Super High Roller Series way back in 2016.
Okay, cool.
And you have to give credit where credit is due in the sense that there are certainly players that came up in the game during the same time period as Seidel, and for those, the game has passed them by. But for Seidel, he has continued to stay at the top, fight his way back to the top, perhaps, realizing that you have to keep evolving with the game and not afraid to, you know, put in the work, and also not afraid to go head to head against some of the best of the younger generation.
Yeah, I think that's where the most respect comes from, is just showing up and competing. And it's the same for people like, you know, Dean Eggs, Ivy, some of this OG crew
88
that have kept up post-solver era and continue to hold their own. I think that's why they're all respected as much as they are.
I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted by the fact that you said era, but also that the Yan has 10s against 9s here. And Xuan just gonna put all of it in, and you know, yeah, you can't not call it off here against Xuan.
9-9.
But still, a really big pot here.
Just the you know, a million chip pot. Final level of the night. If Yang can hold, be up to third. Has the hearts covered. What an insane pot, just out of nowhere. Tan just rifling it in, goes for the prepay. Doesn't find one of the 2 remaining 9s, and with that, David Yan, fresh off of his maiden title, he took down the 200k for more than 3 million, and finds himself third in chips.
506000.
What? Yan knows how to speak Mandarin? I mean, maybe he just knows the numbers, but...
You understand? Yeah. You fluent? Or no, just enough? Yeah, enough to understand what you say. So much. Really so much.
You sound surprised, Maria. Does he not fit the bill?
Wow. I don't want to use the R word. I don't want to get you canceled, but...
Why would you get cancelled?
You just said you think that by the...
He's half Chinese.
But he's from New Zealand.
And?
You know that there's a lot of, let's say, Asian Americans that don't speak their ancestors' language, right? Like, I'm a little surprised. I mean, that's all. I've never heard David Yan speak anything other than English with a New Zealand accent.
Speechless.
Guys, you guys can just cut that part out from the replay, right? We don't want Henry to get canceled.
I'm not gonna get cancelled. Don't you worry. Tan with the needle from the deck, by the way. Couple of 9s.
We'll scrub it.
Nines in back-to-back hands. Ace, 7, deuce, couple of clubs. C-bet gets it done. 340k. 133 runners now. This is going to be massive.
And what you want to hit?
Inside the box.
Inside, okay.
Looking very likely to beat the previous main event record set in Vietnam earlier on this year of 135.
Train to get at least.
Yeah, and into the last level of the night now.
Or maybe over.
Blinds at 4K, 8K. And definitely still time for people to enter for the first time or re-enter. Reg closes at the start of day 2.
I don't know what I think the second card could be. I mean, Ace of Diamonds, a 4 opening from under the gun.
Yeah.
Against this lineup. And next Cat Lee. Flopping bottom 2 after defending a 7 deuce suited. On a very disconnected board, but the presence of a flush draw perhaps of some concern. Checks it on over to Ibinger. Now, good luck breaking down this hand, Maria, with just one whole card. Hold card with a D, H-O-L-D.
Yeah, one thing I do know is I feel like against an under the gun opening range, if you feel like they're going to be opening within range usually, then that 7 deuce is such a sneaky 2 pair that sometimes you could have found the fast play because, you know, on certain turns like this one could lose some action, but we see especially Ibinger has to be pretty weak relative to this board with just the 4 of diamonds, no real other card that you can imagine can connect meaningfully with this board. But I'm gonna go for range advantage, and Lee doesn't love the fact that he's facing another barrel, but I think the sizing does help. Perhaps not feeling like he's gonna be up against the nutted combos because those might go a little bit bigger here on the turn.
Very curious as to what that second card is, perhaps 4 of spades. Would make sense. Ace 4 of diamonds feels was a bit OOL. But we are late in the evening here. does wave the white flag and get shown
Natural 9.
the 2-bet, the natural 9.
Natural 9.
Back. So an 8 is good, right?
Yes.
Natural 8.
Yeah, hence the name of the site.
Yeah. No, I've heard the players talk about it. And if they look down at a
Fuck. What the heck?
6 deuce, there's the watch, the Jacob & Co. timepiece on display. That will be going to the eventual champion.
You can bet against Fredo.
We've seen it shown
You give
on
me
display. Jason Kuhn,
0.5. So if you bet 1K,
Henrik
you win
Hecklin,
500.
Stephen Chidwick. Talking of Kuhn, by
you
the
bet on
way,
it?
haven't seen him in this main.
No, you just like hit it.
Just been hanging
Every time
around
you
on the
hit
outer
it, you win
tables.
500. So let's say like if you bet 1,000, you win 500. So it's like if you don't hit, you just pay 1,000. So it's like a 0.5 odds.
So it's his turn to hit us with the mystery card. Catley's entertaining himself as always.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a bad mood.
Oh, he never is. Never is. I mean, I've seen him hit the crossbar on a couple of occasions and still has a massive smile on his face.
Soiza also someone that I've never seen in a bad mood, but I've had more experience with Soiza, of course, than I have with Lee. Bigger sample.
Agreed. Massive shout out to the Soiza family.
Oh. You need to throw it soft.
There he is, chip leader of the tournament. 9-time bracelet winner. Eric Seidel.
Seidel almost won his 10th at this year's WSOP in the 1500 deuce to 7 single draw. Came up short, but definitely knocking on that door.
He's had a couple of near misses at Triton as well. 10 cashes, 2 million in Triton earnings. And the man involved in the most iconic hand of televised poker ever. If you haven't seen Rounders, you know what to do after the show.
Sweet.
So what flavor should I get? Chocolate? My go-to is cookies and cream. I'm just not sure this late at night I'm going to have much of a choice. So I feel like chocolate is always a safe bet.
I think perhaps a sleeping tablet or two. With the ice cream, of course. I've been go flatting from the small. That's a byproduct of tan. Ever explosive in the big. Happy to play out of position. King, queen, deuce, deuce. The old bottom pair trip draw materializing on the turn. Lee with the check back on the flop with middle pair. Well, nothing to write home about on this one. Knuckled down to the river.
I do feel like should it get checked over to Lee, he can pretty easily go for a value bet. Of course, you know, chopping with some of the other queens that could have had him outkicked, but Ibinger trying to steal this one. Trying to get some ace highs to fold, but easy call for Lee. His face, he's like, what is that?
Wow.
What's that piece of cheese?
Love that kind of. Let him know, Lee. Let him know you got him. These Euros, you know, come in here. Damn Europeans with their hoodies and shades.
Things certainly getting quieter towards the end of the night. It's 1 a.m. local time here, and players getting ready to bag up and go back to their hotel or to their home if they're lucky. You know, some players living nearby, Talal being one of them.
Jan playing that million chip stack, courtesy of the all-in confrontation, 10s against 9s for heaps. Flopping best on the king-queen tray board. Top 2. So see a late surge amongst the top of the chip counts from Timothy Adams and Rodrigo Seiji. So we wind down here. Jan's had plans of check raising flops, perhaps?
Yeah, just covering, you know, both good top pair and second pair as well. So didn't feel like he could get much action if he just led on the flop, but Ibinger able to lose the minimum.
Yeah, now playing 1.1 million. First joined us back in Vietnam earlier on this year. Didn't take him long to clutch his first title, 200k 8 max, just a few days ago. 4.3 million in live earnings at the Triton series. 4 cashes here already. KT going to defend off 25. He's got a flop best on the Queen 5 board. These ones always feel so difficult though to get to showdown. If we do see aggression from the early position open, which she does. Saw a little glare up at the tournament clock there as he reaches for raising chips. That's one way to avoid playing the guessing game across future streets. A bit of spice and all things nice for KT. That's how things stand here. Jonathan Jaffe still leading the field. A massive 107 bigs. Looking like It's going to be a record-breaking main event here in London. Chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. Final 30 minutes or so. Day one, this 125k main, and can confirm that there are 135 runners, so we've tied with the record-breaking main in Vietnam. So we just need one more entry. We'll have ourselves a new record.
Think you'll be able to get that, and then some. Pocket jacks in the hijack.
Hold the phone. 136. Record broken, Maria, late in the day with a little late reg, perhaps, from Christoph Vogelsang. Or a re-entry, losing ace-king against ace-queen.
All in.
When will it end?
Ooh, here we go. Now, as some of the stacks get shallower, we do see these pre-flop confrontations that we didn't see when most of the field was over 100 bigs deep.
This is a 30 big blind rejam. And is there ever a world, Maria, given that Lupovetsky's in the hijack relative late position, that Pua commits here?
I mean, it certainly looks like he's considering it. Does have the pre-flop opener yet to act behind him.
Really mulling this one over.
237.
So around 600,000 effective against Lupovetsky.
Can't fault Paul if he decides to go with it, but also if he's not feeling like taking a high variance route, then could just find the fold. Ace queen, not necessarily going to have hands dominated. Yeah.
he sees that he got away from it.
Why? Four S, right?
A little happy dance.
No! Block my owl!
You have one, I didn't block the other
Ace
one.
queen? What?
Ace queen hit the
It's
mark.
okay, I have king.
Still have 2 A's.
And I have flush, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
3 clubs.
Yeah, let's look on the bright side, Katie.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh.
Ace in the window.
So many A's.
Oh yeah, so many A's.
Ace 10 deuce, couple of diamonds, but things
Queen.
dire straits for the Ukrainian as he's now drawing to 2 outs once.
Why you ask for
KT
queen?
Was
with
a
the
little
late
greedy
knight.
though, calling for the queen to kill the jack out.
I know,
but-
right?
Queen don't
I have
come.
ace queen.
No, I mean, if queen come on the turn, he have owl.
No, I mean,
Right?
queen of diamonds, yeah, but not any queen.
Oh, no more time there. When do we get time, man? Tomorrow? When the registration close?
A late night double for the Thai superstar. Normally has his vlog squad nearby doing their best to grow the game out in the east. Along with Punat Punsri, who of course came third earlier on today for another 7-figure cash at the Triton series. So consistent. The highest stakes over the last year. Sturm 19 bigs. Gonna try and get something going. double T. Tony going to defend. Fortunately for him, doesn't flop a queen. So he's out-kicked by Sturm. 44k in the middle. We've seen some friskiness from Tony before against the one big blind C-bet.
I'm looking at Tony's profile, and it would appear that this is his first Triton stop. So do you have any additional information?
I don't at all. I just think perhaps a byproduct of Dao Min Fu, who just blew up on the scene very early on at the Triton Super High Roller Series in Vietnam. Got the attention of the entire Vietnamese poker community, and now we have a few Vietnamese players venture out. Kings now for Andre, looking to get a bit of a rebate. Volkman looks interested with the computer hand.
The new computer hand.
Upstairs he goes, 54k. See if anyone wakes up with the goods behind. Back to the Cowboys. Would love to see Lubovetsky click it. Although I'm not sure, how deep are they? 40 bigs? What are your thoughts, Maria? Do you just rifle it in here, set the trap? All the options.
Yeah, certainly feels like the range should be a little bit stronger considering the positions.
You cannot play long hours, and I cannot play many days.
Yeah, does try to go for it all because I think, you know, feeling like there can be a little more value from Volkman against an under the gun +1 open.
A little 74k rebate.
He didn't really factor in the Brazilian thing though, because
True.
with that, you know, carry the one.
The Brazilian
Yeah, then maybe a flat is in order.
Oh.
Ivy's turn to get involved. And his aces cracked on bullet number 1 by Dan Smith earlier on at the feature table. What do you think he got up to, by the way? You know, because he didn't re-enter straight away. He took a couple of hours. A walk around Hyde Park.
I mean, if I know Ivy, like, he enjoys a good meal. He likes to have clean protein options. And I feel like maybe he just went and had a real sit-down meal. I don't feel like, you know, Ivy loves eating at the table. I feel like he really just wants to, if he can, you know, enjoy a nice, well-balanced dinner.
Yeah, relaxed. No distractions. I can see it. KT with one of those ones against the early position open. Just going to pitch the sevens. No set, no bet. That's Malacca style. Mr. Juan Pardo has moved up to first in chips, playing at 1.5 million. Only 3 players with more than a milli. Q, Lil Wayne,
Beat up,
DJ,
buddy.
David Yan, Eric Seidel, Juan
Drink last night or
Pardo.
something? Did you drink last night? Not sleeping well?
Beat up.
Ivy asking Seidel if he had a little drink last night. If I'm not mistaken, you actually
I think he
bore
was
witness
asking
to.
Jaffe.
Ah, okay. That would make sense because Seidel's on the other table.
Hang in there, Henry. We got 20
Well,
minutes
you know,
left.
I knew he was talking to seat 1, and I knew Seidel was in seat 1. And earlier on, you said you saw Seidel with a large glass of the vino.
No, but now all eyes turn to Jaffe as we try to see what
JJ's
prompted the comment. Maybe just a little bit of disheveledness in the hair, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't know if JJ is much of a drinker. Arguably one of the fittest guys in the business. I mean, guy's absolutely shredded. 68k in the middle. Lubavitsky cannot help himself. Looking for that rebate. As he comes with the small blind squeeze with the ace-10-0. Take note, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Some of these squeeze spots. Opportunities to learn from the best in the world. Hand selection. The sizings. Tony with the 7s. Perhaps a little back jam. He's had enough of being pushed around. Wow.
Ooh.
Finds it, and
Gonna have a countess.
Lubavitsky asks for a count. It's for 2/3 of his stack.
I think it might be too much.
The fact that Tony's found this jam here, I mean,
All right, Tony. You.
big Tone. Increase his stack by 50% if Andre folds.
Yeah, perhaps, you know, have watched DMP play a little bit and be like, you know what? Aggression pays. Aggression gets things done here.
Especially against these younger generation players that are going to have more squeezes. Lubavitsky down to just 1 time extension now. I wonder if the Ukrainian puts him on exactly these kind of hands, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, makes the call.
Wow.
Hello.
Okay, huge flip incoming.
Just 20 minutes until the end of the day. These two playing a massive flip, 633k in the middle. This is an 80 big blind pot. Comes ace with a 7.
It's on the window.
Saw the ace of spades, but the 7 of diamonds in the kitchen keeps Tony cooking. Leaves Lubavitsky dead on the turn.
Nah, you played it great. He said super lucky. No, I think there was no luck in that whatsoever. You absolutely made it very tough for even a hand that was flipping against yours to come along, and you know, you won the flip. That's the hardest part. winning flips. How do people do it?
It's 17 years. So I last won a flip.
You weren't even playing poker 17 years ago. You are under 30. I refuse to believe this.
It's against Timmy.
You could have made it a little more
class.
you could have made it a little more believable. You know, you could have just said 12 and maybe I would have fallen for it.
Teacher flipped a coin to decide who get to go to lunch break first. I chose heads. Boss not slowing down, even late in the night. The ace deuce of spades. Volkman defending from the big. I can see some potential shenanigans happening here. You know, the queen 5.
Queen 5 plus 1 Brazilian does not normally equal fold, but
you know, 60% of a straight, but against the +1 open and c-bet, just folds.
you see James Chen creeping up the chip counts, up to 5th now. Got a little bit of downtime between making the final table of the Invitational and seems to be on to the next.
What's the first elimination? Running ace queen into eventual champion Bryn Kenny's ace king.
Three ways to the flop and Paul connecting with middle pair. I think with an under the gun range certainly calls for a continue. He decides to check back though. And that is gonna bink gutter ball for KT.
Well, we all know the card in the deck in which boss loses a monster pot. A non-spade 5. KT with a nice little run here. Winning that flip just a couple of orbits ago with the ace-king, these jacks. Now, lock on the hand. So that's 43 to 56.
Finish the hand job and stop here, please. Finish the hand job and stop here.
See what boss comes with here. Did open under the gun. Checked round 3 ways. How do we feel about 9-8?
I think we have to see one more, but
no discount.
Wow, okay, okay, all right. Little speech from KT. Has Paul drawing dead to a chop. That's the 10 of spades. Rolls off and boss gonna get away cheaply. Little half pot rebate. KT must be seething inside.
Yeah, and a little imminent danger, of course, with the flush on board now, but feels like Paul would have c-bet some of the big flush draws on the flop, some of the king, queen of spades, or the Broadway suited spades that would open from under the gun. And you see Paul not immediately liking this.
Yeah, I mean, look at the sizing. KT with the hood up. Pot size bet. On the spade. River flush getting there.
And
Needed
into the
discomfort.
elbow crease goes KT's face.
Two more hands announced after this. He is calling for a chop. It's a sizable bet. Makes the call.
Turns over the hand. That was funny.
KT didn't even realize that Boss had called, and Boss wasn't going to wait around for him to show his hand.
It's okay.
52k draw a chop.
Oh man, wait, hang on. Oh my word. What is this hand?
Ew. Second to last hand of the night, and this is what's happening around here?
Single raise pot. Seidel just flat. Soiser then shipped it in for 35 bigs. Ibinger back over the top for 50.
Still one more 10.
Seidel calling it off.
It's okay.
Ibinger can hold here. Be one of the tournament chip leaders. In fact, will move up to third in chips, I believe.
And
it's looking likely on the 8-4 tray, but running diamonds, a threat to the diamondless queens. As the 5 of diamonds now making it a real threat.
Diamond?
I hope it's a diamond.
You have jacks?
No, I have tens.
Oh. No, 10 diamond.
10 diamond?
Doesn't find the diamond on the river. And with that,
You can still rebuy and play two hands.
You can't rebuy now, I think.
Oh, yeah?
Ibinger
You can ask.
I don't think you can because you know you can. You know,
Yeah,
see many hands and all that stuff.
up to second in chips. As we heard, final 2 hands means that Soiser can't re-enter until the start of play tomorrow.
That's it.
It's looking very likely that we're going to smash this record. Already broken the record. Coming up to 137 runners. A lot of big names that are likely to re-enter for the start of play tomorrow. Including Johannes Strava, Romain Hadjiev, Greenwood, Dominic Nietzsche, Petrangelo, Greenwood, Ponakovs, Elton Tsang, and now Michael Soiser.
一马皮。幸福来的一马皮。
没遇到过打那么久，他妈的。
Wasn't even close.
So we bet now, okay? $200. Exactly as
That's
we
the one?
talked before.
Yeah. So if 200 you hit, you win 100.
Yeah.
Okay. Deal.
Final
How many you wanna
hand
draw?
of the night.
My
70
You can throw
players
whatever you want.
remain.
Before my entry.
Okay, go.
That's the one hand straddle.
Penultimate.
Hey, 100.
200. 3.
Why do I feel like
Same
Dan's
count,
trying to
but,
put a
let's
bounty
ask.
on this final hand?
That was terrible.
Is that? Is that count?
Or is Tan just trying to
Rafi.
So hey
Referee,
guys,
does it count?
anyone want to play?
Inside, you said?
Okay.
Okay.
So I owe you 100.
Oh, well, they were gambling on Ivinger getting the chips in the box.
So it's actually a fair deal.
To be honest, I think I have the best position, right? Because I
No,
have
this
to...
is the best position.
Oh yeah, true. But I mean, the straight is not too bad, you know.
Yeah.
Like from your angle, it's harder.
Folded around to Ibinger in the big blind. Does he have a hand he can defend or nope?
Enjoy.
Shall we call it?
Thank you.
Folds the big, but gets £100 cash. Okay, Ali.
You want to do another one?
I took back the blind.
Yan winning the last hand of the night.
I thought you were a gentleman.
Bagging
you are so
you want a
$1 million plus chips. Fresh off that tie to win the 200k.
We ended the day already.
Oh.
What a wild end to the day with a couple of absurd all-ins. Yan, of course, benefiting from one of those monster pots, just calling it off for 80 bigs at the time against Tan Xuan, holding with the 10s against 9s. Ibinger backing just 2 bigs more, 132 bigs, but it is Pedro Garignani as we welcome you back to the break desk. Maria Ho, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, the Brazilian in pole position at the end of the night off that victory in the 30k and looking to perhaps take another piece of golden hardware back home.
Right. I feel like they're really coming out in droves now for this event. I think probably more than you've seen in past Triton series. But again, I think all of the action that we saw towards the end of the night is a function of the stacks getting shallower relative to the blinds. And now, 40 big blind stacks will find comfortability in getting in when they have those cooler setup situations. And, we saw one three-handed with Seidel, of course, to end the night, basically, where Ibinger was able to triple.
I mean, look, there's loads of people looking to re-enter. 250k is the starting stack for $125,000. A lot of people looking from the outside in. 137 entries, so already a record-breaking field. Would not surprise me if tomorrow, when Ali Najad kicks things off, there'll be 150-plus runners. Same time, same place. Day 2 tomorrow from the JW Marriott. Plan is to play all the way down to the final table. And from us here in the booth for day 1, we're going to wish you good night.